1 minute. The horses are now making their way over to the starting area. The field is now getting into position, and the flag is up. And they're off. And going for the lead is Must See the Doc. Cracker Factory is right there, along with Iranistan. And as the field comes past us, they have cleared the first jump. And it is Iranistan with the lead over Must See the Doc on the outside in second. New Member is next in third. Cracker Factory is in fourth. Mutasawi runs in fifth. Then it's Maccabee in sixth, followed by Elucidation and Show Court. And trailing the field is No Wonder in ninth. And they go around the clubhouse turn for the first time. And it is Iranistan who has the lead here by about 2 lengths. Must See the Doc runs in second. And New Member is next in third as they head for the backstretch. Mutasawi is in fourth, Maccabee in fifth. Elucidation on the outside is running in sixth, with a Show Court in seventh. No Wonder is at the back. And they are up and over that third fence. And they continue up the backstretch here. And it will be Iranistan leading the way here. Iranistan is in front. The lead is 3 lengths, with Must See the Doc running in second and New Member next in third. And then we come back to Maccabee, who's in fourth, followed by Cracker Factory in fifth. Farther back, it's Mutasawi, Elucidation, followed by Show Court and No Wonder. They come around the far turn, and Iranistan has built the lead here. It's Iranistan in front by about 3 lengths. Must See the Doc runs in second. Iranistan, the lead's now 2. Must See the Doc in second as they approach the 5th of 8 fences. Up and over successfully for the entire field of 9. Iranistan, the leader. Must See the Doc in second. Maccabee's on the outside. He's gotten closer in third. A New Member is down on the inside. Then it's Elucidation who's running in fifth, followed by Cracker Factory, Mutasawi. At the back are Show Court and No Wonder. We have just 2 fences remaining, and Iranistan is still the one to catch here. Iranistan by a length and a half. Must See the Doc is in second. And that's a New Member there in the yellow cap in third. Maccabee to his outside in fourth. Then Elucidation and Cracker Factory right together. And they are coming for the next to last fence here. Iranistan continues to show the way. Must See the Doc in second, and they have all gone over that fence successfully. One jump remaining. Iranistan is the leader with Must See the Doc right there. And now gaining ground is a new member. All 9 are over the final fence. It's Must See the Doc and Iranistan. Maccabees on the outside. Just in behind them is a new member, followed by Elucidation. Then we come back to a Cracker Factory and Mutasawi. It's Iranistan on the inside and Must See the Doc on the outside. The two of them are heads apart as they come into the home stretch. Must See the Doc on the outside of Iranistan. Iranistan and Must See the Doc. The two of them are all out here for the final furlong. On the inside, it's Iranistan. Must See the Doc on the outside. Maccabee is in third. Iranistan trying to hang in there for another 50 yards. And Iranistan is gonna do it by a half length. Must See the Doc was second. Maccabee finished third. And new member was fourth. Number 4, Iranistan was first. 1A, Must See the Doc second. Number 2, Maccabee was third. Number 6, new member finished fourth. The results unofficial: 4, 1A, 2 and 6, and the time was 3 minutes, 49 and 4/5 seconds. Entering the winner's circle, number 4, Iranistan, a 6-year-old dark bay or brown, gelding by
Saratoga Race Course in Saratoga Springs, New York. It's Alabama week, and the favorite is here. Swiss skydiver, 3 days until she takes the stage. Meantime, today's feature, 17th running, the Union Avenue for New York breds. RATAJKOWSKI, she's sharp and the one to beat. 6-5 morning line favorite. To be ridden by Jose Ortiz, tied with brother Irad. 32 wins apiece atop the Saratoga Riders standings. Newly minted is the 7-5 second choice in the Union Avenue. She's never second choice. Favored in 9 straight races. We'll see what the handicappers think around 5:15 Eastern. So glad you could join us on Saratoga Live. As always, brought to you in part by America's Best Races. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Just outside the paddock, welcome everyone. I'm LUTESCOOTN Kai. It's sad, but here we are. Halftime, so to speak. 20 days down, 20 left to go at Saratoga. But a lot of great racing still ahead this week in the Grade 1. Alabama for 3-year-old fillies will continue to preview throughout the course of the week and in moments. The second of 10 races on the Thursday card, highlighted by the 17th running of the Union Avenue, race number 9, 5:15 Eastern. As I welcome in my co-host, New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling. Yesterday, today, tomorrow. Are we married now?
We are spending an awful lot of time together. It's good for me. It's better for me, I think, than it is for you.
I look forward to this time together.
So
we get to bond. The feature's a lot of fun today, and especially in this matchup, newly minted and RATAJKOWSKI. Why should we be excited about watching RATAJKOWSKI today?
RATAJKOWSKI's just a very honest filly or mare, and she's just, she started out late in her career. She's won 5 of 8 races, and she shows up every time. And I think that's sort of the earmark of the entire field, right? RATAJKOWSKI seems to run well in all of her races. It is interesting, and you mentioned the line. She's 6-5, and newly minted 7-5, and that says the morning line maker Dave Aragona is saying they're going to be very close. I think RATAJKOWSKI will be favored, but I wouldn't bet a lot of money on it. And they're just really honest racehorses, both of them. I'm looking forward to the matchup. They're the ones to beat, but you've got last year's winner, Carrera Cat, coming back, and Mrs. Orr, who's one of the coolest hard knockers there is in New York.
At 17-1, almost ran down RATAJKOWSKI the last time they met. There you see the field. RATAJKOWSKI drawn inside 6-5. The bookends, newly minted 7-5, as Andy mentioned, the second choice here. Is rust a concern here with newly minted, Andy? This will be the first race since running second in the Heavenly Prize at, 25 cents in the dollar in March at Aqueduct?
Yeah, that pace got kind of hot for 47.5 going a mile. That's a quick pace at that time at Aqueduct. And she was run down by a horse actually Linda Rice had previously trained but claimed from her, Crimson Frost. She's an honest horse. She's won 5 of 10 races, first and second, 8 out of 10 times. I mean, you can't say she's a horse that, finds ways to lose, even though she's lost her last 2 races at short prices. Maybe it was circumstance that got her beat, but I do think that you hit on the reason maybe she's not the morning line favorite. She doesn't have the recency that RATAJKOWSKI has.
RATAJKOWSKI, newly minted. They have met once. RATAJKOWSKI won, newly minted nothing, round 2 in the Union Avenue. Today's race is brought to you by Claiborne Farm. The jumpers have just jumped. 9 flat races remain. Temperature in the low 80s. Main track is fast, and the turf courses are firm. Remember, we're just halfway through the Saratoga meet. You can still join us here at NYRA Bets. Join us. It's the best way to get involved with the races on Saratoga Live. New members use promo code SPA when signing up and earn up to a $200 deposit match after their first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. And join now at NYRABets.com to earn that $200 deposit match. Showdown, always a fan favorite. Play against your friends and fellow fans with the Saratoga Showdown, a free-to-enter handicapping contest available every day of racing at Saratoga. Place your picks now. Watch your name climb up the leaderboard to earn real prizes. Visit NYRA.com/showdown to get started and continue playing all through the Saratoga meet. Let's get after it. Race 2, first flat race of the day in approximately 16 minutes. Andy, these are 2-year-olds. Yes, it's a maiden special weight event, but there are restrictions here.
There are. All these horses have to have sold or RNA, which meant they were in an auction, and their RNA, in other words, they sold, but they didn't sell. But they go for $45,000 or less. And before you say, well, that means they're not any good, last year's 2-year-old champion, British Idiom, debuted in one of these races last year. It's an opportunity for horses that aren't coming from very expensive sales to run against each other.
You get to 2-year-olds getting to perform at Saratoga without running and claiming races and having to face reinvestment risk, essentially, for these 2-year-olds as they get to enter the paddock. That's coming up next. 15 minutes till the first flat race of the afternoon. 2-year-olds, Thanks for joining us on Saratoga Live.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit nairabets.com.
If your run-happy 2-year-old wins a maiden special weight at Saratoga, Del Mar, or Kentucky Downs, you shall receive a $100,000 bonus. Remember, win an extra $100,000 in 2020 when your run-happy 2-year-old wins a maiden special weight at Saratoga, Del Mar, or Kentucky Downs. Be happy and run happy.
Great to have you with us on this Thursday afternoon. Saratoga Live brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa, home to some of the world's leading stallions, including Curlin and Kitten's Joy. Kitten's Joy, the sire of the number 6 colt in the upcoming second race in Command Central, 18-1. And to his inside, the filly, LUTESCOOTN Boogie by Midnight Lute. Hillendale stallion, there she is, LUTESCOOTN Boogie, Andy, at 5-1 here.
Buyer in winning the Forgo up here over Benny.
120. I forgot the 124. I remember the Forgo. I remember he prepped on both coasts for both of his Breeders' Cup wins, one on synthetic before the win in the monsoon in New Jersey at Monmouth, and then going back-to-back the following year.
He was a tremendous racehorse.
And a misconception about Midnight Lute is a stallion, that he was a sprinter, that he can, he's just going to produce sprinters. Midnight Lute just couldn't breathe.
Right.
He could run from, here to tomorrow. It was an issue of breathing, and if that had ever been rectified, you'd have seen him doing damage at much longer distances.
Considering how well he ran going shorter, and of course the Forgo was 7 furlongs, he feels like a horse that could have beaten just about anybody. He was a genuinely great horse.
Terrific sprinter. And we'll see about his daughter here. There she is, LUTESCOOTN Boogie. And we say hello to Maggie Wolfendale. Welcome her to the show, standing by in the paddock. Hey, Maggie.
Hey guys, and we'll take a look at some of the first-time starters here. We'll begin down on the inside with number 1, that's Nutsy, going out for trainer Dave Canizzo. And actually, this horse's family, pretty good, to be honest. They all were runners. They were quick, and 2, possibly the best sibling of this family, Mamma Mia Maria, also trained by Dave Canizzo, and she was a fairly proficient dirt sprinter. And this is exactly what this gelding by Exaggerator looks like. He's on the smaller side, but he's really well balanced, nicely developed shoulder and hip to him, and he looks pretty fit. I mean, Dave's not known to fire with his first-time starters, but I could definitely see this horse running well because he's made a great impression on me, and I like the family that he comes from too. As we'll move on to number 3, Boss Bear. Now this one sold for $26,000 at the OBS April sale, which did take place in June, and I wasn't that thrilled with it. He was a professional effort. Kind of has some of that wasted action that you talk about. Instead of a horse just really, extending their stride, they kind of go a little bit more up and down. So they're not as proficient as you'd like to see. And that's kind of what I thought about this horse. Hence the lower sales price by Street Boss. The Dam and One Sibling were actually better going longer, though this guy fits going a sprint distance here of 5.5. Kind of round, very much that sprinter frame, at least as of now. Does come in here fit, wearing blinkers. First time out was a little bit green in the paddock. So we'll see what he does as well here. As you see, kind of tossing his head around, is number 4, Safe Conduct for Phil Serpy, possibly the most impressive looking one in here. By far the biggest, very mature physically as well, has been on the muscle so far, behaving himself too. And by Bodie Meister, there's not much to speak of in the first generation, to say the least. But going back a generation, actually, the Dam Have to Fatal Bullet, who was a multiple graded stakes winner, but on turf and synthetic. So we'll see if this guy ultimately wants to sprint on the dirt. That's my biggest problem with him, is that I just don't think this is the right kind of spot necessarily for him. I'm looking at number 5 here, talking about her. But I like this horse as an individual. Take the wait and see approach as far as first time out here. As the filly, as I was just laughing at her, number 5, LUTESCOOTN Boogie, she shaked her ear puff out, I guess, for lack of a better way to say it, to muffle out the sound there. But she's behaving very, very nicely. Big filly as well. And as you guys were just talking about, Midnight Loot, it would have run long if it had not been for that breathing issue. And we see a lot of his progeny, very good dirt routers. Obviously, Midnight Bijou comes to mind first and foremost, at least as of late. And this gal matches up always when you're looking at horses, facing the opposite sex, the fillies facing the boys. Do they physically match up with their male counterparts? And absolutely she does. She is big. She's a big girl. And that's always a good sign. She's not the most fit looking Steve Asmussen debuter here, because I've seen a lot of his 2-year-olds come over, and the ones that have run well, they look just really, really fit. Though we'll see what she does. She's been professional. They must think enough of her and to put her in against the boys. Obviously, this is the first time we've run this restricted condition, so I'm sure they are just taking advantage of that. We'll see what she does here, though, Lafitte.
Maggie, thanks so much. We think back to Midnight Loot, Andy, and how much the game has changed in the last 12, 13 years or so, when even though it was Bob Baffert and he would run in the Forgo and then train up to the Breeders' Cup Sprint, or in a race at Del Mar and train up to the Breeders' Cup Sprint. Well, why not run in the Ancient Title at Santa Anita? Why not run in the Vosburg in New York? Why are you skipping preps? And now how common that is. We see a horse en route to a Breeders' Cup event run really fast in a prep race, and it's more common than not, seemingly, where they skip those traditional final preps.
I agree, and the game suffers, frankly.
It does, because you don't get to
really
see the stars as much, sure.
And it also suffers the fact that the race is no longer named the Ancient Title. How do you take away the name of one of the greatest Calbreds? And I know everybody will say California Chrome, and not saying he wasn't a truly great talent, but so is Ancient Title, who was the first Calbred millionaire, actually. I saw him win the Whitney here in 1975, but he was a tremendous horse. It pains me that race is no longer
That's how reluctant I am
title.
to change. See, I'm still calling it the
I love
title.
that you did that, because I call it the Ancient Title too. It should never, like the Vosburg should be the Vosburg forever, so should the Ancient Title.
The big 2-year-old race in the fall at Santa Anita, and it rolls out
the Norfolk
before the front runner or the American Pharaoh I can live with.
I agree. That's fine.
Yeah.
I agree. There's certain, that. I did think it was funny that they changed the name of the Lady's Secret to the Zenyatta. No disrespect to Zenyatta, but Lady's Secret was just running a few years ago, and she was one of the all-time greatest fillies and mares of all time.
Horse of the Year for the late Eugene Klein, Dwayne Lucas, wire-to-wire winner in that 1986 Breeders' Cup Distaff. I sense one of those memory lane shows, Andy.
She beat Mom's Command when she won the test up here.
Wow.
That was when she got things rolling. I think that was her first graded stakes win. She won the ballerina as a 3-year-old later in the meet as well.
Life's Magic beat her in the Aqueduct
At Active Breeders'
Breeders'
Cup.
Cup Distaff. And then the
If
following.
it wasn't for the Grateful Dead, I would have been at that Breeders' Cup. But some
prioritize.
Things, you have to prioritize.
You just have to prioritize.
Let me tell you, those legendary Richmond Dead shows that day were tough to miss. Halloween in South Carolina. You feel like you were there, don't you?
I do now. Right this very second. If you're just joining us, this 2-year-old race, maiden special weight, for horses that have last sold for $45,000 or less. So you don't have the $1 million purchases, the $900,000 like we saw yesterday from Thoughtfully winning the Adirondack. But as you pointed out, this is the exact same type of race we saw in British Idiom last year debut win. All she did was go on to win the Grade 1 Darley Alcibiades, Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, and she's a champion.
And the sport is littered with relatively inexpensive purchase prices that went on to great Seattle Slew, $17,000, I believe. And the sport is also littered with very expensive.
Why didn't I know $17,000?
Yeah, very, very expensive horses that did nothing. So,
Sure.
you know, that's the great thing about the game is that you have a chance for small money. I don't think Tis the Lord, he cost 110.
110.
Yeah.
110,000. Not all the first-round draft picks pan out, and sometimes you find that Terrell Davis in the 6th round. Post parade, it's the gelding that can't lose. It's nutsy.
His trainer, I picked this one on top. I told the trainer yesterday, and Dave Canizzo said to me, I can't lose.
5-1 from a morning line of 10-1. BUSTIN Shuffle, first of 3 fillies in the field.
And 1 or 2 with experience. And for people that worry, and obviously hasn't run very well, the fillies can be more precocious than the boys. So this early, if you like a filly, don't worry they're running against the boys.
Boss Baron, Irad Ortiz, tied with his brother atop the jockey standings.
We'll see. Mike Maker, this one's a New York bred, so they're weighing the difference of running in the New York bred open race or running it here. They're running here, and the connections think the horse is okay.
Now, Safe Conduct, Canadian colt, purchased for exactly $45,000.
Nice things that Maggie had to say about this one in the paddock, and a big price right now.
She said the most impressive in the paddock. And then Loot, Scoot, and Boogie, $9,000 purchase for Bloom Racing, Steve Asmussen.
But keep in mind, both Safe Conduct and Loot, Scoot, and Boogie were purchased as weanlings, so they were very undeveloped, so you'll see a lower price for those horses.
Command Central, Kitten's Joy Colt, debuting sprinting, 5.5 furlongs on dirt.
Dale Romans. We've yet to see Dale, but he's got horses here.
There's one of them.
And you know when he's here.
You do know he makes his presence felt. Scratch number 7. Then Malibu Luna, even money. That feels short.
Yeah, I mean, this horse does not come out of the strongest maiden race and didn't get a big figure, but did run fine in that race. And sentimentally, I'm going to root for my friend Leon Seidler, who owns Malibu.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Good luck, Leon Seidler, here with Malibu Luna. And if you're interested in playing today's races, you'll need those past performances. Equibase does have you covered. Free Equibase past performances are available for all the races on our show today. Visit NYRA.com/TV schedule to download your free past performances on all the races on today's show. There's a look at number 3, Boss Bear. Defending Eclipse Award-winning jockey Irad Ortiz. Andy, updated Saratoga jockey standings like this shouldn't surprise anyone. After 20 days of racing, halftime, right? The Ortiz brothers deadlocked with 32 wins apiece because, of course, they are. Of course they are.
I love it. They're both riding great. He's really been on top of his game. I think since the last month or so of Belmont, he'd had some issues when he hurt his wrist.
Sure.
Took him a little while, I think, to get together, but he's riding as well as he ever rode. And Joel Rosario, and a lot of that is because he and Christophe Clement been together, but a lot of Christophe's success, I think Christophe would say, is because Joel has ridden so well. So I think it's great to see Joel in the hunt here, because he's normally one of the top riders, but not this close to winning a meet.
In terms of volume, did I hear you say yesterday that Clement go week 4 without a win?
Yes, he did not. I know he was on an 0 for 11 run. Listen, you cannot win as many races as he did and keep it up. You know, every time you win a race, next time they run, they usually run in a tougher condition. So it's tough to keep winning, and it's due. And listen, we've seen Chad Brown go through a bad run at the meet. You know, Todd Pletcher has been dominant because he's been just hot. I mean, his horses, he's winning, I think, over 1/3 of the time.
Yeah, and incredible. Pletcher, leading trainer. I think Clement gets a win Saturday.
I like a horse of his tomorrow. Very good card tomorrow.
The Friday card is terrific.
Yeah, tomorrow's card is very strong, and he's got some live horses on it. But Keep Glorious is in the Perfect Sting earlier. It's a very competitive race. Good racing going on.
She was a good mare.
Yeah.
And Breeders' Cup Filly Mare Turf winner, the second Breeders' Cup Filly Mare Turf, I believe. I'm such a decorated invader, like shameless fan. It's ridiculous. Like I shouldn't be on the set when Decorated Invader is running.
I'm against him.
Then you and I definitely shouldn't be on the set together.
We will. I think we'll be on the set together Saturday. Yeah, I think we're covering. Oh no, we're not. We're
gonna start betting lunches.
I think he's very vulnerable on Saturday, and that's the
Really?
Saratoga
To a
Derby on
stablemate?
Saturday.
Is that a Gaffo thing? Is that
No, I think he's vulnerable to Todd Pletcher's horse, the Liam's horse, that was so impressive first time. And I think domestic spending is going to make his life a lot tougher in this race than last time out. That's a really good race. That's the toughest race the Decorated Bayer's been in. That's going to be a real challenge for everybody.
Saratoga Derby, second running of the Saratoga Derby, big long shot last year. Threat of Blue, who went wire to wire at 13-1. Getting ahead of ourselves. Big weekend on tap. Alabama, Saratoga Derby, Saratoga Oaks. We have this 2-year-old race here, Maggie. What are you noticing in the warm-up here?
Well, talking about one of those 3 fillies here that is taking all the money on the outside, that's number 8, Malibu Luna. I thought last time actually a fairly professional effort, first time out for a Bill Mott trainee, and then just maybe tired in the last 1/8 of a mile or so. I don't think ran that badly, but as Andy said, probably not the strongest field, at least as of yet, but you can't really, weigh a lot or put a lot of value into those 2-year-old races as of yet. There's a lot of developing to do. And for me, this filly looks really fit here at second asking. She's very athletic looking, and she makes a lot of sense. And I don't blame anybody for taking her at 4 to 5 because she just provides the most form so far. And now she's, if anything, dropping down a little bit in class, at least based upon the conditions of the race, debuting in a maiden special weight opposed to this restricted one in her second start. Number 1, Nutsy, though, I hate it when Andy and I team up on a horse, but Nutsy, for me, of the first-time starters, just seems like the one most well-suited to 5.5 here on the dirt, and 2, has been so professional throughout, looks very fit, and that's not something I can necessarily always say about Dave Canizzo's firsters, so it feels as though this horse just naturally possesses that precociousness that you want to see, and Kendrick is in the irons here. So I also want to touch on number 3, Boss Bear, with a little lack of professionalism from this first-time starter, though he has settled in a bit more nicely than he was when he first set foot on the track. Took off bucking and lunging when Jose took him away from the pony, Irad. And although Irad got him to settle down, he warmed up much better once he kind of got that nervous energy out of his system. And he is taking some money, relatively speaking. It's just, I just can't get past that initial greenness and the fact that just might need a start. Guys?
See if he needs a race. Maggie, Boss Bear here, debuting colt for Kurt Wyckoff's 3 Diamond Farm at 9-2 as they have just about reached the gate. There he is, and Irad Ortiz. Ortiz brothers tied atop the rider standings that you just saw. Boss Bear at 9-2, 4 to 5. Malibu Luna. Best of luck to our friend Lee Einseidler, co-owner Malibu Luna for the Hall of Famer Bill Mott towards the outside. Bustin Shuffle. Any final thoughts as they move into line here, Andy?
I'm always interested in these races. You can learn a lot from these races, and they're always good races, I think, for people to watch again and take a look, because you can see a 2-year-old that'll maybe not finish in a particularly high position, but might have run a little bit during the race. And those are the kind of horses that'll improve a lot in a subsequent start. And sometimes those horses you bet and they pay $25.
Malibu Luna would not pay $25. She is 4 to 5 as they file into the gate. Lute, Scoot, and Boogie. By midnight, Lute for Steve Asmussen, Ricardo Santana with the Adirondack win on the Wednesday program. Malibu Luna steps forward. We welcome back John Embrial standing by with the call. Race 2 live from Saratoga.
There in the gate. And they're off. Was a stumbling start for number 2, Bustin Shuffle, but she is up close with the pace setters here. It's Bustin Shuffle down at the rail. LUTESCOOTN Boogie is right alongside, so the 2 of them are heads apart. The favorite, Malibu Luna, is racing in 3rd. At the rail is Nutsy in 4th. Length and a half to Safe Conduct in 5th. It's a gap of almost 4 lengths to the 2 trailers, Command Central and Boss Bear. The quarter went in 22 and 4/5 seconds. Long shot, Bustin, Shuffle. Challenged here by LUTESCOOTN Boogie. And now Nutsy is right there on the outside. So 3 of them across. Malibu Luna just in behind in 4th. Safe Conduct will need some racing room as the field comes off the turn and enters the stretch. LUTESCOOTN Boogie and Nutsy on the outside with a Malibu Luna. And then Safe Conduct as they pass the 8th pole. Here is Nutsy to take over the lead. Malibu Luna moves into 2nd. It is Nutsy, and he's got his maiden victory first time out. Malibu Luna was 2nd, then LUTESCOOTN Boogie, and Safe Conduct.
The can't lose gelding?
This is, by the way, the first time this has ever happened. Lafitte, a trainer, told me his horse couldn't lose, and it won. This horse has a good pedigree. Maggie touched on it. It's the 5th foal from this dam that could do some running. And Nutsy didn't even break that sharply. He didn't break terribly, but didn't break as sharply. I think some of the others broke so well that it kind of exaggerated it, but very professional. Kendrick Carmouche sort of eased him into position, moved wide in the turn, and just took over. Looked like Malibu Luna might have his measure, but he put that one away. LUTESCOOTN Boogie ran well in here, but Nutsy, as his trainer Dave Canizzo told me yesterday, couldn't lose.
Can't lose.
He was right.
Puts away the filly, LUTESCOOTN Boogie. The other filly to the outside, Malibu Luna. And Maggie, Nutsy found another gear. Goes on to a clear, concise victory in race number 2.
Well, 2 things. You gotta love the irony of a gelding named Nutsy. And 2, I think we've been doing this show for 5 years now, and I think it's the first time that Andy and I have actually picked a decent price winner. Both of us, we've been on the same horse and has actually won. But there was a point that Kendrick Carmouche made a really decisive decision with Nutsy. As you said, Lafitte, he didn't break all that sharply, you guys said. But Kendrick got him into position going into the turn. He actually bulled his way through to the inside of Malibu Luna and said, nope, I am going to be here. I'm moving up around the turn. And it put Nutsy in that type of position where he could pounce on the leader. See, number 2, Bustin Scuffle kind of stumbled there and drifted into Nutsy at the start, though. But what a professional effort throughout here. And we'll see Kendrick say, okay, I got you in the clear, not getting kicked back here. And then he says, all right, we got to move up here. We've got to move up. See, he bulls his way out just a touch. It's race riding, and says, Malibu Luna, you're going to go wider than me because you're the horse I have to beat. I'm going to save just that much more ground than you. And it got Nutsy into the race, and I think this is the most aptly named horse that we've seen on the program, Lafitte.
Maggie with the line of the meet that Maggie can get away with. Andy and I probably quite not as fortunate. You saw the contact leaving the starting gate. The gelding, yes, Nutsy, 1854. I'd like to take another look at the start, though. A lot of contact, Andy, between LUTESCOOTN Boogie, who looked like she may have veered in, wiped out Safe Conduct, and did finish right in front of Safe Conduct, 1854.
Yeah, you know, the 2 coming, stumbling and coming into her, you know, you'll see that. And I think that Nutsy broke a little slowly because of that, so the 2 will come in, you'll see her stumble, and that comes over on her. And you have to really credit Kendrick and Nutsy for being professional enough, both of them, and all kidding aside with Dave Canizzo, a good job in getting this horse prepared for his first start. And Maggie alluded that moment in the turn, too. Kendrick realized the junior was coming over, and he said, no, I'm going through before you come over. Good race riding,
and had the gelding able to accelerate, the son of a Preakness winner in Exaggerator. Kendrick Carmouche, David Canizzo said he couldn't lose, and he goes out there and wins impressively in the second race at Saratoga. Nutsy graduates on debut, 1854. Results, reaction when we come back.
Triple Crown dreams can dawn anywhere. This one at Sequel, New York in the Hudson Valley, when Twin Creeks Racing foaled a handsome son of Constitution. Saratoga Stables chased the dream at the Fasig-Tipton New York bred yearling sale in 2018, when they outbid competitors to land 'Tis the Law. And at the 152nd Belmont Stakes, it was time to test the dream.
'Tis the Law, and the New York bred is gonna win New York's Belmont Stakes.
Make your dreams come true with the registered New York bred.
Orb, winner of the Kentucky Derby and Florida Derby. His runners have scored on both dirt and turf. His recent stakes success includes Mrs. Orb, winner of the Bay Ridge Stakes at Aqueduct, Pippin Stakes victorious Whoa Nelly, and Derloo, A determined runner-up in the Grade 3 La Cañada Stakes at Santa Anita. Classic winner, classic pedigree, or standing at Claiborne Farm.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Win, you win. Has Ticket Command close to home. Win, you win.
They come down to the wire, and Minute to Stardom upsets them at 20-1.
Beautiful day in Saratoga Springs. Our coverage on Saratoga Live brought to you in part by Run Happy. 2015 champion sprinter, never lost a sprint race, now standing at Claiborne Farm. Nutsy, victorious on debut for trainer David Canizzo. Standing by live in the winner's circle with Maggie.
He was very tough and professional upon debut. And Dave, you were telling anybody that would listen that you like this horse. Has he just shown you his ability from day one?
Since day one, he's been a good animal, done everything we've asked him, handles himself well. We gelded him at an early age. Carl Keegan at All Lines in Ocala had him on the farm, and he was a bit difficult to deal with. And he called me one day, he goes, this horse could run, but he can't take, like he's just out of his control. I said, cut him. I said, we're not here to make stallions, we're here to make racehorses. And from that day, straightforward as can be. And I mean, the first time I worked, he worked like a machine. I said, this horse is a real deal. And he just keeps getting better. Like he was probably only 75% ready today, and he did that.
Now, Dave, you are also very familiar with his family. You trained the sister, Mamma Mia Maria, with some success as well. Any similarities, any differences?
A lot. She was one of the best horses I trained. I bought her as a 2-year-old in Ocala for $40,000. And I loved her. She had a lot of issues though throughout her whole career. Knock on wood, this horse is iron. And when we saw this colt in Keeneland September, I was like, we got to buy him, because if he's half as good as his sister, he's going to be the real deal. And then we got lucky.
Yeah, ARNA, $35,000. Also, a funny story about his name, which I just think is funny because he is a gelding. But go ahead, tell the story.
So this horse is named after Brian Ivory, the owner. He's got 3 girls. That's where Ivory Sisters comes from. And they're all on the swim team up near Cortland. And the bus driver is like a good friend of theirs. He's a degenerate gambler, loves horse racing. And his nickname's Nutsy. And Brian always told him, if I get a good horse, I'm going to name him after you. And on weekends while the girls are in swim meets, he's on the bus gambling on his phone, Naira bets. So instead of asking if they're going to win, it's always, is your father going to win the 3rd race? So there's where Nutsy gets his name.
That is so fabulous, and congratulations, Nutsy, the swim team bus driver. Your namesake did you proud here at Saratoga. Dave, congrats.
Thanks a lot, guys.
Well, it couldn't get any more entertaining than our first flat race here today, with Nutsy taking home the victory for Dave Canizzo and Ivory Sisters Racing and the crew, and Kendrick Carmouche with a pretty game ride as well to get the job done, Lafitte.
A bus driver sounds like our kind of people, Andy.
I love that. I love that guy. It's awesome. I hope he got launched here.
1380.
I hope one day he can come to the racetrack and watch Nutsy run. Drive the bus.
As long as the employers aren't listening. Nutsy, 1380.
His ex-employers. People who used to employ him. Is that what you're talking about?
That's all right, well, he collected here, Nutsy, in the second race.
I'll give him a job.
There you go.
Now he's out.
Take care of Nutsy. Just groom. When we return, Swiss skydiver, Alabama favorite, ready for her New York debut. But how much does she have left after that big effort against the boys in the Bluegrass?
The Saratoga Derby Invitational features a talented field of 3-year-olds on the turf. Decorated Invader is the headliner. Trainer Christophe Clement has seen his talented 3-year-old win 3 straight stakes races.
Decorated Invader has taken the lead a deep stretch, and he's 3 for 3 as a 3-year-old.
Good as advertised in the Hall of Fame. Joel Rosario, thumbs up.
Watch the Saratoga Derby Invitational on Saratoga Live, Saturday.
Hello, you've reached the offices of West Point Thoroughbreds. Please leave your name and your number, and we'll get back to you as soon as we can.
Okay, starting to move now. He's fourth. He's on the outside now. He's pressing him now. There's the 1, the 7, and the 6. He's on the lead. There's another horse on the inside of him. He's pulling away. He's going to win this race. Oh! Oh!
This is Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. And the America's Best Racing's Race of the Week, the Grade 1 140th running of the Alabama. Field drawn yesterday, 7 3-year-old fillies running 1.25 miles. The purse $500,000. Post position number 5 for the highly accomplished Swiss Skydiver, even money on the morning line. Andy, what did Swiss Skydiver show you against the boys in this effort in the Bluegrass?
That she's a very good horse, which she's been showing in her other races. I mean, she lost Art Collector, who came back and buried the field and ran a similar 100 buyer in the Ellis Park Derby in his next start. She's just a very, very good horse. And you were talking about it yesterday, Lafitte. You know, we all thought she just got lucky to win at Gulfstream Park. And if she did or she didn't, she hasn't been lucky to win her other races. She's been good, whether she's won or she's run second. I think you still have to be a little concerned. Is she going to get better with more distance? We'll see. She's also traveled a lot.
And coming off that effort, Art Collector's second choice in the Derby? Yes?
Yeah,
second, maybe third
second,
choice somewhere in there.
I mean, Honor AP.
Second, Honor AP somewhere in there, but second in that race. It's a taxing effort and 1.25 miles. The combination, it's a tall order. It's a lot to ask.
Well, she's run a lot of good races, and she shipped a lot, right? She was at Gulfstream. She went to Oakland. She went to Santa Anita. She went to Keeneland. Now she's at Saratoga, so she has traveled a lot. But she keeps showing up. It's not like she didn't travel as other races, and she consistently is running fast figures.
Trevor
now
Denman would
trying
say,
a mile and a quarter.
the more they asked, the more she gives. Swiss Skydiver. And then Harvey's Little Goyle, your crush, versatile gray daughter of Triple Crown winner American Pharoah, regret winner on grass at Churchill Downs, late June. This was impressive.
It was. She got a little lucky, and I say that having bet her, so I'm not whining. The second horse, had to come through on the inside. It may have bottomed. The second horse, a very good horse for Graham Motion. Bill Mott had a real decision on his hands. She might have been the favorite in Sunday's Saratoga Oaks for the same money. But that's an ungraded race, and there's only one Alabama. And she can run again in the grass in the future. But a win in the Alabama, the prestige and the value that goes along with winning a race like the Alabama, it's too much to pass up. Because the reality is, you win the Alabama, And then you go back 3 weeks later, and somehow you manage to win the Kentucky Oaks, and now you're the leader of that division, or you might win an Eclipse Award.
Might as well hand you the trophy for champion 3-year-old filly in the Kentucky Oaks winner's circle,
yeah,
right?
It'll be hard because she's going to face some pretty good horses, but the Alabama, you can't pass up a chance to win the Alabama. Those are the kind of races that you have to run in if you have a chance.
And as we look at the fillies that have won the Alabama and the Kentucky Oaks, normally Kentucky Oaks, then the Alabama, there's been 14 of them, most recently Princess of Silmar, 2013. Question about strategy. Swiss Skydiver, post 5, Harvey's Little Goyle, post 6, with Junior Alvarado. What does Alvarado do when the gates open?
I think he's going to let the race develop in front of him. There's supposed to be some speed. Harvey's Little Goyle, now one of the Achilles heels for her, she has had trouble breaking. That's one of the things to regret. She broke perfectly. So hopefully Bill Mott has got her to get out of the gate better. She doesn't have a lot of speed. You always want to try to get a position going forward. Even though there isn't a ton of speed listed on paper, I have to think there's going to be some speed in here. Bob Baffert's horse, who we saw finish second,
Crystal Ball, Coaching Club American
she's
Oaks.
got to be going in that race. Swiss Skydiver is certainly going to be a forwardly placed horse. She's gotten good since she's been forward. And I think I have to think that Spice is Nice is going to be at least forward. I'm not saying she's going to be pushing the pace really hard, but I think we'll see an honest pace in this race. Now, there is a straightaway, so most of the first quarter is run down a straightaway. So even if you see a faster first quarter, it's because they're going down the straightaway. But I think you'll see an honestly run race, and they'll all have a chance to win. They're going to have to all do some running to beat Swiss Skydiver, but the 1.25 miles might be the great equalizer.
Spice is Nice, I think, sitting on a big effort for leading trainer Todd Fletcher. It's such an exciting race. Again, the most prestigious race for 3-year-old fillies at Saratoga on Saturday. 140th Grade 1 Alabama. Over the years, a champion-producing event. Can't wait. That's Saturday here at the Spa. Meantime, third race on the afternoon. Take a look at the field. This race completely changed, Andy, with all the scratches, defections, and now Olendon odds on early on at 3-5.
Well, people should remember there isn't a single horse that was scratched out of this race that was entered for the turf.
All main track only.
They're all main track only horses. So actually, this is exactly the race you knew it would be if it was running on the grass. And I think that's been the case. I think there was only really like one scratch in the card. It was a horse I like. Mike Maker saw I like the horse and promptly scratched the horse. You can't blame him. This is an interesting race because there isn't a lot of pace to begin with. And that could help a horse I like in the 2 KITTEN'S, COVERGIRL, who I think is going to benefit from less distance than she's been running. But you've got 3 horses, Olendon, Turf War, and Lost Ticket, coming out of the same race where they ran 2nd, 3rd, and 4th.
I'll go back to that race in just a moment. First, let's check in with Maggie. Maggie, while Olendon is odds on, let's start with number 7, Turf War, currently 7-2 here. 4, there goes that team again. Joel Rosario teaming up with Christophe Clement.
Yeah, I think she had the less than desirable trip as opposed to Olendon last time out when they met. And, you know, Turf War, she wasn't too far out of it down the backside. Then she kind of got really shuffled back around the turn, then had to rally on the inside, wasn't ever really clear throughout, and still managed to finish 3rd that day. I thought it was a very good return to the races as it was her first start off the bench. She looks very fit here. I'm glad that the connections have gone back to sprinting. She is, you know, of frame and physicality, probably the most of that turf sprinting physical makeup. So I think she's strong, she's fit here, and I think she's very, very dangerous, as she does strike me as one that possibly has fairly tough feet to work with, as she has those glue-on shoes. You can see the glue-on all over her foot, so her 2 front feet. But number 2, KITTEN'S, COVERGIRL, who Andy likes here, I love the turn back. She doesn't want any part of going a mile, in my opinion, and she's run well, going distances a bit longer than what she ultimately wants to do back at Belmont. And I thought she looked better than ever in both of those efforts, and again, the same thing, and she's back at the distance that she wants, of 5.5. So I think she's very dangerous. And then we'll check in with the Kentucky Invader coming back to Saratoga, where she does own 2 wins, is number 8, Originator. Just this mare always looks good. She's big, she's solid, she's all about her business. She's one that I've always felt as though she could be effective going longer, but, and she was last time, but that was in a beaten 40 claimer. So back against some tougher company here for sure, but I would never throw out Originator, as she has shown some affinity for the Spa, and once again looks fantastic now as a 5-year-old, Lafitte.
Looks great, says Maggie. So look out, riders up. When we come back, the post parade for the 3rd race, post time in 9 minutes. You're watching Saratoga Live.
off in the Run Happy Malibu.
Nucky has won the Run Happy Del Mar Futurity Clear.
Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
This proven son of Giants Causeway has sired 4 millionaires, including Claiborne Farm stallion Lee. Recent top runners include Cutting Humor, winner of the Grade 3 Sunland Park Derby, Grade 2 winner Sharp Samurai, international star Shamal Nibras, graded stakes performers Uncapped and Sweet Sammy B, and Bal Harbor, runner-up in the Grade 1 Woodward Stakes. His 2-year-olds have brought prices up to $310,000. First, Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Be a part of the racing action every Sunday during Saratoga with live money contests through Naira Bets. A $250 buy-in adds $125 your bankroll, while the other half goes to the all-cash prize pool. Follow along with the races on Saratoga Live and track the leaderboard standings on Naira Bets. After the contest, your ending bankroll and prize winnings are shifted back into your Naira Bets account to start betting or withdraw. Register to play today at nairabets.com/contests.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live, as always, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet anytime, any place, anywhere at nairabets.com. Horses on the track for race number 3 on the Thursday program. We start with the 3 to 5 favorite, All in Dawn and Irad Ortiz.
Feels like things are back to normal in Saratoga. Chad Brown and Irad Ortiz are massively overbet at 3 to 5. You know, she is the horse to beat, though. She may be finding a home sprinting.
KITTEN'S COVERGIRL cutting back in distance.
I think she can wire this field with the right aggressive ride.
Currently 9 to 1. Number 4, Lost Ticket, Hall of Famers, John Velasquez, Bill Mott.
The lack of pace works against her. She didn't have a wide trip last time, though.
Number 5 here, XANTHIQUE. Can she go back-to-back for Tom Morley?
I like this filly. It was a great claim by Tom, but the experiment, trying to cut her back in distance, I'm not confident will work.
Turf War, Christophe Clement. Exchanging pleasantries with him moments ago.
Yes, or unpleasantries, depending on how you look at it.
He said I'm a saint, and I agree with him.
This horse, what would he know? This horse also compromised by pace, much like Lost Ticket, and the trainer.
Originator, 9 to 1 on the outside here. Look, Ian Wilkes is not saddling a lot of horses. They are running.
She found the right field last time, but she also wanted a mile around 2 turns, and she's really more of a turf sprinter. So you could argue off a win, she's cutting back to doing what she does best. But is she good enough even on those conditions? She's not the worst long shot.
That's the field for this third race in 5 minutes. Meantime, don't forget you can earn an extra cash bonus today on the Late Pick 5 through Naira Bets. Hitter split $2,000 if you hit the Saratoga Late Pick 5 on the Naira Bets app. The app is available in the App Store or for Android on nairabets.com. That's later today. This third race in 5 minutes. Let's get back to All in Dawn. We need to watch her early on. She has a tendency to get a little too eager. Andy, rank, aggressive, pull, that can be problematic.
Yeah, and it's funny you bring it up because I was talking to Chad Brown about it last night, or yesterday afternoon actually when he was here, and I said, about her last race, you finally got her so she didn't pull, and he said that's why I cut her back in distance. So maybe you could get her to settle better, and she did. Now, there isn't much pace here, so she figures to be forward, but there was absolutely no pace in this race. Now, she lost to a heavily favored stablemate in Lady Lawyer. It was actually not a bad runner. That horse had the measure of her. But you're right. It's the first time that she hasn't pulled, and she's run very well in that race because she has been a massive disappointment since coming over from Europe. You're talking about a horse that was 4 to 1 in a Grade 2. She was only 6 to 1 in the Grade 1 Belmont Oaks, and Newspaper Record was in that field. So she was highly regarded.
Lofty expectations, yeah.
And it seems like this is one where Chad Brown's had trouble finding the right thing for her, and maybe he has now sprinting.
Is this the day, Maggie, that All in Dawn, the French filly, gets her first win here in the States?
I'm watching her trot, and I'm just like, I want to ride Olendon here, as she just has so much suspension for a thoroughbred. You don't often see that with the thoroughbred breed. It's more of a warm blood type of gait that she has going on there, but that does speak volumes as to how well she's possibly doing heading into this effort, as she is second off of a layoff, and I like the turn back, or excuse me, third off of a layoff. I like keeping her at sprint distances, to be honest. I think she is built for it. She has not changed at all. She's not grown. She's not filled out any more so, going from 3 to 4. And when that happens, I always think that time to offer a little less ground. So keeping her at these distances, I think, is ideal. So I don't mind her. I just thought there were more interesting horses in here than 3 to 5 on Olendon. As we will take a look at the long shot, and my husband's horse in here, number 5, that is XANTHIQUE. And look, she was entered last weekend in a route race, a 2-turn race at Monmouth Park last Saturday, but it was rained off, unfortunately. And this is not the ultimate goal. It just brings me back to a conversation Andy was having on the show last week about trainers and how they always want to win races, but heed the fact that, you know, sometimes it's just about getting a race into your horses, and that's exactly what's going on with XANTHIQUE here, as the end goal is to run her down at Kentucky Downs in September. But we'll see. She is very sharp. She's the most sharp that I've seen her in her 3 outings here in 2020. So it's always a good sign when you're offering a little less ground, but obviously physically she's much more suited to going longer, Lafitte.
Best of luck, Maggie. Tom Morley with XANTHIQUE. Javier Castellano, the Hall of Famer, aboard. Let's go back to her last start, Andy. This was June 28th, Belmont. XANTHIQUE, she was aggressive in the middle of this race, but victorious in the end.
Well, she was able to run down a horse, Joyous Times, and got loose in the lead, but it was a good ride by Javier, putting her in the game, because there really wasn't much pace in there. And beat a horse, Jazik, who actually did come back and run respectably well in her next start. First of all, it was a great claim by Tom Morley. He claimed her. She'd never been on the turf. He put her right on the turf and was immediately successful. And she's won over $150,000 since he claimed her for $50,000. She's nice. He's probably trying to find a spot for her. It's tough to find spots sometimes. I think sometimes you run a race where you say, well, it might not have been my first choice to run here, but you know, I'm going to take a shot, find out if she can sprint on the turf, and if not, find her the next spot that comes for her.
XANTHIQUE looking for back-to-back wins. Maggie wound up with number 7, Turf War, second choice at 3 to 1. And give us a sales pitch on KITTEN'S COVERGIRL, your top selection here at 8 to 1, and the speed she brings to the party.
Well, let's look at her and tell me that she isn't competitive on speed figures to begin with. She's not that much slower than anybody but the favorite. And obviously, the favorite is fast in her last race. But I really think the cutback will help her. 6 furlongs is probably the optimal distance for her, and I also wonder if she could just get an aggressive ride. I'd love to see David Cohen come out firing here and be able to control on the front end, and I think if he does that, she has a chance to upset this field. I don't love her, but I think that tactically she could get good position, and the price is certainly right.
He's pulled off a few upsets at the meet, and riding well, David Cohen, and some wins, and even though Robertino Diodoro, they're not necessarily linked. Diodoro just got his first win of the meet, and Cohen's won 5 races already. Most of those prices, and mixing it up with this find the best riding colony in North America. See how aggressive Cohen is, leaving the stalls with KITTEN'S COVERGIRL as they have reached the starting gate. 4 to 5, Olendon. Again, watch her early on. As Chad Brown told Andy, the key was cutting her back in distance. She was able to relax. If she's nice and settled early on, again, it's a sprint race. Doesn't matter quite as much. Saving something for the end isn't quite an emphasis. But a filly who arrived with big expectations, Group 1 placed overseas, she's better than she's shown thus far. Maybe this is where she's going to be most effective.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, I agree. It was hard because, listen, what he was doing with her wasn't working. So at that point, you've got to say, I got to do something different. Mm-hmm. You know, I don't know if this is going to work out, but I think at that point, you could say, if you're Chad, you're kind of on a free roll, right? Sure. Because, like, it's just not working. I mean, she can't win a race at odds on against inferior horses at Tampa. So at that point, you try something different, and that's what the successful trainers do. They find something that works for them. And a lot of times they'll tell you, I was just sort of throwing something against the wall and hoping something stuck, and in this case, it did. I'm not saying that's what Chad Brown did, but I think a lot of trainers will tell you a lot of it, sometimes it's not luck, but it's we take a shot and see if it works, and it does.
Todd Pletcher mentioned that in a post-race interview yesterday. when he was asked about starting a horse on a particular surface. Like, I really didn't want to run this horse on grass. That dirt race we wanted to go and just didn't fill, and this is where we wound up.
There was a pretty good trainer who had a horse that he kept running on the turf. It was about 25 years ago, and he kept running the turf, and the horse just never seemed to win for him. So he put the horse back on the dirt, and I think he won 16 straight.
Oh, yeah, him.
Yeah. So
He was
sometimes
pretty good.
very good trainers realize that they're running their horses in the wrong spots, and things change dramatically.
Cigar. Big Brown was never supposed to run on the dirt.
No, he wasn't. It was
That
an off-the-turf race.
Off the turf race in his 3-year-old debut. He was supposed to run in the juvenile turf as a 2-year-old at Monmouth Park and got hurt before the race.
Closing day, ran a wicked fast race, breaking his maiden by about 10 lengths. And they entered the turf at Monmouth. It rained, and Rick Dutrow said, well, I always thought he could run in the dirt. And he did run the turf once more, and he won.
Derby Preakness winner. All right, see how this all unfolds. Olendon still seeking that first win on U.S. soil. The French filly for Chad Brown, odds on with Irad Ortiz. A victory here, he would clear his brother by 1 in the standings. Andy Selection steps forward. Kitten's CoverGirl. How aggressive will David Cohen be? XANTHIQUE. Good luck, Maggie. Trained by Tom Morley. Maggie went with Turf War. There she is. John Embrial with the call. Third race live from Saratoga.
They're in the gate. And they're off. It's Kitten's CoverGirl. Now Olendon moves up from the inside. On the outside is Originator. In between horses there is XANTHIQUE. Then it's a break of 2 to Lost Ticket. And Turf War is at the back. On the inside, it's Kitten's CoverGirl. On the outside, XANTHIQUE. And the two of them are heads apart for the lead. Originator and the favorite Olendon sit just off the front pair, 3rd and 4th. The quarter went in 22 and 1. Lost Ticket is in 5th, and Turf War is the trailer in 6th. Now they're moving for the top of the stretch. Kitten's CoverGirl and XANTHIQUE, and they remain together. Originator down towards the inside is Olendon as the field comes into the stretch. And it is Kitten's CoverGirl, and on the outside, XANTHIQUE. XANTHIQUE, Kitten's CoverGirl. Looking to come on through is Olendon. Olendon chasing XANTHIQUE, who has the lead here. And it's going to be XANTHIQUE to pull off the upset. The favorite Olendon did get second, then Originator and Kitten's CoverGirl.
You were saying something about this being a good claim?
Yeah.
Wow.
And a good decision to take a shot in a race like this. And she was aggressive, and a very good job by Javier Castellano putting her on the pace. Once again, he and Tom Morley, sensing there wouldn't be much pace, sat on top of my horse and easily put away that horse. And you know what? Olendon had every chance to get it done. And she got through in the stretch, and she was just second best.
XANTHIQUE, back-to-back victories. Maggie, congrats. XANTHIQUE, you're pulling off the upset at 8-1.
Off the duck, guys. Woohoo! What a good girl. She was sharp, and what a confident ride by Javier. I'm like, Javi, ask her. And he was just sitting chilly until about past the 8th pole. So you had to feel confident that he felt as though he had a lot of horse underneath him. Look, as Andy had mentioned, there wasn't a lot of pace on. Great decision by Javi to keep her close, because she can be close, even her route races, and she was that much sharper today. And I'm just so pleased for the owners, Kath and Greg Pileski. They are such great people for this game. And who knows, maybe they're giving their other horse, trained by Ray Handel with XANTHIQUE, I'll handle the cash, a little run for her money. I do think we're going to stretch XANTHIQUE back out, though. But hey, we've got options now. Laveet?
Options. You saw Tom Morley. You can hear the excitement in Maggie's voice. They mentioned Kentucky Downs maybe in September. Options, absolutely. XANTHIQUE, the Hall of Famer Javier Castellano. Hand ride. A little reminder, she responds and defeats this field handily. XANTHIQUE over Olendon 5-1, 8-2 in this third race at Saratoga. We are going to pause for a moment here. We're going to reset. We're going to welcome in our new viewers as our coverage continues here on Saratoga Live, Alabama Week coverage continuing. The Thursday program rolls on. Results and reaction coming up. XANTHIQUE in the third at the Spa. Saratoga Race Course in Saratoga Springs, New York. It's Alabama week, and the favorite is here. Swiss skydiver, 3 days until she takes the stage. Meantime, today's feature, 17th running of the Union Avenue for New York breds. RATAJKOWSKI, she is sharp and the one to beat. 6-5 morning line favorite to be ridden by Jose Ortiz, tied with brother Irad. 32 wins apiece atop the Saratoga Riders standings. Newly minted 7-5 second choice in the Union Avenue. Never second choice. Favored in 9 straight races. We'll see what the handicappers think around 5:15 Eastern. Gorgeous day in Saratoga Springs. As always, our coverage brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Just outside the paddock, welcome everyone. I'm Lafitte Kai. Hard to believe. This is halftime essentially. 20 days down, 20 left of the Saratoga meet. It's Alabama week. There's so much great racing still coming your way. The Alabama, the most celebrated race for 3-year-old fillies at Saratoga. We'll continue to preview throughout the afternoon. And today, we just ran race number 3. We'll clean that up in a moment. 10 race program in total. Featured Union Avenue for New York breds, the 17th edition. That's coming up in race number 9 as I welcome in my co-host, New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling. You believe we're already at the halfway point?
I know, it's incredible.
Where'd it go?
I don't know. It's so much fun being here. I know there's no fans here, but being in Saratoga with great racing and, you know, the terrific weekend with Tiz the Law winning, there's still a lot of good racing left to go, but we are now a little over halfway done with the Saratoga meet.
When did I become like your work wife? Yesterday?
You know, some people
today,
are just born lucky.
Tomorrow? Not if you ask Christophe Clement.
He's just jealous.
Says, Lafitte, you're a saint all this time you spend with Andy
He sort of
Serling.
invites me over to his house for dinner, so you're a saint. You have to work with me. He's the idiot that somehow seems to choose my company occasionally.
Union Avenue, the feature today. This is a really fun matchup between RATAJKOWSKI. Let's take a look at the field for the Union Avenue. Race number 9, RATAJKOWSKI drawn inside at 6-5, newly minted to the outside at 7-5. Andy, what makes RATAJKOWSKI exciting? Why should we be excited to watch her today?
She's fast and she's consistent. She always shows up. Now, she's going to potentially have to deal with some other speed from the winner of this race last year, Carrera Cat. She's going to have to work out a trip from the rail. But at 5 for 8, she is a fast horse that seems to show up, and she's as honest as they come.
4 straight wins for RATAJKOWSKI against New York breds. Like, do you care that she's never broke from the rail? Do you care she's never tackled 7 furlongs?
No, I don't worry about the distance, and I don't really worry about the rail, but because of the way the race sets up, because the other speed is outside of her. If she had post 3 and the other speed had post 5, it puts her in that predicament where you're chasing inside, because horses, if you're going to be stalking a pace, you're better off doing it outside, and sometimes you're inside, you get hounded. So will they let Carrera Cat go? And she has stalked and sat second before and won RATAJKOWSKI, but it allows her chief rival, newly minted, who draws the outside but also has speed. She can make her own trip. RATAJKOWSKI will have to work out a trip.
Fun race coming up, the Union Avenue. Let's take a look at the remainder of today's schedule, brought to you by Claiborne Farm. We watched hurdlers in the opener, 3 races down, and 7 flat races remain. Temperature in the low 80s. Main track is fast. Turf courses are firm. And as we just mentioned, just halfway through the meet, plenty of time to get involved. Join us here on Naira Bets. Best way to get involved with the races on Saratoga Live. New members use promo code SPA when signing up and earn up to a $200 deposit match after their first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, and join now at NairaBets.com to earn that $200 deposit match. Your best bet, my friend, what'd you come up with today?
Nutsy in the second race.
The first time starter that paid $13.
Now, I'm not allowed to red board. I'm not allowed to give out a horse that won. I'm interested in horse in the last race. The good news, I won't be on the show to take abuse if she doesn't win. My friend Steve Christ is actually coming up. He and his friend Ken Durrett own this horse. And she ran very well in her debut. In her next start in the slop, she got slouted at the gate and lost all chance. Last time out, she just didn't have the speed in a race that was dominated more by speed horses. I'm hoping she can show her speed again, switching the turf. Her dam was a multiple winner on the turf. Verrazano, the sire, are more than ready. There's a great turf influence there. And I'm hoping Vivazano, breaking from post number 3, can wire today's 10th race.
Best of luck. Best bet of the afternoon. Vivazano in the 10th in final on the Thursday program. And here's what you just missed. An upset here for Tom Morley. Very excited. Maggie Wolfendale. XANTHIQUE, the Hall of Famer Javier Castellano, going to run away and hide here, essentially, Andy, and for a second consecutive win, and this one at a price.
And this is unusual. A horse that's proficient going longer distances on the turf tries to sprint in the turf for the first time and is not only able to show as much speed, if not more, than she's shown in the longer races, but persevere and win. You rarely see horses that can do both, and she's done it. And it's interesting, her dam, and this is why her connections were in the dirt before, was a very good dirt sprinter. But she's been a turf router, but apparently she might even be a better turf sprinter.
You're a big fan of the cut back in distance. Why do you prefer it more on dirt than grass?
It doesn't
typically
work on the grass. You would think it would. You would think that it would work better on grass than dirt. When we first started running an abundance of turf sprints here, I got buried for a couple years, continuously betting horses like XANTHIQUE. It just doesn't work that often because I feel that turf sprinters are usually very specific type horses. Under the right circumstances, a turf sprinter might be able to stretch out a little bit, but takes the right circumstances. The routers rarely cut back, and I'm beginning to wonder if maybe she's been a turf sprinter all along. She's just so talented that she could go long. And Maggie suggested that she might stretch out for her next start. But I think if you're Tom Morley, you might want to reconsider that and at least give her another chance turf sprint, because there's a chance this is the best race she ever ran.
Options moving forward, some versatility from XANTHIQUE in race number 3. When we return, we'll have more on that Thursday feature coming up a little bit later on. And RATAJKOWSKI, the fast New York bred, 6-5 morning line favorite in the Union Avenue. 4 straight wins against New York breds, but she will have to deal with the fence for the first time, tackling 7/8 of a mile for the first time.
Warfront. This son of Danzig ranks among the world's elite sires, with Grade 1 winners on dirt and turf, and star performers both at home and abroad. Warfront's success as an international super sire is unmatched. Recent stars include War of Will, a classic winner on dirt and now a Grade 1 winner on turf. In the auction ring, Warfront was the #1 sire by highest average at Keeneland September, with yearlings bringing up to $2.9 million. Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit nairabets.com.
Crystal Ball continues to battle on down towards the rail. On the outside, it's Paris Lights. Antoinette is in third. And now they're inside the 8th pole. And it is Crystal Ball and Paris Lights. And we've got a thrilling stretch duel in the Coaching Club American Oaks. The 2 fillies come down for the finish, and it's going to be Paris Lights.
Carrera Cat comes by the furlong pole in front. The one to catch a 2-length lead. JC Shooting Star closing on the outside, then Holiday Disguise and Fair Regis, but it's Carrera Cat. Carrera Cat takes the Union Avenue.
Carrera Cat and Rajiv Mirage, impressive in last year's Union Avenue. At the time, she had won 5 of 6, and then form really tailed off. Andy, today, a Union Avenue title defense, but her first start since November.
And we'll see if her trainer, John Morrison, who had a couple of big live long shots, win at Belmont Park and get her back to her good form, because her good form was good. And also want to send out some belated best wishes to our friend Rajiv Miraj, who rode her in those victories, as Rajiv and his wife Angie became parents for the first time at the end of July. So best wishes to them and their new son, Luca.
Congratulations to the Mirages. And yeah, he rode her to all those wins during that streak, that 5 of 6. Any reason to think that Carrera Cat shows up today?
Well, there's a reason to think. I mean, you think and hope that the good horse shows up. Obviously, she went completely wrong last year. You have to think that they wouldn't even bring her back if she couldn't run competitively, because they could have bred her this spring. So you have to be confident to a certain extent that she'll run well. Even if she runs as well as she's able to run, it's not clear that she's going to be able to beat her chief rivals in this race. But you hope she comes back and runs well, because the more good horses, the better. And John Morrison, an excellent trainer. If anyone can do it, he'll bring her back.
Quality group of New York bred filly and mare sprinters that's coming up race 9. Here's the field for that Union Avenue, the 17th edition. The bookends are very strong, with RATAJKOWSKI at 6-5, newly minted, down towards the bottom at 7-5. As for RATAJKOWSKI, let's start with her and Mrs. Orb. And the 1-2 finishers in the Critical Eye, mid-June Belmont Park. RATAJKOWSKI in front. Mrs. Orb charging at 17-1.
Right, Mrs. Orb, Mike Maselli, who just does an exceptional job with his horses, had a great year in 2019. She is, what a project, right? She couldn't win maiden 40 claimers. She finally won one on the turf, and she just transformed to a really nice horse. Now, I know that she lost by just a neck to RATAJKOWSKI, but she got a very fast pace to close into, and it really felt like she was going to get that one.
Couple more jumps.
But RATAJKOWSKI really dug in. That was RATAJKOWSKI's first race in almost 7 months. Mrs. Orb, it was 4 months, so she had a little bit more recency. I don't know that she can beat RATAJKOWSKI. This may have been her chance to do it, but you got to love the tenacity of Mrs. Orb, who's really improved for Mike Maselli.
She's improving. RATAJKOWSKI, the 4 straight wins against New York breds in those Gary Brode white and blue colors. She's a 6-5 favorite. Second choice is newly minted, down towards the bottom. Post position number 6. And the unraced since last fall's Heavenly Prize, where she finished second at 25 cents on the dollar.
Yeah, and it's hard for people that aren't following the race in New York to imagine. Look at the final time of that race for a mile, 1:39.2. Okay, a normal time for that group on a fair racetrack is around 1:36, let's say, 35 and change. So the track was 4 seconds at least slow. The half mile of 47, on the other hand, is a fairly honest half mile. So they came the first half in 47, the second in 52. So I believe that Newly Minted was tired out from chasing a fast pace, and that allowed Crimson Frost to pick her up, as she was a deep closer. So it's a better effort for Newly Minted than it may look.
And unlike RATAJKOWSKI, newly minted does have a win going 7/8 of a mile. That was in the Bowery. It was a long time ago, but still, on her resume, a win going 7/8 of a mile. A terrific weekend of stakes racing coming up with the Union Avenue a little bit later on this afternoon, but sights set on the Grade 1 Alabama on Saturday, the 140th edition. Much more on the Alabama, also the Saratoga Derby and the Saratoga Oaks later on in the program. Lots of big races for 3-year-olds on the heels of the Run Happy Travers last Saturday. In the meantime, we move forward with race number 4. They're back to the main track. Starter allowance, 1 1/8. 3-year-olds and older. Blood Moon, the early favorite at 2-1. Field of 6 here, Andy.
Yeah, I think Blood Moon is going to be very, very tough to beat in this race. You know, Danny Gargan's trainer, and we've talked about this in previous shows, he can be a bit streaky. He was a little cold. He's been on fire
hot
lately.
streak right now. Hot streak right now. When we return, paddock report, riders up, post parade, and there is Grit and Glory, the Maryland bred who won the very first race of the Saratoga meet. Much more from the spa. When we return, you're watching Saratoga Live.
It's a Motown, the son of Uncle Mo, to win the Remsen.
Motown flying, Motown will win a Thriller, Motown to win it, and Motown has won the Hollywood Derby.
Adrenaline pumping, hearts racing, the thrill of winning. And it all happens right here. Twin Spires, from the team behind the Kentucky Derby and the destination for horse racing wagering from around the globe. From beginner to expert, Twin Spires is betting made fun and easy. And for new players, once you place your first $25 worth of bets, we'll match that in bonus bets. Twin Spires, racing into your home. Download the app now. See site for details. Void where prohibited. Please wager responsibly.
They're off for the 8 Challenge Derby presented by Run Happy. Running away in the Run Happy hopeful. But Colleen wins the Run Happy that mile. Have won the Run Happy Grabbers.
Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by Run Happy, as always, the brilliantly fast 2015 champion sprinter. Always race medication-free. Now standing at Claiborne Farm, that's his home. Storied Claiborne Farm, where he occupies stall 1. Former occupants include Bold Ruler, Secretariat, Easy Goer. Maybe you've heard of him. Run Happy, who was a monster on the racetrack. Nobody could touch him in sprint races. Grade 1 King's Bishop winner at Saratoga. Named 2015 champion sprinter. At the age of 3, and now on to his second career as a daddy, starting to see the Run Happy 2-year-olds. Of course, that $100,000 bonus for any Run Happy wins a maiden special weight event at Saratoga, Del Mar, or Kentucky Downs. As we welcome in Acacia Courtney to the show for the first time here. Acacia, this paddock report, and what's going on with the favored Blood Moon and the shoes here?
Yeah, we do have a shoe repair. Lafitte, as the number 2 Blood Moon, did lose a shoe coming in here into the paddock on the left front hoof. So we do have a blacksmith always on hand, as is typical with every racetrack in the event that something like that does happen. So he's able to fix it up, file down what needs to be evened out, get that shoe back on, as though the shoes are what protects a horse's feet, and put a lot more stock into a horse's feet than may ultimately be presumed, as it is very, very important and can really affect pretty much a horse's whole demeanor, attitude. If something's not right with their feet, it really can affect them quite a bit. So we'll get those shoes back on. But just as far as Blood Moon in general, did run very well using his speed last time, going the mile and an 1/8, which he will be running today. And oftentimes that distance here is the great equalizer. Looks very, very fit. And it was interesting because I tried the turf 2 starts back, and I've actually seen him come along quite well. He's really matured a lot into the middle part of his 3-year-old season mentally. So now having that shoe repair is obviously a pretty standard procedure for these horses, but he's acting very well during that shoe repair. Looking at a couple of others, though, Linda Rice does have 2 in here. We'll start with the one Heirloom Kitten to the inside, who has gone 9 furlongs before, though on the turf. Did break his maiden on the main track last time, though. Interestingly enough, this is the first time that this horse is going to be on a fast main track. Was on a wet track last time and seemed to really handle the wet track very, very well. Now, what's interesting about this horse, and he looks very fit today, he's handled himself very well, and I can understand off of that win, keeping him on the main track and trying to get a little bit more distance and sticking with the mile and an 1/8. He has a flatter type of hoof, which is often the type of foot that we'll see preferred being on the turf, as it tends to skip over the grass a little bit better. I know many trainers are of the thinking that that type of hoof will often get over a wet track well too, as it does kind of mimic the grass type of surface. So I'm wondering if this one, how he will do on a fast main track. I guess that's my biggest question. But he does look fit enough, coming off of an open length score. The other Linda Rice runner is the 6 Grit and Glory, also coming off of a win. That one at a mile and an 1/8. Though stepping up in class today, he's the one just out of those 2 in this spot, this distance, this type of surface,
I would actually prefer him over his stablemate. Though, again, he will have to step up a bit, but he's got some races on the go back. I like him going the mile and an eighth. He's got good size. He's very forward in his energy, as is the typical of him. He's handled himself well here in the paddock. Just to wrap up the first rate coming out of a mile and an eighth try for Safi Joseph. And Safi did tell Maggie last time that this horse is kind of like a bicycle. You need to keep after him. And watching him in the stretch, I really could see that as he broke sharply. It was kind of a mild close coming behind Universal Payday, who did have a little bit of a stronger type of finish. So I'm curious if his second start here at Saratoga, and he's a smaller, handier type of horse, he will need to be kept after. But it is encouraging to see Irad Ortiz stay. And he's definitely a dirt horse, even though he started his career on the turf. Don't mind him at this distance. Might prefer him a touch shorter, but he is a horse that you'll need to keep after, as we do still have a slight delay here in the paddock as they're finishing up the shoe repair on the number 2, Blood Moon, getting the tack on him now. So it looks like his feet, Lafitte, are good to go.
Feet good to go. How long do you think it would take you and I, Andy, to change a horse's shoe?
Eternity.
Like forever, right?
That's like the joke about, yeah, how long it would take us? Forever.
You have to, like, I can't figure out a fitted sheet. Or working with Saran Wrap.
The idea of doing that, I ever since Chad Brown told me that the first time the blacksmith tried to shoe Lady Eli, she almost killed him, I thought, there's a job I could
I'm going to
never
stay
have
right
had.
here on the desk where it's nice and safe. Looking at Grit and Glory, Jose Lezcano will be subbing for injured apprentice Louis Cardenas. Let's go back to day one. This was one of the more memorable moments from opening day, Andy. Louis Cardenas, the apprentice, Grit and Glory, grinding him down in the first race of the meet, and the raw emotion we saw from Cardenas shortly thereafter.
Whatever happens in Louis' riding career, and I think he's a very talented rider who could have a good career in front of him, they'll never be able to take away from him that for about a half an hour he was the leading rider at Saratoga.
That's right.
And you know what? He deserved it, because he actually outrode some good riders, some arguably better riders than him, who may have moved a little prematurely in that race, and that's what enabled Louis, who was cool as a cucumber, to get it done. He's a good guy and a good rider, and hopefully he'll be back riding very soon.
Yeah, Louis Cardenas, as you look at Grit and Glory, unseated in a race on Sunday. He did suffer a concussion. He is off all mounts through Saturday. Look forward to seeing Cardenas back before long. As Andy mentioned, good young apprentice. I'd get a tattoo. I was once the leading rider at Saratoga.
People won't believe it, but he was.
Louis Cardenas. Today, Jose Lezcano with a Grade 1 victory under his belt at the meet. Vexatious in the personal ensign. Riders up. Blood Moon, your top selection with Luis Saez, who late start. Of course, he had tested positive for COVID-19. He was sidelined, obviously, and in quarantine, tested positive, was quarantined for at least 14 days. Since he returned, he's riding very, very well.
Well, he's an aggressive rider, and, he hasn't, he's got a lot of seconds. He's still doing fairly well. It's a very hard meet to come in late, because they always say at Saratoga how important it is for a rider to get off to a good start, because there's so many good riders here. You can fall out of favor fairly quickly around here, and to miss, the first week or so like Louis did, it puts you at a real disadvantage. And he and his new agent, Kieran McLaughlin, of course, retired from training to be his agent. They were behind it, but he's still doing well.
Luis Saez, tremendous rider. There he is. And as you mentioned for Kieran McLaughlin, it's going to be a potent team for a long time. Blood Moon, Andy's top selection at 2-1, and the speed that he does bring. Another look at him, the current favorite. And the Heirloom Kitten, 7-2, and I know you weren't a big fan of his coming into this particular race.
Well, listen, if he runs his last race, he's going to win. But that was done on a sloppy track, and it was a track that was very, very kind to speed. He has never been on a dry dirt track, only sloppy dirt tracks or the turf.
Get back to that most recent effort for Heirloom Kitten in a moment. First things first, this post grade 4, race number 4. Starter allowance, mile and an eighth, 3-year-olds and older. There is Heirloom Kitten. That daylight win in the 6th start of his career, finally breaking through.
And we'll see if he uses that rail position to show the same kind of speed he showed last time, because he's never really had that kind of speed in the past.
Blood Moon, your top selection, Luis Saez, 2 more wins yesterday.
Yeah, I just feel like Danny Gargan's barn has sort of turned it around, and it's not like he ran badly last time. I think he's a major threat to wire this field.
Bobby from the Palm, 1-2 straight. Now first after the claim for Bruce Brown.
Taking all that early Bobby money, he is feeding much tougher than he beat last time.
Number 4, First Rate, fourth, facing similar, day 2 of the meet.
He finished just a neck behind Blood Moon in that race, but he didn't really do any work to get there, where Blood Moon was working hard in the front end.
Number 5, Naughty Prince, lightly raced, undefeated, 3-year-old gelding.
And like the 6 Grit and Glory, he has a 9-furlong win here at Saratoga, but that was against an inferior field.
David Cohen aboard. There he is, Grit and Glory, looking for the second win of the meet.
Well, Jose Lozcano is going to have to ride him as well as Louis Cardenas did last time out. We'll see if he can get the job done. It's a tougher spot, but not impossible for Linda.
We skipped Blood Moon. There he is for Danny Gargan, the $450,000 purchase. Blood Moon, quick, Louis Saez aboard.
Yeah, and he's going to try to wire this field. Imagine go to the front. I have a question about Louis Saez. He won't be able to ride maximum security in the Pacific Classic. That's
right.
Is that the first time maximum security you'll have a different rider?
No, he had a different rider for the is it the San Diego? His comeback
you're
race
right. Oh, that's
that he
right.
had to
You're
gut out.
Right,
yeah,
right. You're right.
A couple of weeks ago.
Cedillo?
It was. God, I got my Saratoga blinkers on. I am blanking on the
Cedillo,
rider.
I want to
yeah,
say.
Abel Cedillo.
Abel
Cedillo. Yeah, we'll
He's
ride
a good
maximum
rider,
security.
right?
He is a good rider.
Yeah.
Very good rider. So yeah, without the jockeys doing much traveling, and for the better certainly. And for the handicappers, don't forget this on Sundays. Put your handicapping skills to the test each Sunday through Naira Bets. Naira Bets hosting a live money handicapping contest every Sunday during the Saratoga meet. Each contest is a $250 buy-in and all-cash prize pool seated with $2,500, but you have to register by 5 Eastern on Saturday. By 5 on Saturday to get in the competition, visit naira.com/challenge to register to play. It's important to remember because you're typically getting ready for the big race on Saturday. Easy to forget. Have to register by 5 on Saturdays for the Saratoga Sunday contest. Horses on the track warming up here. Heirloom Kitten, there he is. And yeah, first of 4 in here, coming off a win, Andy. This is the race you were talking about. July 10th, Belmont Park. After 5 straight losses, Heirloom Kitten cruises to this easy win in the slop, as you say, a speed favoring track.
Yeah, you know, in the old days, sloppy tracks like this always seem to be carrying speed. And Belmont Park was noted for not only that happening, but also the track getting quicker. Track records being set on sloppy tracks. You don't see it as much now, but this track, it was just impossible to close. The second place finisher did come back to win here, albeit in a very weak maiden race, but did get the job done, so maybe it gives a little legitimacy to the race. It's a fast race. I mean, I'm not going to deny it. From a speed figure standpoint, he runs back to that number. He's going to be very tough.
But your concern's not unfounded. He is cold on the board.
Well, it's just, as a handicapper, I think a lot of handicappers feel the same way. It's circumstance, you know, that lead horses to good performances and often bad performances, negative circumstances. And that's why there's something that people talk about called the bounce theory, which I'm sure a lot of people listening have heard of and some haven't, where a horse will run a big race and people say it's not going to run well next time, it's going to bounce. I think that's a bad way to look at it. A lot of times horses will run really well because the conditions are very, very favorable for them, like a horse like Heirloom Kitten. And the next time they run, they're either unfavorable or not as favorable, so they won't run as well. It's not that the horse didn't perform necessarily as well, it's the conditions didn't suit them.
I think also, as you mentioned, and Acacia mentioned, first time on a dry dirt track by Kitten's Joy, cold here at 5-1. Acacia, first rate, not cold on the board. The current 9-5 favorite here for Saffie Joseph.
Yeah, taking a lot of money now, and I understand it's Irad Ortiz and maybe a horse that ran okay last time out at this distance, but I'm curious as to why he is a much shorter price now than the number 2 Blood Moon coming out of that same race. But anyway, first rate was a very quick away from the pony, kind of broke immediately out of the post parade, almost running off a little bit, as you can see now with Irad Ortiz. Now, he's not a very big horse. I described him as the handier type, as there's not a ton of him. He's always been a little bit more of an energetic type. Saffie Joseph saddling him away from the rest of the field, as was typical when he was even with Jorge Navarro down in Florida. But I do think that his last couple of races were encouraging to see that he has some form. Because he's not a very big horse, and this is going a distance of ground when he's going to be kind of that one of those mid-pack types. See him kind of bobbing his head there in that very strong warm-up. I think it's going to be interesting for him as far as that stamina does go, because I felt that it was a little bit like he was running in place late. I mentioned him being a type of a horse like a bicycle that you need to keep after. I could envision him maybe not being too far off of Blood Moon with that warm-up. We talk about intent with the warm-ups. It was a more aggressive warm-up than I've seen from this horse in the past. And again, he's always been an energetic type and does have the ability potentially to be a little bit more forward if need be. The 5 Naughty Prince won going a mile and an eighth last time against a bit lesser. First off, the claim for Mertan Cantermasi, who I know it's not easy to claim off of Wesley Ward, especially with a horse that's 2 for 2, but this barn is really, really sharp with claiming horses and does a very good job in keeping them with good form. He is a very, very big horse. He looks like a mile and an eighth. Should certainly suit him quite well. But again, with conserving energy before this type of distance race, he was kind of trying to rear up in the saddling stalls. He was getting himself a bit warm, really on his toes in the paddock, energetic out there on the track as well. David Cohen's a strong rider, hopefully going to be able to wrangle in some of that energy a little bit more as he's acting a bit better out there on the track. Given his size and, again, going this mile and an eighth Lafitte, you want to conserve every bit of energy that you can.
Big boy, Acacia trying to pull off a big upset. 14-1, Naughty Prince. As they approach the starting gate, 9-5. Andy's top selection, Blood Moon. First Rate, 9-5 as well. Final thoughts before they move into line.
It's funny, First Rate is favored in pick 3s, but Blood Moon is an overwhelming favorite in the double. It's sort of odd. You don't usually see that in the betting. I think that Blood Moon is very much the horse to beat in this race, and I prefer Grit and Glory. I didn't like First Rate, but he's not impossible. The 2 horses that you're hard to see winning are Buy from the Palm and obviously Naughty Prince, who's over his head. Other than that, I guess anything's possible.
Blood Moon, Louis Saez, right to the front, yes?
Yes, he has to be aggressive. Now, we'll see if Heirloom Kitten can be as quick on a dry track and be effective at all. If not, then Blood Moon's going to find himself in front. He's faster than these, and he's going to be very hard to run down.
It'll be fun to watch the race riding, the approach strategy going into the first turn. Eric Cancel right there with Heirloom Kitten. How aggressive. Blood Moon, Louis Saez getting position going into that first turn. Blood Moon steps forward, 9-5. Field of 6 going a mile and an eighth. John Embrial standing by with the live call. 4th race, live from the Spa.
Waiting for Naughty Prince and Grit and Glory. There in the gate. And they're off. Heirloom Kitten from the rail, hustled out for the lead. Naughty Prince far outside. Grit and Glory. First Rate is up close, and down on the inside is Blood Moon as they go around the clubhouse turn. The leader is Heirloom Kitten in front here by a length. The Blood Moon, Naughty Prince heads apart 2nd and 3rd. Grit and Glory in the clear on the outside in 4th. First Rate is running in 5th. And Bobby from the Palm trails the field in 6th. And the opening quarter was run in 24 seconds. Heirloom Kitten takes the field up the backstretch. It is Heirloom Kitten in front here. And the lead is about a length. Naughty Prince, long shot on the outside, 2nd by a half length. And down at the rail is the favorite Blood Moon, who's running in 3rd. Then it's Grit and Glory. Bobby from the Palm is making a wide move there. Bobby from the Palm is now up to 4th. Then it's Grit and Glory, and the First Rate is back running in 6th. The half one in 49-1. It's still Heirloom Kitten in front here by a half length. Naughty Prince is in between horses, and Bobby from the Palm on the outside. So 3 of them stacked across the track, and right behind the threesome of Grit and Glory, in between horses First Rate, and Blood Moon down at the rail. It is still Heirloom Kitten who is holding on to the lead. Bobby from the Palm. Here comes Blood Moon now making a rally. 3/4 in 1, 13-3. And the field is in the stretch. It is Heirloom Kitten who has opened up here. Heirloom Kitten in front by almost 4 lengths. First Rate is down at the rail. Then it is a Blood Moon, followed by Grit and Glory and Bobby from the Palm. Heirloom Kitten put on the lead by Eric Consell, and it's a front-running victory. First Rate was second. Blood Moon finished third.
Figuring things out, Heirloom Kitten, after 5 straight losses, now 2 straight daylight wins, one in the slop, and handles the fast ground just fine today.
Yeah, and taking advantage of the rail position because a number of riders tried to be aggressive from the gate, including Eric Hansel, but with that rail position, he was able to establish the lead. An honest pace. It wasn't blistering, but it wasn't dramatically slow. And Heirloom Kitten showed last time it wasn't the slop. This horse has just turned his career around for Linda Rice, and a good job by Linda. It's now 2 for 2 on the dirt for Linda, and really gave nobody else a chance.
No, running them off their feet with Heirloom Kitten. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say, it's not like Luis Saez didn't try with Blood Moon. For people that say one didn't have a lead, he tried.
I thought he was quicker going. He just wasn't.
Yeah.
He couldn't keep up. Acacia, Heirloom Kitten, and Eric Cancel take full advantage, wire to wire.
Yeah, he certainly did, and that was the smart thing to do. And I think sometimes it's a misconception that maybe you don't want to try to run out to the front going a mile and an eighth. Love having speed going this distance. And the number 2, Blood Moon, you can see it right there at the corner of your screen. He was a bit late switching to his outside lead, too. When Luis Saez was really asking him to try and tackle Heirloom Kitten, he was still on that inside left lead. And when he did switch, he didn't really find another gear. At that point, Heirloom Kitten was off and away from him First Rate coming up the rail to get second, but having that position, not having too much left to do when you're going a mile and an eighth, that was the key. And totally agree with Andy. Hats off to Linda Rice for seeing that this horse really is much better on dirt.
He's reinvented himself. There she is, Linda Rice, who won a training title here in 2009. It could be a big day for Linda Rice with Heirloom Kitten the win here and newly minted later in the Union Avenue.
And Linda with her mom, of course, and her father, her late father, Clyde Rice, a legend in this game for a long, long time. But Linda does an exceptional job. You know, she is very, very shrewd and very smart, placing her horses. And one thing about Linda, and this is true of a lot of good trainers, but when a horse of Linda's gets in good form, it just can really hold that form for a while. She does a really good job. They're a terrific trainer.
Perfect example of just that with Heirloom Kitten as he enters the winner's circle with Eric Cancel. 1-4-2-6 in this 4th race from Saratoga. We'll make it official when we come back. Maybe hear from Linda Rice. Again, well represented, newly minted in the feature later on. But for the time being, just posing for pictures in the Saratoga winner's circle. We'll be right back.
Be a part of the racing action every Sunday during Saratoga with live money contests through Naira Bets. A $250 buy-in adds $125 your bankroll, while the other half goes to the all-cash prize pool. Follow along with the races on Saratoga Live and track the leaderboard standings on Naira Bets. After the contest, your ending bankroll and prize winnings are shifted back into your Naira Bets account to start betting or withdraw. Register to play today at nairabets.com/contests.
Golden Sense was Intimicious' best son at the racetrack. I think Golden Sense has a real chance to produce a classic distance horse. They've got a ton of heart. They're very competitive. They've got athleticism. They've got speed. The Golden Sense just have that it factor. They look like the good Intimicious.
Everybody else chasing Mr. Money.
By my standards, has won the New Orleans Classic.
I think he's got a big future.
Nominate now for the Thoroughbred Industry Employee Award.
Nominate now.
Have you nominated?
Nominate now.
Nominate now.
Nominate now.
You should nominate now.
Nomina hoy para los premios de la industria.
Nominate today.
What are you waiting for? Why haven't you nominated yet?
We're back on Saratoga Live, our program brought to you as always by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. As Heirloom Kitten took race number 4, and I'm joined by winning trainer Linda Rice, who saw that Heirloom Kitten turned out to be a much better dirt horse despite being by Kitten's Joy. What was it that prompted you to keep him on the main track, Linda?
You know, he had been running on the turf. I claimed him to be a turf horse, but his turf races were disappointing. And he was training so well on the dirt, and he's got a full sibling that was a dirt horse. So I said, you know, let's try this horse in the dirt. He's failing on the turf. And sure enough, he's a dirt horse.
And last time out was on a wet track. Today was actually his first time on a fast main track. Were there any concerns about trying the fast main track today, or you just thought this was the right surface for him?
You know, you're always concerned when a horse runs a huge number in the mud that they're just a mud-loving horse. But in his case, he'd worked so well on the dry track and the dirt, I thought, you know, that doesn't have to be the case here. This horse may just be that good on the dirt. And we were holding our breath that he would run just as well on a dry track.
Well, he absolutely did today, and a big finish to win the 4th here. But coming up a little bit later in our feature in the Union Avenue, you have Newly Minted off of the layoff. What have you been seeing from that horse, who was certainly in excellent form before that break?
Yes, Newly Minted. She's been a joy to have in the barn. You know, I bought her as a 2-year-old in training in Ocala, and but she had been in training for over a year. When the pandemic showed up, I decided to turn her out and give her a break. She'd been going for a long time without a break. So we gave her a break in the spring, and this is her first start back. You know, she, you know, as a trainer, I'd always like another breeze into her before the race, but I'm happy to get her back started again.
And quickly, she has an outside post in a smaller type of field. Do you like that for her, going the 7 furlongs?
Absolutely. It seems like every time I put this filly in a race, she's in the 1 hole, but I think the outside is a very good position for her. She can stalk, she can settle off of it. She has enough natural speed that she can press the pace if needed.
Looking forward to seeing her later. Linda, thank you and congratulations on the win here.
Thank you, Acacia.
Linda Rice has a win here in race 4. Newly Minted coming back a little bit later on. Looking forward to seeing that filly tackle RATAJKOWSKI. Should be a nice matchup between those two, Lafitte.
Keisha, thanks so much. Does that change anything for you, Andy, when Linda Rice just said, I'd, quote, like to have one more breeze, unquote, regarding Newly Minted?
Have you ever heard a trainer say off a layoff, I'm some version of,
Just
not say,
wondering what you thought.
I'm a work short. Trainers are always making excuses before the race. So after the race, they can say, I'm surprised. And, you know, or if they lose, they can say, I knew they were short.
Andy calls it just trainer speak. We'll see if it's trainer speak a little bit later on. Linda Rice having a terrific meet, Newly Minted later in the feature. And when we come back, leading trainer, 13-time leading Saratoga trainer Todd Pletcher, cornered in a cart by Jonathan Kitten'S on the backside. Cart Talk with Todd Pletcher is next.
Alabama features Santa Anita Oaks winner Swiss Skydiver.
Swiss Skydiver brings her skills to the West Coast, and she rocked, was much the best.
She took on the boys in the Bluegrass Stakes last time out.
What an effort from Swiss Skydiver to be second.
And Fairgrounds Oaks winner Bonnie South makes her Saratoga debut.
It's Bonnie South who bounced home by 2.5.
Don't miss the 140th running of the Alabama on Saratoga Live Saturday.
If your run-happy 2-year-old wins a maiden special weight at Saratoga, Del Mar, or Kentucky Downs, you shall receive a $100,000 bonus. Remember, win an extra $100,000 in 2020 when your run-happy 2-year-old wins a maiden special weight at Saratoga, Del Mar, or Kentucky Downs. Be happy and run happy.
This September, Fasig-Tipton will host an unprecedented showcase, combining the best of our traditional selected yearling sales into one extraordinary catalog. 662 yearlings approved on pedigree and confirmation, with over 175 New York breds from America's #1 auction company by percentage of Grade 1 winners and graded stakes winners sold. Selected sales, superior results. The Fasig-Tipton Selected Yearling Showcase, September 9th and 10th in Lexington, Kentucky.
Adrenaline pumping, hearts racing, the thrill of winning. And it all happens right here. Twin Spires, from the team behind the Kentucky Derby and the destination for horse racing wagering from around the globe. From beginner to expert, Twin Spires is betting made fun and easy. And for new players, once you place your first $25 worth of bets, we'll match that in bonus bets. Twin Spires, racing into your home. Download the app now. See site for details. Void where prohibited. Please wager responsibly.
Saratoga Live brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. And naturally, the America's Best Racing's Race of the Week. It is the 140th running of the Grade 1 Alabama champion producing event. Mile and a quarter, field drawn yesterday, 7 3-year-old fillies. Purse $500,000, post position number 5, Andy, for Swiss Skydiver, even money on the morning line, and that's what happens when you run this well against the boys in the Bluegrass.
I mean, she's been terrific for Ken McPeak. She just completely turned her career around down at Gulfstream Park, that Gulfstream Park Oak win, and then she had a brilliant race beating Venetian Harbor at Oaklawn. She ran very well in her subsequent start at Santa Anita. She's traveled all around the country, and I think, you say, well, is that traveling going to catch up to her? Well, it hasn't so far. Maybe she's enjoying the traveling, and it's no disgrace to lose to a horse like Art Collector.
Second or third choice if the Derby were run tomorrow. Art Collector, this filly, the doubters, it's always but this happened. Like, you go back to that Gulfstream Park Oaks, but it was race shape. She has been on an absolute tear. That race with Venetian Harbor, as you referenced, and then that race in the Bluegrass, she's very underrated and very good.
And also, the change in her occurred when they started being more aggressive with her. And the same thing happened with Gunrunner a couple of years ago. Yes, Gunrunner got older and he matured, but it also coincided with him being more aggressive. And I think that's what's really helped with Skydiver.
About Spice is Nice. For trainer Todd Pletcher, John Velasquez to ride. She had that big maiden win, $1 million purchase. Things didn't work out in her graded stakes debut. This race, this was impressive, I thought.
It was, no question about it. Got a big fig, and she was impressive winning. A couple of things I'll say. The horse who was second, C'est Moi, she came back in a 4-horse field over the weekend, was a heavy favorite, and she finished 4th. And the other thing I'll say about Spice is Nice, and I imagine Todd Pletcher has the same concern. She's looked very good. The company's been a little bit softer. She's gotten to graded stakes, and she has not run nearly as well. So she's going to have to put up in the stake races. And sometimes you get good horses that run well against easier company, and then somehow they put a grade on the race. The company's a little bit tougher, and they don't show up. We'll see. The Curlin's supposed to get a mile and a quarter, but she has a dam that was a Grade 1 winner at 7 furlongs. So is she necessarily suited along just because she's a Curlin?
Trained by Todd Pletcher here, who's the leading trainer at Saratoga, 13-time champion trainer at the Spa. Like, why wouldn't you want to sit down with Todd Pletcher, right? In the 2 wins in the Travers, 2 wins in the Alabama, seeking a third. Todd Pletcher, Jonathan Kinchin, Cart Talk, the third installment.
Todd, I appreciate you taking the time this morning. There's a couple questions we got to get started with first. Most importantly, you're a Texas guy, so I got to put you on the spot. Longhorns or Aggies?
That's a tough one. Right now I got two sons at Texas A&M. One will be a senior, one will be a junior. My wife graduated from University of Texas, so we've got that split thing going on. And then we've got a daughter who's narrowed it down to kind of 3 colleges, Wake Forest, Texas, and Texas A&M. So she'll probably be the one that sways it one way or the other.
The other thing, when I do these card talks, I've always had these questions I want to ask the people I'm getting to sit with. One question I've always wanted to ask you is, how much do you spend every year on the landscape at your barn? It's beautiful.
I don't know what the budget is, but the one thing I learned from Wayne is, you want your barn to look good. And, the idea is if it looks good, it carries over some pride to everyone. And, everyone wants to maybe pay a little more attention to detail, and hopefully that spills over into the care of the horses as well.
Your influence doesn't stop with the equine. I think there's also human influence. Obviously, you come from the D. Wayne coaching tree, but you've kind of got your own little mini coaching tree going. Does that make you pretty proud to see those guys having that success?
Yeah, I love seeing those guys do well. And, the one common theme that I think everyone from Wayne's coaching tree to our coaching tree and to all those guys is their work ethic. They're all, you see them out every morning working hard. And I think that's the one thing that we've all learned from Wayne. You get what you put into it, and it's a lot of hours. It's a commitment. But, if you're willing to do that, it'll pay off. And so I'm not surprised to see any of those guys doing well. They're all really good horseman and dedicated, and I'm happy to see him doing so great.
Todd, obviously everything's a lot different up here at Saratoga this summer without the fans here. Is it kind of eerie for you walking through the stands and seeing not seeing any fans?
Yeah, I guess eerie and disappointing, a little bit sad, to be honest with you. I mean, one of the great things about Saratoga is it's one of the few places that we really get a daily attendance and a big crowd, an enthusiastic crowd, and a knowledgeable crowd. And so, that part of it's sad because there's so many people that would love to be here participating, watching some, the best racing in the world. And so that part of it's sad. I mean, I feel fortunate that we've been able to continue on and that we're still being able to at least deliver that product to people's homes. But it's not the same without the people, And I mean, when you come in early Travers morning and there's people lined up all the way down the street waiting to get in to grab those picnic tables. I mean, that's so cool to see, and to not have that, it's sad, but we're all trying to make the best of it that we can, and thankfully we're able to at least keep going.
You got a big weekend ahead of you here. Obviously the Alabama with Spice is Nice. Tell me a little bit about Spice is Nice and the distance of the 1.25 miles.
Well, we've always felt like she's a true two-turn filly. She's a big, scopy filly. Curlin, obviously, a big influence. Dame Dorothy ended up winning probably, her biggest race that you're talking about, going 7/8, but she was always the kind of filly that we thought had the ability to do just about anything. So I think this filly is just dying for the 1.25 miles, and we're hoping that we have enough seasoning into her. It's coming up a very, very difficult race, but we feel like the 1.25 miles is to her advantage, and I think she's one that we still haven't seen the best of. When she continues to develop in the fall, and as a 4-year-old, I think we're going to see it her best. But we really feel strongly that the 1.25 miles is going to suit her well.
Todd, I appreciate you taking the time. Best of luck this weekend.
Pleasure. Thank you.
Kart Talk taking on a life of its own. Well done, Jonathan Kinch and Todd Pletcher. As you look at these standings here with these 17 victories, you could sit there and talk horses with Todd for hours and hours and hours, Andy.
I agree. He's about as interesting, thoughtful, intelligent, also funny guy you could find in racing. I think Todd's biggest flaw in that department, I've told this before, is he should do more of those things. He should be out there more often because he's really a very, very smart, interesting guy and extremely thoughtful. And like the rest of us, he's started to have been around for such a long time. He's got an incredible reservoir of information in the game, and I can't think of anybody that's more interesting to talk to in racing than Todd Pletcher.
That coaching tree, going back to Dwayne Lucas with Todd Pletcher, and now seeing someone like Michael McCarthy, who worked underneath Todd, learned underneath, and all the success he's having.
He's having a great, City of Light, a lot of people know Michael McCarthy because of City of Light a few years ago, but he's having a great year. He's got Speech, who's one of the top fillies going into the Kentucky Oaks, and I agree. And you saw Jonathan Thomas, Catholic boy, in the winner's circle for the Travers as well, and of course George Weaver celebrating that win with Vekoma in the Met Mile.
Deep, deep roots in that coaching tree. Todd Pletcher, a great addition of a Kart Talk. We'll see about Spice is Nice on Saturday, see if Pletcher can earn his 3rd win in the Alabama, current leading trainer at Saratoga. Next race at the Spa, race number 5, $40,000 maiden claimer here. Take out number 1, Tuck In, and take out number 10, Hey, It's Tanti, also Madam Deputy. We check in with Acacia in the paddock with this paddock report, starting with number 2, New York Supreme. Acacia.
And the question about New York Supreme Lafitte is, how is she going to act today? And are we going to see some more speed with picking up Luis Saez? I would imagine so, as she was very rank, headstrong, hard to handle. When off the pace, she did not seem to appear to like being behind horses last time out, really throwing her up her head and fighting with John Velasquez. She's here with the pony in the paddock today. I saw the same from her last time, but last time out she acted well in the paddock and then got a bit keen on track. She's a little bit more on edge, a little bit more energetic in the paddock today, but keeping her with that pony again. Don't mind her switching to turf. She does have a sibling that won twice on the grass as well. The question is going to be if she's going to be a bit more forward, if she's going to stop fighting her rider, as that expends a lot of energy, and she was virtually kind of pulled up out of the race, though she did cross the wire second to last time out. Moving on to number 6, She's So Naughty, another one trying the turf for the first time. They tried to get her on it last time out. She's by congrats on the bottom side, plenty of turf pedigree, being out of a Medaglia d'Oro mare. Had another foal that won 3 times on the grass, and she's a lot sharper today than what I've seen from her saw from her back in May. I didn't like that at that time she was a Todd Pletcher firster who debuted with blinkers. Usually that's a negative for me. She's kept those shortcut blinkers on. She's very fit. She's very on her toes. Again, a little bit more than I've seen in the past, and a decent type of flatter turf hoof as she will get on the grass for the first time today. She also showed more speed last time, though it was a soft race and that off the turf group. So we'll see if the turf moves her forward today. The number 7, Frenchie Frou Frou. I like this one turning back to a sprint distance. She's much more rounded behind. She's been very sluggish out of the gate in her 3 races so far. Watching the head on all of those, it just seems like she kind of just lollygags a little bit out of the gate, and that's when sometimes horses do end up coming over on her. So adding the blinkers today, that might help her to get out a bit sharper, maybe have a little bit more focus. But physically, I like her better sprinting, and her sprint race on the grass 2 back was strong. The 12, Dream Chasing, finally, she showed a lot more speed last time, though unfortunately did get a bit tired in the stretch to be run down by a long-time maiden who had some okay races, but she's going to need to be able to sustain that speed. The question will be from an outside post if she's going to be able to get clear and sustain it. She does look fit. She's well-muscled. We'll see if she's able to, again, sustain that speed coming out of that second-place finish last time, Lafitte.
Acacia, Saddle Towel 12, post position 10, Dream Chasing, the current tepid favorite at 3-1 here. Post parade, Andy, New York Supreme. There she is, and Louis Size in the saddle.
Don't know what happened to her speed last time. If she refines it here, she can run well. She's a half to a turf winner named Fled, but she's going to be the second choice or vie for favoritism here, and I feel like even though I like her chance, she's over bet.
Contention inside. Here's a contender, Robin Sparkles, turf debut in her second career start.
She also has speed, but what she doesn't have is a dramatic amount of turf pedigree outside of elusive quality to sire.
Number 4, Prairie Tales, first-time starter, second at 2 for Bruce Brown.
Back-to-back for Bruce Brown. This one's a long shot.
As is Smokin' Hot Kiss, who just has not been competitive in her first 4 tries, all on dirt.
And they try the turf, but she's not bred for it.
Number 6, She's So Naughty. Javier Castellano rides for the first time.
There is some turf pedigree on this one. She'd have to improve a lot off her dirt form.
Frenchie Frou Frou. Acacia mentioned this. She needs to get out of the gates cleaner today.
She does. I like her chances in this race. I thought her turf sprint was good after she got eliminated at the start. She made a big wide run at a time you wanted to be inside in the stretch, and I think she's a major player in my top selection.
Your top selection at 7-1. A Big Red Girl. Joel Rosario takes over. Interesting.
I have absolutely no idea why this horse is taking so much money.
Joel Rosario
did have some trouble in her one turf race, but it was a slow race.
Vinda Machine, make the rider, Ricardo Santana.
And George Weaver will say, and he trained her damn, I believe, Vinda, she is not a chip off the old block.
Number 11, Bonus Baby by Claiborne Stallion, Flatter.
And this one's got plenty of turf pedigree. The second generation,
right.
There's 3 stakes winners in there. I don't know why this one's not taking money. A massive overlay.
16-1. And on the outside, Dream Chasing, Tepid Choice, Belmont, Travers winning jockey Manny Franco.
And, of course, the now second leading trainer, chasing that dream of winning the Saratoga training title. I have a hard time believing there won't be some new faces and different horses in here that just aren't better than this horse.
New York bred maidens, $40,000 maiden claimers sprinting on grass. Don't forget, you can always earn an extra cash bonus today on the late pick 5 through Naira Bets, hit or split. $2,000 if you hit the Saratoga late pick 5 on the Naira Bets app. The app is available in the App Store or for Android on NairaBets.com. The late pick 5 gets started race number 6, Empire 6 here. Your best bet of the day was in the nightcap, part of that late pick 5, correct? Let me see if I can remember who it was. It was in the last race. It was Vivazano, 6-1 in the morning line.
Let me see if I can remember who your best bet was.
Don't say
I'm going to say that that's a dramatic lack of respect taking place in this desk.
Don't say I don't
thought we were married.
When we started the show, we were. Now it's in question.
The divorce papers
now
are coming
it's in question. Frenchie Frou Frou here at 8-1, your top selection. We're going to pause momentarily. We'll reset, take a deep breath, welcoming our new viewers on a prime ticket in San Diego. We're staying right here, though, on FS2 as our coverage continues on this Thursday afternoon. Alabama week and the 5th race coming up in 2 minutes. You're watching Saratoga Live. This is Saratoga Live. Live coverage from Saratoga Springs, New York on a Thursday afternoon, welcoming in our viewers on Prime Ticket San Diego. And this Thursday card, very competitive, 5th race in just a minute or so. He is New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. We still have the late pick 5. That'll get started race 6. The Empire 6 gets started here in the Union Avenue race number 9. Much more on the feature. Also, we'll continue to preview the big races on Saturday. Grade 1 Alabama, 140th edition for 3-year-old fillies, but not a lot of time to mess around, Andy. We've just about reached post time for this 5th race. And there's your top selection, Frenchie Frou Frou at 7-1.
I like Frenchie Frou Frou, who does have to get herself out of the gate quickly. She gets blinkers on. She also got sawed off. She may break a little slowly, but doesn't mean she has to get sawed off as well. And this was a day when you really needed to be on the inside, as the winner was, to be effective on the turf courses at Belmont Park. Now, while she did stay towards the inside of the backstretch, she angled out, and she ended up making a big wide run the stretch. And in a race where nobody was closing except for her, she made up a lot of ground to be 3rd. I think she is better going shorter. They tried longer last time. It was a mistake. And now I think she's in a good spot. My idea for playing this race, I'm going to box the 2, 7, and 11 in the exacta. The 2 New York Supreme, who could be speed in here, trying the turf for the first time in the pedigree, taking a ton of money. And the 11 Bonus Baby, a long shot who's got some pedigree. I boxed them in the exactas. I bet on the 7 Frenchie Frou Frou to win. And I've sort of protected with New York Supreme on top of the longer shots in the exacta as well. But I'm looking to play those 3.
So Andy's strategy, the top selection in Frenchie Frou Frou. Does need to break cleaner. We'll see. Keep your eye on her leaving the starting gate as we check in with Acacia, who's made her way front side. What are you noticing here, Acacia, in the warm-up as we have just about reached post time?
Well, looking at one horse who's taking a bit of money at 7-2, the number 3, Robin Sparkles, as Andy mentioned, doesn't have a ton of turf pedigree. And while I don't necessarily mind this horse on the turf, it wouldn't be necessarily, I would say, my first choice. But that said, it looks like she really benefited from having that last race. She's very fit. She's well tucked up. She's well muscled. She has some good size to her, too. And I think that the drop in class should help. She had a good solo warm-up out there with Jose Ortiz. Came back to the pony really nicely, just responding to her rider. Well, Frenchie Frou Frou got a little bit keen out there before coming back. But she's interesting in that she's taking so much money. If she switches to the turf, uses that speed, she could be interesting. We'll see, though. I'm curious about the pace with all of that money coming to the number 2 New York Supreme now is your favorite, Lafitte.
Acacia, New York Supreme, 5-2. Andy, Robin Sparkles, your thoughts as a contender 7-2 here with Jose Ortiz aboard?
I would never bet her. I think one of the reasons taking money, though, is that she got bet in her debut in that Jewel of Arabia race. So they obviously liked her then, and she's got a lot of speed. Speed was good that day, so I don't think it's particularly favorable that she finished badly. Maybe she didn't like the slop, though. Listen, they liked her first time. They're betting her again. I get it. She may be a horse that shows a lot in the morning. Doesn't mean she can't win here. I think New York Supreme is over-betting here, but I do think she's dangerous. I'm sticking with Frenchie Frou Frou.
And the long shot that you like going in is Acacia's top selection here, Bonus Baby, 16-1.
That was a crazy price in there. I mean, Flatter's a very, very good sire. More of a dirt sire, but can get a turf winner. Sure. We saw that one the other day. A nice one from Jeremiah Englehart, I think, first time on the grass. And there is a lot of grass in the second generation, this dam. So Bonus Baby could really move forward on the dirt, on the turf. And, you know, it's coming off second that race in the slop as well. So first time for a tag. I think there's a lot going on in this race. An interesting race.
Claiborne Stallion. Flatter, Bonus Baby. Who do you think is the, again, Frenchie Frou Frou needs to break, but who do you think is the quickest of the quick? Who can we expect in front when the field hits the far turn?
That's a very good question. New York Supreme at one time was faster than these. She didn't have that speed last time, but Louis Saez has to come out firing. So I think she'll probably have the lead, but if not, it'll be Robin Sparkles. But they could be moving along up front.
And there she is, Robin Sparkles, pedal to the metal. Jose Ortiz, as she box at the starting gate. Jose Ortiz, Irad Ortiz, shouldn't surprise anyone. After 20 days of Saratoga, we have reached the halfway point. 20 days left. Irad, Jose, each deadlocked with 32 wins apiece. Is that number 3, Robin Sparkles? That is Robin Sparkles. Jose Ortiz has jumped off and fractious at the starting gate. Jose is feeling a lot of pressure right now, Andy, and feels
Oh, yeah, he looks overwhelmed.
Nervous, sweating
yeah,
bullets.
He looks like he'd like to get out in the canoe and get some sun, doesn't he?
If this guy could just, he'd be such a great rider if he could just like learn how to relax.
Yeah,
not press so much before these races at Saratoga.
Yeah, you know, he's been there, done that. He's not concerned at all. Let the gate crew get that horse in there, and they'll get on her.
He's won 3 straight Alabamas, Jose Ortiz.
Is that right?
3 straight. You see him last year on Dunbar Road. Crossed the wire. Holds up his fingers for 3 straight. Jose Ortiz, and a 3-time riding champion and defending riding champion here at Saratoga.
He and his agent, Jimmy Riccio, do an exceptional job together. And he doesn't really ride. You know, he's not like a rider's first call so much as he's very open, and they do a great job putting those wins together for a variety of different
Until
operations.
you brought that up, I hadn't noticed that. And that, again, not the support of that one big stable, which, again, that's all the more impressive. And we'll see if he can get a win here. Again, tied with his brother, Irad, with 32 wins apiece. All set. John Embriol with the call. Post time, race 5, live from Saratoga.
They're all in line. And they're off. Hesitant start for number 7, Frenchie Frou Frou. And she is at the back of the pack. Robin Sparkles is out for the early lead, with New York Supreme racing in second. And from that outside post, Dream Chasing has good position early on here in third. Then it's a break of 3 lengths back to a Bonus Baby, who's running in fourth. Followed by She's So Naughty, who is next in fifth. Then Vinda Machine in sixth. On the inside is Prairie Tales, who's next in seventh. Then we come back to Big Red Girl, Frenchie Frou Frou, and the trailer is Smokin' Hot Kiss in 10th. The opening quarter, 21 2/5 seconds. Robin Sparkles leading New York Supreme to the top of the stretch, with Dream Chasing in third and Bonus Baby next in fourth. Down towards the inside is She's So Naughty. But in the meantime, Robin Sparkles has kicked away here to lead by more than a half dozen lengths. Robin Sparkles is sparkling today. She is a much the best winner here. Robin Sparkles over Bonus Baby, then Dream Chasing, and She So Naughty.
Hesitant to load, and then hesitant to stop. Robin Sparkles dazzling as she graduates her maiden victory, and Jose Ortiz now the leading jockey at Saratoga.
Remember when you asked me why she was getting bet? That's why.
Is that why?
They were flying. I know the turf course has gotten firm. The rails are down for the first time. It's very fresh ground. But those are really fast fractions, even under those ideal circumstances. I mean, the poor 2 New York Supreme, she did have her running shoes on today. She just got tired out from chasing this monster around the track. My God. I mean, now we know we should bet first time. You know what? Good for Bruce Brown. Nice to see him, because this isn't just a maiden winner. This is a horse that's going to go on and do some nice things out there.
Hope he gets to keep her. Again, this is a $40,000 maiden claimer. Robin Sparkles,
hope he did.
Acacia, and yeah, just blazing. And that sprinter that'll give you a second move. That's what we saw from her, and a absolutely dominant victory here.
Huge performance from her today, and clearly she took to the turf without any issues at all. And Bonus Baby came running late, who also seemed to appreciate the switch to grass as well. But Andy had mentioned New York Supreme, who, even though she was much more forwardly placed, she got a little bit headstrong early on too. They let Robin Sparkles go, and she got so comfortable, so confident on the front end. And despite being a little bit hesitant to load, once she got in, she really had her mind on business. That, I think, was just a little bit of a blip on the radar. She's very much progressed after that first start, and good to see her get to the turf and make it a winning one, as Jose Ortiz, even taking a hard hold of her now as she's galloping back. Monster performance from her today.
Sensational. Her sire, Elusive Quality, I'd have to look it up. I believe a one-time world record mile holder on grass out in California.
No, here. Won the
Was
poker.
it here? Was that here?
At Belmont.
Belmont.
He won a 7-furlong race and won 19 or something, I think, a track record. And then he also ran 31 apiece at the poker at Belmont. And he
Lightning.
also lost the King's Bishop by a nose to Honor and Glory here, actually.
Versatile. It's pretty good. Elusive Quality.
It was a sire's race. It was won by Honor and Glory. Elusive Quality was second, and Distorted Humor was third.
That is a sire's race.
1996.
That was the King's Bishop, now the Alan Jerkins. For this filly, that was awesome, by several. In a turf sprint, you don't see landslide victories like that very often. Robin Sparkles never gave him a chance today. 3-11, 12-6, and your leading Saratoga rider, Jose Ortiz. We'll be right back.
set for the start of the Vanderbilt. And they're off. And Volatile is right on the lead. Volatile with the lead as they come down for the 8th pole. Volatile in front by 2. Whitmore is down at the rail. Forense Fire and Mind Control. It's Volatile in front as they pass the 16th pole. Volatile victorious in the Vanderbilt. Won by 2 lengths.
Adrenaline pumping, hearts racing, the thrill of winning. And it all happens right here. Twin Spires, from the team behind the Kentucky Derby and the destination for horse racing wagering from around the globe. From beginner to expert, Twin Spires is betting made fun and easy. And for new players, once you place your first $25 worth of bets, we'll match that in bonus bets. Twin Spires, racing into your home. Download the app now. See site for details. Void where prohibited. Please wager responsibly.
Tom Durkin letting you know New York breds start with an advantage. At the sales, buyers pay up to 7 figures. And there's over $2 million in stakes money limited to New York sired horses in the New York Stallion Stakes Series, like the Park Avenue for 3-year-old fillies.
Newly minted wins it for fun.
For fun and money. The winner's share generates an additional $55,000 from the New York Breeding Fund.
Funny Guy's gonna do it.
Funny Guys winning the Times Square division generates the same money. So get with the program at nybreds.com.
What's happening, Greg?
Hello.
You're watching Saratoga Live, brought to you as always by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anytime, anywhere. Race 5 in the books, and Robin Sparkles made her turf debut a winning one, as I'm standing by with the now leading jockey Jose Ortiz. A fun little battle there between you and your brother Irad, but switching to the turf today, she really sustained her speed so much more today. What did you feel from her?
Yeah, I feel like she get over the turf really nice. And she's a nice filly. I've been getting on her before she ran, and I like her a lot. The first time she ran on a sloppy track. It was a really bad track. I didn't like it at all, but she came out of the gate, showed speed, and she kind of get tired, and she didn't like the track at all. And last time she flipped on the gate here, so we were a little worried about it. I knew if she was able to break today, she had a big shot to win the race, and she did.
Yeah, she did try to act up a little bit loading today. What do you have to do in a rider, knowing her history too as a rider? What do you have to do to keep her calm to get the most out of her?
Well, I was trying to keep her calm before we even get to the gate, but when we got there, she was reading up and acting bad, so I was told to jump off. I did, and then they loaded her in, and they had to wrap her tail, to keep her down in case she flipped, and I think it works, Let's try to keep doing the same, and I think she's a better filly than what she run today for, like a 40 maiden 40. I think she's better than that. I'm glad Bruce got to keep her, and I think we're gonna move on with her.
Yeah, I can't wait to where we see her next, and happy for Bruce Brown to have a good one, as you mentioned. But coming up a little bit later on in the Union Avenue, you're riding RATAJKOWSKI, the big mare who you're well acquainted with from the inside post. Tell me what you think about her breaking from the rail.
She's a huge mare, and we're gonna need a clean breaking from the one hole, and I expected to break out of there and do what she did best. And she got speed and she got stamina. Hopefully we can stable a good, comfortable pace, and if we on the lead, good. If we not, try to sit second. She already won sitting off it, and if we gonna have to do that, we do it.
Jose, thanks so much. Congratulations on the win here. Good luck later.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
And I said to Jose before we started, Lafitte leading rider now. He said, "Oh no, Irad will come back for me too." But a fun little battle there between the two of them. And as he said in Union Avenue this afternoon, well acquainted with the big mare, RATAJKOWSKI.
RATAJKOWSKI, Acacia, you see the results and the observation from Jose Ortiz, and he's like, she's worth more than 40 with Robin Sparkles, and Bruce Brown does get to keep her.
Yeah, I hope people really listen to that interview with Jose, because I think it showed how thoughtful Jose is. You know, saying so. You don't hear a rider say too often. He wins a maiden claiming race, and he's saying, she's not a maiden claimer. She's a maiden special weight, and she's going to be an allowance horse after that. And the way he talked about RATAJKOWSKI, he said, well, we'll try to get the lead, but if not, she's rated before. He's done his homework. Thoughtful guy, and it shows in his riding.
And that could be a big, big afternoon for Ortiz. RATAJKOWSKI later. Invitante in the Alabama, seeking a 4th straight Alabama on Saturday. In case you're just joining us, we started steeplechase here, Andy. And how about Iranistan emerging victorious in the opener today?
Yeah, Jonathan Shepard. He won a race in Saratoga, at least one race for 47 straight years. Now, he doesn't have the same stables that he used to have. That streak ended about 3 years ago. He went a couple years without a win, but he's won 2 years in a row, so only 45 more to go. 46 more to break it.
For Jonathan Shepard, first flat race of the afternoon. How about Nutsy for trainer David Canizzo, who told you can't lose?
You know, David Canizzo's told me he can't lose 436 times, and finally it happened. Right. It just eventually happened. But David's a guy who's always confident in his horses, and this horse ran very well. After breaking a little slowly and being interfered with the start. He did have a traffic
absolutely in his debut. And how about XANTHIQUE and the claim by Tom Morley? Back-to-back impressive wins here for XANTHIQUE, and doing so in this 5.5 furlong sprint.
Yeah. I mean, she has been winning going long, and they rarely transfer to sprinters. But, you know, Maggie suggested, of course, Tom Morley, who trains it, is Maggie's husband, that they probably go back to going longer. I'm not sure that you want to do that. You know, maybe they thought that before the race. After the race, I think they may want to rethink that, because maybe she's so good, she's been winning going long, but she's more of a sprinter. She ran very well.
Many options. She did mention Kentucky Downs in September, and then that incredible performance by Robin Sparkles, running them off their feet in race number 4 here at Saratoga, as we still have the late pick 5 coming up here, and Greg Wolf front side. Greg, what can we look forward to the second half of Saratoga Live this afternoon?
Yeah, we got a lot of good action still ahead. We're going to have a rematch between two that threw down to the wire just a couple of months ago. They're going to go back at it again in today's feature, the Union Avenue. RATAJKOWSKI, Mrs. Orb, just a neck separated those two in the critical eye. And then Todd Pletcher, the meet's leading trainer, he's going to have runners in 3 of our next 4 races, included Off Topic, who could be very tough to beat. He looks for a 14th Saratoga training title. Swiss Skydiver, she's got a date with Gamine in Louisville in early September. Her final test of the prestigious Grade 1 Alabama. She is the headliner. We'll talk about her chances and the rest of that field coming up later today. A lot to look forward to as we send it back to you.
Looking forward to the remainder of Saratoga Live as our coverage continues on this Thursday afternoon, Alabama week. And our coverage here, moving on to the 6th race up at Saratoga. It started the late pick 5, race number 6. Take a look at the field and current odds with Risky Mandate drawn inside, currently even money here. Mile and an eighth, 3-year-olds and older. Good luck to our good friend and colleague, Tom Amos.
It took a long time, but I actually found something that Tom Amos does well. He's extremely good stretching horses out from sprints to routes on the dirt.
Finally found something he does well.
Which is what Risky Mandate does. So it's been a few years together, and finally something.
You know,
Tom
he won a Grade 1
well.
race on Saturday, right?
He was lucky.
Are we done?
We are.
That's it, Andy. Pleasure as always.
The pleasure was all yours.
We get to do it. I won't plug your best bet of the day again before we leave. I'm just not going to do it.
Please don't.
Greg and the team on the other side. We'll see you tomorrow.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit NairaBets.com.
in the Run Happy Malibu.
Nucky has won the Run Happy Del Mar Futurity Clear.
Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
Welcome to Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2. It's brought to you, of course, by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net. Today, a gorgeous Thursday afternoon in Saratoga Springs at the premier meet in the country. Great to have everybody with us on this Thursday. I'm Greg Wolf. Thanks for stopping in. This weekend, a huge showdown and a rematch in the 3-year-old filly division. Swiss Skydiver and Spice is Nice. We'll go at it again. We'll talk all about that field coming up on Saturday. We'll show that race to you live as well. But today it's a rematch as well between some older fillies and mares. RATAJKOWSKI and Mrs. Orb, only a neck separated those two when they met just a couple of months ago in the Critical Eye. They will go at it again in today's feature in the Union Avenue. I bring in 2015 NHC Tour champion Jonathan Kinchin. How are you?
What's up, Wolfie? You good?
Doing good?
Yeah, I'm good. It's
a little muted
beautiful
today?
outside. Oh, no, I'll be here in a second. I'll just letting you do your thing.
RATAJKOWSKI, look, she is fun to watch. She is so gutsy, so gritty. She went off the bench last time out. And logical thinking, reasoning would make you say, wow, second off the layoff, she's going to be even better than she was in this race.
Absolutely. You know, when it comes to horses like this, and it's not like my opinion matters, anyone. If you don't like a horse doing something on a day and they prove you wrong, you're supposed to hitch your wagon to them when they come back. I thought that she was coming in off of a long layoff here. She was going to need one in this race, and she ran extremely well. She's undefeated second off a layoff, which she is today, and I think the cutback's going to help her as well. I do not see a situation where Mrs. Orb turns the tables. I thought Mrs. Orb couldn't beat her last time. I don't think she's going to beat her today.
Even with that wide trip she had, RATAJKOWSKI, I know RATAJKOWSKI battled, did the hard work up front.
You said it exactly. She battled up front. Did some of the dirty work, and Miss Orb was a little bit wide, but she was closing into an honest pace, and I think that situation's not going to happen here today.
Oh, this is a look at the field that RATAJKOWSKI will line up against. 6-5 favorite on the morning line. You see Berliner Rice, newly minted in there as well. Jose Lezcano will be aboard, but Jose Ortiz, he just reclaimed the top spot here in the jockey standings. He will be back aboard RATAJKOWSKI as we bring in our Hall of Famer, Gary Stevens. Jose has been a great mix with RATAJKOWSKI, and he's been making all the right moves at this meet, Gary.
He sure has. She's only had 8 races and 5 wins out of those 8 races, and he's ridden her in all 5 of those wins. Nobody else has been able to win on her. She's a big filly. He talked about that. She's going to need a good break, and she's also going to need a good trip. Carrera Cat to her outside, the 5-horse. She possesses speed, and so does Newly Minted. They all 3 have very similar running styles. Going to have to get through that. So Jose's going to have to ride a smart race, ration things out. There is other speed with same style, but she is adaptable, RATAJKOWSKI is, and so is Jose Ortiz. The way he's riding right now, guys, I wouldn't put my money against him.
33 victories at the meet, 1 up on his older brother, Irad Ortiz Jr. That race is going to be fun between the brothers going down to the wire, and Jose with a lot of work left to do on this Thursday afternoon card. It'll be on Foxdale coming up. Then Cuhullin in race 7. That is the correct pronunciation, 7-2. Mandate 2-1, and RATAJKOWSKI looking for a 3rd stakes victory in our feature.
I like the bottom 2 on that list. Mandate, RATAJKOWSKI.
Well, right now we're going to set up the 6th, which means late pick 5 time. on this Thursday card. 260,000 plus in the pool, going a mile and an eighth in an allowance optional claiming field. We check in for the first time this afternoon with Maggie Wolfendale.
And we'll take a look at Risky Mandate here from the rail as she is trying, well, the 9 furlongs for the first time, and people going all in on her. She does bring forth the most convincing resume and at least the best last race, really, of any of these, with her third place effort behind the very talented Indian Pride in the Shine Again Stakes. And I thought she was the only one doing any late running. You know, the race pretty much dominated towards the front end with Indian Pride and Blamed kind of running 1-2 around there. And Risky Mandate ran well. And as far as what I'm seeing from her now as a 4-year-old compared to what she was last year, you know, she was just this tall, leggy frame of a filly. And now she's really filled out that frame. That's what Tom and I were just kind of joking about as well. And she's done very well. It's what you want to see with the horse. So I've always thought that more ground for her might be better. So we'll see. And as Andy brought up before the break, Tom has very good numbers with stretching horses out. Now, number 3 is Indy Union in here. I've always been a little bit dubious about her affinity to want to go around 2 turns, especially at the 9 furlongs. But her last race, which was second off of the bench at Laurel, I know it wasn't the fastest of figs, but it was kind of a good effort when you watch it because she didn't get away that cleanly. She was well back for a race that Jen Emily sat second all the way around there, so more of the running done towards the front end. And she actually closed up pretty resolutely up the rail, which sometimes it's hard to make up ground when on the rail at Laurel. So she comes in here, she is fairly sharp. I don't love how sharp she is because I don't think that lends itself well to her getting the mile and an eighth here. But physically, this is one of the best times I've seen her as number 5 in here. That's off topic as she's coming off a bit of a layoff, but she is one who absolutely wants to go the 9 furlongs. I mean, that's never been a doubt in my mind. I've said it from the get-go with her. And she is a horse that was awful in her last start at Gulfstream, which was off a more extended layoff. But if you look at her, resume, historically speaking, it does take her a while to get going because she is that big lumbering horse that I think needs to more so race into fitness. Now, if she can get back to some of her good form, she could be very dangerous here as she is just ticked over to favoritism. She's solid. She looks strong. She's actually filled out quite a bit since going back to her 3-year-old campaign as well. I think if you want one to be trustworthy at the 9 furlongs, then it's off topic.
Maggie, thank you. 8-5 on Off Topic. We're going to have the post parade here in a moment. First, Jonathan, your best bet of the day.
Yeah, I'm going to go to the last race. I think her first-time starter in here, the 7 chocolate cookie. Prefer chocolate chip cookies, but whatever. I'll take what I can get. Todd Pletcher obviously having a phenomenal meet. Irad Ortiz, Rapoli Stables. I felt like this horse was interesting. Been working with a talented turf sprinter by the name of Freewheeler, and that's working at a sprint distance. Those shorter distances in the morning these horses are working out at. I think if this horse can hang with that horse in the morning, I think he'll be able to hang going long in here in this race. I like the 7 chocolate cookie.
How about chocolate walnut chip cookies? How about that? Here's 8-5 on Risky Mandate to kick off our post break. Tom Amos, David Cohen for Ghost Hollow Farm.
The distance is the question. Tom Amos said this horse trains like it shouldn't be a problem.
Siblings, just 1 for 11 at dirt routes for Risky Mandate. Miss Marissa, Jimmy Ryerson, Dylan Davis.
Yeah, close to a slow pace. I don't like playing horses off of those nice trips.
Indy Union, 6-1, and it will be Junior Alvarado for Jeremiah Englehart.
This horse got a pretty nice trip last time, saving a lot of ground all the way around there. The waters get deeper for Indy Union.
Foxtail has been busy. This will be the 3rd race in 15 days.
Absolutely. Was loose last time in a very impressive performance back on August 5th. We'll have to deal with Risky Mandate early.
And Off Topic, who we saw last summer here at Saratoga in the Grade 1 Coaching Club American Oaks, running 3rd to Guarana.
Off Topic's been working with the Summer Colony winner, Nona Madeline. This horse has some class.
You can earn an extra cash bonus today on the Late Pick 5 through Naira Bets. Hitter split $2,000 if you hit the Saratoga Late Pick 5 on the Naira Bets app. The app available in the App Store or for Android on NairaBets.com. Late Pick 5, how are you going to play it?
and I wanted to single Risky Mandate, but I just didn't have the courage to do so. I'm going to use off topic as well. Todd Pletcher just going too well right now, so I'm going to go 1-5 to get started. 2-7 in the second leg. Thin White Duke is the most likely winner of that one. Dagger Board. Brad Cox does well with turf sprinters, 2-year-olds. I'm going to use 3-5-6 in the third leg. Mandate, Battalion, and Bray. Another horse for Mike Rapoli. RATAJKOWSKI, I'm going to single there. Like I said, I didn't like her last time, and she ran through that bad opinion. I think she'll be tough today. And then I'm going to wrap it up with the 7 Chocolate Cookie, my best bet of the day. The 10 Data Analytics, Chad Brown on the turf, and Saint Mir Eagle.
Nice
Right?
pronunciation. Very good. A+.
I panicked right before I said it.
Let's hope your ticket is as good as the pronunciation. 337,000 in this pick 5 pool and growing. There is a look at Tom Amos's Risky Mandate. We saw her win at Saratoga last summer. Started out her career 2 for 2. She won at 7 here. It's the first time she's going to be going this far.
It is, and it's obviously a question mark that you know that you have when you look at the past performances of Risky Mandate. But what I'll tell you is she ran well last time. She ran well the time before that. Her trainer wins at a high percentage, and I just think that on paper she's just better than these. She's got a tactical advantage. If she gets to the front, when she gets to the 8th pole, if she starts to get a little bit tired, I still think she'll have enough left or be far enough ahead to be able to get her home. I think she's going to be tough in here, regardless of how good Todd Pletcher's going.
Her sire won the hopeful here for D. Wayne Lucas back in 2013. We want to wish D. Wayne Lucas the best. We just heard he came down with COVID-19, so we wish you a speedy recovery and hope for the best to D. Wayne. Let's check in with Maggie Wolfendale for more.
I'm pleased to be here with Tom Amos, who is usually on set with you guys, but on his better days, he is a trainer, a pretty good one at that. As Tom, you're sending out Risky Mandate in here as she is trying the 2-turn 9 furlong for the first time. Now, she is a big physical of a filly. Why do you think she will be successful going this distance?
Well, when you watch her on the racetrack, and you'll see her warming up today, she has a really big stride, a lengthy stride, which I think is to her advantage. Oftentimes a 1.125 miles, more so than shorter distances like 1.16 miles, pedigree comes into play. Her pedigree is iffy for 1.125 miles. And so with that in mind, this is really us saying, hey, let's see if she'll go this far, because it might point us in this direction in the future if she does it well.
Is your hand a little bit forced from that rail position? You have some other speed in here as well. Do you foresee her being on the lead, or will you kind of look for a target in here?
So it's in the rider's hands. David has the instructions to do whatever he wants here. You know, oftentimes these horses that are going from 1 to 2 turn, like the other speed in this race, they're thinking conserve because the race is so long, and then the next thing you know, there's no pace at all. I think we have enough speed, even though she's not great out of the gate. She's a big girl. I think we have enough speed to be where we need to be, tactically placed. If that's on the lead, I have to think it's because they're not going that quick.
Yeah, that is true. It does help to be forwardly placed, I would think, in some of these races. But, Tom, I just quickly want to get a little update from you from your Grade 1 winner, multiple Grade 1 winner, I should say, Serengeti Empress, who put on quite a show here last Saturday in the Ballerina. How is she out of the race?
She's great. We're so proud of her. You know, she ran a great race. And as to where we go before the Breeders' Cup, that's still up in the air if we do anything at all. But we have a win in your end, so we'll be in the Breeders' Cup sprint for fillies and mares. That's for sure.
We are looking forward to that, Tom. Best of luck with her in your campaign to get there, but good luck here with Risky Mandate, excuse me, as well.
I appreciate it. Thank you, Maggie.
And guys, well, Tom, it looks as though he's bringing forth a filly who is in good form to try this 9 furlongs as well. You always want one that's doing well heading into these races.
Yeah, we say it a lot. You got to check off the boxes, see if they can do it. The Dam won a state-bred stake in Maryland at a mile, but mentioned the other offspring just 1 for 11 in dirt routes. We'll see if she can do it.
Well, I think it's almost pretty clear that Risky Mandate's the best of all of those, just on how fast she's been running from a speed figure standpoint. So if someone's going to break the mold, it can be her. And I will say this, like Tom mentioned, it's a very important point that he made, that a lot of times these longer races, the riders are trying to conserve energy, and that can sometimes backfire.
2-turn, 1.125 miles, first 2-turn race, Gary, for Risky Mandate here coming up.
Yeah, and I'd love to be David Cohen right now. I love him as a route rider with speed. He can take control of things. You heard Tom say that she's a big mama, and she is a big mama. But if I'm David Cohen, I give her a little slap down the shoulder leaving there and let her know, hey, we're in a race right now. This is the first time you've gone long. It's going to be a little bit confusing for you. But when she makes the lead, which I think she will, I think she's the fastest in this race, she's going to throw her ears up like a radar and rate herself, and he'll let her do that. And once he's committed going into that turn, I think the other riders ease back off of her. They don't want to get in a speed duel with her. Irad Ortiz on the outside, he may make an early move, and Jose as well, and say, hey, no, we're not going to let you slow this thing down. But I think she's the fastest early speed in this race. I think he can control things, and I think he can make a filly that maybe is wondering about the mile and an eighth, and I'm the same as you, JK. I've got a distance and a question mark on my racing form right next to her name, but if there's anybody that can do it, I think that David Cohen can today. I think he can control the race and play some games up front and hopefully get that extra 16th of a mile. I wouldn't mind if she was going a mile and a 16th around 2 turns. She is going a mile and an eighth, but I think you can nurse the extra 16th of a mile. She's definitely the class of the field from what I can see. Greg?
Well, she's got, filly next door is coming off a 3-length score at a mile and 70 yards. And the rider on Miss Marissa, I know it's a long shot, but he's been very cognizant of being very good about getting to the front, using speed when he has it. That's Dylan Davis.
Yeah, the pace figures for that horse aren't as quick as you'd like to see as a horse that you know for sure is going to go to the front. I tell you what, and this is no offense to David Cohen, I would love to see my man G. Stevens get up in the saddle and ride this horse, because I know where he'd be on the front end, there's no doubt.
As for off-topic, Todd Pletcher, he's leading the meet, 17 wins, winning it better than 30% now. And Irad Ortiz Jr. will be aboard. And, yeah, you would think the mile and an eighth for this filly, no problem at all.
No, it's not supposed to be an issue at all for her. She ran well in the coaching club American Oaks here. As a 3-year-old going 9, they thought enough to run her in the Alabama. She's just been a router pretty much her entire career. And like you said, Todd Pletcher's going extremely well. There's no introduction needed for Irad Ortiz and what him and his brother are doing right now at the top of those jockey standings. And like I said, Off Topic has been training with good horses. The Summer Colony winner, Nona Madeline, worked with Money Moves as well, the horse that almost got after Andy Serling that one day that he said was the worst favorite ever and ran second. So, she's working with good horses. That's a good indication that she's coming back well.
As Maggie mentioned, too, the running style, bit of a grinder. So if you're Risky Mandate, you want to put a little separation when you get into that stretch?
Off Topic is hoping that Miss Marissa goes with Risky Mandate. Irad and Off Topic are not going to be in a very comfortable position if they see David Cohen and Risky Mandate out there loose on the lead.
This 6-year-old mare, the veteran of the group, she's usually forwardly placed. She's coming off back-to-back wins. And again, 3 races now in 15 days for the 6-year-old mare, and she actually has won here at Saratoga. It was just back on August the 5th on a race taken off the turf at a mile and an eighth.
Yeah, this is a horse that's, like you said, has been running quite a bit. She got an easy lead last time, and it was a great ride by David Cohen when he wired that field. She's going to be fit, that's for sure. And she's got a win over the track going the 9 furlongs. Those are all positives, and she's an attractive price on the board at 7-2.
Her last 3 on the dirt, she's won. 2 of them are races that were scheduled for the turf and came off. We'll see if she's a factor. She is 7-2 on the board. The 4, Jose Ortiz on board for Mertcan Cantermasi. Even money, though, now on Risky Mandate for Tom Amos. We're set for the start of the late pick 5. We send it upstairs to kick things off. John Imbrial.
And they're off. Miss Marissa, Risky Mandate down at the rail, and Foxtail on the outside. So 3 of them are right together going into the clubhouse turn. And the leader will be Miss Marissa. Foxtail has moved up into second, and the favorite Risky Mandate is now in third. Then it is Off Topic and Indy Union. The 5 of them move around the clubhouse turn, head for the backstretch. And it is Miss Marissa, big long shot in here in front by Ahead. On the outside is Foxtail pressing that pace in second. The quarter went in 24-1, sitting just off the front 2. is Risky Mandate, who is down at the rail. Alongside is Off Topic, a break of 3 back to Indy Union. And now they're midway up the backstretch. And it is Miss Marissa, the leader here. Miss Marissa, 3/4 of a length. Foxtail runs in second, and then it's a length and a half to Risky Mandate in third. Off Topic is right there in fourth, about 4 lengths from the lead, and farther back is Indy Union. Half mile in 48 and 4/5 seconds. Miss Marissa by a length and a quarter. Foxtail runs in second now. Risky Mandate begins to pick it up just a bit from third. Off Topic is another 3.5 lengths behind Risky Mandate. And then it is Indy Union. Miss Marissa with the lead by almost 2. Foxtail runs in second. There's room along the inside for Risky Mandate, and now she comes on through 3/4 in 1:11 and 4. It is Miss Marissa trying to pull off the upset here. Risky Mandate has moved into second. It's Miss Marissa by 2 lengths. Risky Mandate driving up on the outside. Miss Marissa still there. Risky Mandate giving chase. Miss Marissa at 20-1. Risky Mandate was second. Then Foxtail, Indy Union, and Off Topic.
Dylan Davis went to the front, able to ration that speed, and hangs on. Gate-to-wire win at 20-1.
It was a great ride by Dylan. Got her out there on the front end. They weren't going too quick there. Had the favorites in behind him and just kept going at 20-1. That's how you get 20-1 horses home. You either wire a field or there's a complete meltdown. The horse comes from out of it. I got to be honest. Personally, I prefer if Risky Mandate would have gotten that trip. I don't think they would have run past her. Took one of her kind of advantages away. She's a very fast horse. She sat right in behind there and was kind of stuck in behind horses to a certain extent. She was comfortable, but she was kind of stuck in behind horses.
Well, let's bring in Gary Stevens. Gary, it was Dylan Davis who took the initiative and went to the front early here, and it pays dividends.
He deserves a medal for that race and double jock mount at least. Give him a bonus for that ride because it was exceptional. He did what I would have done on Risky Mandate. I understand David Cohen. He kind of was in a jackpot going around the first turn. He wanted to get to the outside so he could pressure things. Off Topic to the outside was putting pressure on Risky Mandate. Kind of kept him down in, and he had worked out a trip where he was stuck inside, and you saw her big long stride, and she's not a filly that accelerates. She's got a high cruising speed. She wasn't able to use that today with pace in front of her. Going into that first turn, you're going to see David Cohen want to move out into the 3 path, and he says, no, I'll sit here, and all of a sudden on the outside, Off Topic comes running up on the outside of him, and he says, well, I'll just sit in here, and by that time they'd slowed the pace down to 24 and 2, and they were dawdling for a filly of her pace, early pace on. And my feeling is that Risky Mandate, if she could have started accelerating, winding up at the half-mile pole on the outside, would have been a horse race. I probably, once that happened going into the first turn, when I didn't make the lead, obviously David Cohen had worries about her distance expectations. He tried to nurse her, but with that slow pace, she wasn't able to use her high cruising speed. But hats off. Dylan Davis just won that race for Miss Marissa. Good partnership, guys.
20-1 upset, Gary. Thanks. 2-1, 4-3 finish. Risky Mandate. She took a load of lot money. She goes off at odds-on in the end at 4-5.
Yeah, they really came for her late, and I think it had a lot to do with kind of the class edge she had in this group. Unfortunately, she didn't get the job done, but I don't think the distance was why she got beat. I thought it was race dynamics. I thought she handled the distance well enough.
20-1 shot kicks off the late pick 5. Prices when we come back, and of course coming up this weekend, the Grade 1 Alabama and Swiss skydiver Santa Anita Oaks winner for Kenny McPeak going to take on her stablemate and a Bob Baffert filly. He's got Gamine waiting for her in September. Big Crystal Ball with a shot against her coming up on Saturday. Stay with us.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Flatter. This prolific son of AP Indy has sired 6 millionaires, including Eclipse champion West Coast. He's adding even more stakes winners to his outstanding record, including Sovereign Award winner Avies Flatter. His yearlings have topped the Fasig-Tipton July sale 2 years in a row and sold up to $900,000 at Keeneland September. Success on the track, success in the ring. Flatter, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Do you want to bet the next race and don't have a TVG account? Get the TVG mobile app and sign up. It's fun, easy, and it's TVG. I'll show you how it works. You have a jockey that rides a horse. When you bet the horse that wins, you win money too. With the TVG app, select your horse, bet type, and wager amount. Place your bet and watch the race live. Download the app and sign up now, or go to TVG.com. Get double your first deposit up to $100. TVG, your best bet.
Welcome back. You're watching Saratoga Live, brought to you in part each and every day by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anytime, anywhere. As Miss Marissa upset here in race number 6, paying over $42. And I'm pleased to be joined by the man who had a plan. That's Dylan Davis here. And Dylan, that was go straight to the lead. And this filly, her heart grew much bigger than she is, and got very brave out in the front end. Good decision by you out of the gate.
Of course, Maggie. Yeah, that was our first plan, was coming out of the gate well. First off, Jimmy did a great job getting her into this race. She did have to step up a little bit, but she ran great today. Just our plan was to come out running. We wanted the lead, but we weren't really sure with the inside speed. David Cohen's horse, and she broke well. She got on top, and she wanted it, and she listened to me well. She's very nice to ride. Once we got to the second turn, I let her get her stride under her, and she really wanted to stretch out a little more, so I allowed her to do that without restricting her. And even then, once I got to the quarter pole, she found more, and it was exciting to ride her. Yeah, I mean, I've been riding her before, but she really excelled today, which was nice.
You broke her maiden as well, and that's something I've noticed with you up here, is that you're not getting the most live favorite horses, but you're letting your horses do what they want, and it kind of expands on their abilities as well. And you'll be looking to possibly upset again in the stake, the Union Avenue, a little bit later, with a horse that prior to her last 2 starts, she went 4 in a row with, and that's Mrs. Orb. How do you take down the top 2 in here, going against Newly Minted and RATAJKOWSKI?
Well, I get along very well with this filly. I've got a lot of winners with her, like you said. But it's a little shorter distance for her, so we got to kind of change a little bit of plans. She likes to be forwardly placed, going the mile or a little farther. Still wanting to do the same thing, but you just want to ride her and let her do her thing. But just don't want to lose too much ground doing that.
Well, it does look as though there's some speed in there, and you might get the right kind of setup. So best of luck with Mrs. Orb later on, but congratulations here with a big upset, Miss Marissa.
Thank you, Maggie. Thanks.
All right, guys. Well, he might get the setup, and you have the speed of RATAJKOWSKI. She can be speed no matter what the distance, and you do have Carrera Cat. So Mrs. Orb, she'll be looking to capitalize on that in today's Union Avenue a little bit later on the card.
Thanks, Maggie. That's going to be fun to watch. We talked about earlier in the show, RATAJKOWSKI did all the dirty work up front, and she won that race. But Mrs. Orb was wide all the way around the racetrack, and that was the best race that she has ever run in her 18-race career.
Absolutely. You've got to see what happens with the pace scenario if RATAJKOWSKI breaks away from there to see if there can be a setup for Mrs. Orb.
Do you have that $47,000 early pick 5?
No. I did not.
Ends with a $42 horse. Wow. XANTHIQUE almost $20. Congratulations to the Morley Barn. Maggie Wolfendale, well done. 7th, let's set it up. New York Breds, maiden special weight. We're going to go 5.5 furlongs on the turf, and Thin White Duke was crying out for running room in the turf debut last time out. Finally got it, wound up second, beat a length. We'll take a look at that trip coming up in a moment. This Saturday, of course, the Grade 1 Alabama will have live coverage. $500,000 purse. One of the most prestigious races there is in the country for 3-year-old fillies, as we take a look at that headliner, of course, but a loaded stakes weekend coming up on Saturday afternoon. We also have some of the best 3-year-olds on turf in the country in the Saratoga Derby. And just like the Kentucky Derby and the Triple Crown this year, this sort of turf triple that mimics it being run a little bit out of order as well. So we'll start with the Saratoga Derby. As for the Alabama 1.25 mile, Grade 1 for 3-year-old fillies. Let's take a look at by the numbers. 140th running of this incredibly prestigious race. Go for Juan with the speed record. Set back in 1990. 2 minutes, 4/5, most wins by an owner. 5 times Bel Air stud. Took home the Alabama crown. Sonny Jim Fitzsimmons, 8 victories. From 1924 to 1959, it spanned 3 jockeys have won it 5 times. Of course, Mike Smith, we saw him most recently with Songbird back in 2016. And Alabama Breeders' Cup Distaff winners in the same year. Bill Mott's Royal Delta accomplished that back in 2011. How about the champions of that division to come out of this race? There have been quite a few. What a race. What a history. Take a look at the Alabama and Kentucky Oaks winners in the same year. Princess of Silmar, Blind Luck, Proud Spell, the last 3 to do it. And, of course, Swiss Skydiver hoping to follow in those footsteps. She and Gamine right now are at the top of this division.
Yeah, it's going to be fun to see what happens when they get down to Churchill for that to see Swiss Skydiver and whoever, you know, Spice is Nice, whoever meet up with Gamine.
It's our ABR race of the week. Well, Kenny McPeak, not just with Swiss Skydiver in this race, her stablemate, and Vuitton will line up as well. And Kenny McPeak says she is doing fantastic right now.
Yeah, she's a sneaky horse. You know, she ran well in the Grade 1 Ashland behind Speech, trained by Michael McCarthy, and also Venetian Harbor, who we saw run second to Gamine last weekend. This filly's sneaky in here.
Spice is Nice, meanwhile, for trainer Todd Pletcher, daughter of Curlin. She was brilliant in her debut earlier this year, back in January. Then she was favored against Tonal Shape. Short price against Swiss Skydiver. Both those 2 fillies beat her. But now she comes back in off a win a little more seasoned.
Yeah, after the maiden special weight win, after the Devona Dale, the Gulfstream Park Oaks, kept hearing longer. The more ground, the better. She's going to get the 1.25 miles on Saturday.
Bob Baffert, he has Gamine already waiting for these fillies in the Kentucky Oaks off that performance in the test. Now he's going to throw a crystal ball at him, and off a maiden win, she went into the Coaching Club American Oaks, and she missed by a head to Paris Lights.
From that race, from a speed figure standpoint, was not the swiftest of races. I'll be trying to beat Crystal Ball come Saturday. Bob Baffert horses always take quite a bit of money.
Bonnie South, Irad Ortiz Jr. will be aboard for Brad Cox. Ran 4th to Speech in the Grade 1 Ashland.
Yeah, Bonnie South earlier in the spring won the Fairground Oaks and came back and ran well enough in the Ashland off of a significant layoff. She'll be tighter this race.
Swiss Skydiver, no question, she is the filly to beat in this race based off 3 consecutive graded stakes wins, and then she tackled boys in the Bluegrass. She was better than everyone except for Art Collector.
Yeah, Swiss Skydiver is becoming a fan favorite. She took on the boys last time in the Bluegrass. I always feel like she's a little bit over bet because of that, but she seems to keep running well.
Bill Mott, he'll send out Harvey's Little Goyle, American Pharaoh filly. She comes off a win on turf in the Grade 3 Regret.
I always feel so silly when I say her name, but it's okay. She loves the turf. She ran well last time on the turf. I completely understand. I think we heard Andy Serling talking about it earlier and yesterday, why Bill Mott made the decision to take on this Grade 1 Alabama on the dirt.
And then Fire Coral for Hall of Famer Steve Asma said she was no match for a Swiss skydiver in the fantasy, but distance-wise, her pedigree says she should love it.
Yeah, her last 3 races aren't typical of a Alabama winner, but when you have a filly and you can get them graded stakes placed, especially in a race like the Alabama, the value goes up quite a bit. Understand why they show up here.
Well, we hope you join us for live coverage Saturday afternoon, one of the premier races in the country. The Grade 1 Alabama for 3-year-old fillies. Kenny McPeak will send out 2. Here he is on Swiss Skydiver in Mvuton.
Well, right now we're planning on Oaks. You know, her race at Keeneland, that was tough. I really wanted to keep these 2 fillies separated that weekend, and I thought it'd be really neat to win a bluegrass with a filly. You know, and she obviously ran respectable, and that was the horse we were worried about beating. Going into the race, his speed figures were top-notch, Art Collector, and we knew the horse. And Brian Hernandez had a choice to ride my filly or him, and he chose Art Collector. Obviously, he made the right decision. But, you know, that weekend was good, and you know, here we are. We've got to run them against each other, which is a little, you know, you hate going into a race knowing you're going to lose one automatically, but you can't turn your nose up to a race like the Alabama. It's just a great race. Swiss Skydiver is, you know, really special filly and is pretty well proven. But En Boutant, she's been her workmate. They've been in the trenches together for a long time now, and I think it's her time. Maybe this weekend she shines.
Well, Gary, what do you think? Swiss Skydiver, she's been sensational, especially if they have stretched her out. Do you think we're going to see the Kentucky Oaks winner this weekend?
Well, I think we're going to see a Kentucky Oaks winner that ran at Saratoga. Whether it's this weekend or not, I don't know. Gamine, I loved her race in the test. To me, she showed me ability to control her speed. She was not crazy, runoff type the other day. She accelerated, ran a huge last quarter of a mile. That tells me that she's going to stretch out. And I think Kenny McPeak, he hasn't been dealt his deck of cards yet. And he's going to keep his cards close to his chest and see what happens through this weekend. But Gamine, I think everybody, she shot off a warning shot the other day. And is Kenny McPeak going to say, if Swiss Skydiver wins and wins impressive this weekend, I've got a feeling he's going to fire her back against the boys in the Kentucky Derby. Invutante runs well. He'll fire her back in the Kentucky Oaks, but I don't know. It's going to be interesting, but I do think if I was a bookmaker, I'd be offering a very short price right now that the Kentucky Oaks winner runs at Saratoga this summer, and I'll leave it at that, guys.
Yeah, it seems like Gamine and Swiss Skydiver, those 2 right now, and then it is a big, big drop-off to the rest of this division.
Yeah, what Gamine did here the other day was nothing short of phenomenal. She was, and what she did at the Acorn too, it's like back-to-back performances that I think what got everyone so excited. And if she runs that race in the Kentucky Oaks, she's going to be dangerous. And remember, we've been talking about this since when the mile was run, that those one-turn miles are stamina-type races. So if she can handle that one-turn mile, she can handle the 2-turn mile in an 8th.
All right, 2 turns is the question for Gamine, no question. We'll find out if she can handle it, but it's going to be fun to see. Swiss Skydiver, she's excelled stretching out. We're going to see her on Saturday. I think Gary was right, though. We've seen the Oaks winner here at Saratoga. Manny Franco, he has a lot of momentum right now. Regular pilot of 'Tis the Law. Flex for us, Manny. We'll be back. He's got some more work coming up this afternoon.
From America's #1 auction company by percentage of Grade 1 winners sold, including these selected yearling graduates: Bast, 4-Wheel Drive, Honor AP, Perfect Alibi, Rushing Fall, Sharing, Speech, and 'Tis the Law, comes an unprecedented showcase of quality. 662 selected yearlings in one extraordinary catalog. The Fasig-Tipton Selected Yearling Showcase, September 9th and 10th, after the Derby in Lexington, Kentucky.
Into the final furlong of the Claiborne Breeders' Futurity, and Classic Empire wins it in style.
Here's the Meyer, Classic Empire. He's a champion 2-year-old. Here's the champ, Classic Empire. Classic Empire!
Whether you have Derby dreams or Midsummer Derby dreams, this is Tom Durkin to tell you a registered New York bred can take you there.
Diversify!
That New York bred Exact and the Whitney by multimillionaires Diversify and Mind Your Biscuits shows the kind of quality that allowed New York breds to earn more than $93 million on the world stage last year. On-track successes have spurred New York bred sales result. At the March OBS sale, Chestertown sold for $2 million. And this New York bred 2018 yearling brought $1 million at Saratoga. So get with the program at nybreds.com.
Run Happy is simply super! He polishes off an outstanding campaign with a dominant victory in the Malibu!
No medication, no problem. Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back. You're watching Saratoga Live. Well, the 2-year-olds, it's all about the future here at the spa. They are assembled in the paddock, and it's the New York breds on tap here, going 5.5 furlongs on the turf course. And just want to start by talking about the first-time starters. Number 3, It's a Gamble, may have one of the most appealing pedigrees, at least for the turf, in this spot. By English Channel, out of a dam by the name of Yes, It's Pink, and the dam was actually a very good and proficient New York bred turf router. This is 5.5. I'm a little concerned that 5.5 might be a little on the short side for It's a Gamble because he is pretty tall, pretty leggy, more of that even frame, not really built downhill with those big hindquarters. He's not, I don't want to say lacking behind the saddle, but he doesn't have that typical sprinter hind end to him. He does look fit. He's in fairly professional. He thought about being a naughty boy right before we came back from break, but so far, so good. I just think this is a little bit on the short side for him, as number 7 is Daggerboard for Brad Cox, the son of Miz and Mass. And out of one of the more venerable mares that used to run around here by the name of Run-a-Dub-Dub. There's no turf pedigree besides being by Miz and Mass. So with this horse, he does look as though he'll handle it, to be honest, but he was very green while they were saddling him. He actually came out and wanted to get away from his groom, kind of crashed into the poles here. Luckily, they are padded and covered. Didn't want to walk forward. He just seems like he has no idea what's going on, at least back here in the paddock. And he looks as though for fitness sakes, he's going to need this start, as he does wear blinkers first time out as well. Just a short cup on him. As number 8 is I'm Blaming You. Sold for $100,000. At the OBS March sale by Blame, who gets some good turf runners, and Out of a Dam, who is a good turf sprinter. And there's been a sibling that actually won first time out as a 2-year-old, though, going long on the turf. But he, watching that sales workout in which he worked 10-1, just a really rapid type of stride, just really looks in that breeze like a turf sprinter. And whoa, 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 buddy, whoa, okay. All right, good hold there. Nice job by the groom to keep a hold of him and keep moving with him. He was being good until that. A lot of times with these young horses, you know, the thing to do at the races is to throw a jockey up on the walk. But that's not what you do in the mornings. Horses are typically, typically the actualized rider isn't carrying a stick either and not wearing brightly colored silks as well, and usually get on from a standstill. So, ooh, he still doesn't want to let Louis Saez aboard. So I'll keep an eye on him. Hopefully he lets him get aboard, because I do think he is at least the one that's most suited to turf sprinting here, as we do see the outrider helping him out now with the pony. A lot of times just a little company is all they need, these young horses. But moving on to number 10, that is Kahulin for Graham Motion. Came in on his toes. He's a little unsure of himself, to be honest. That's not typical of Graham's horses. His are usually very, very professional, despite a lot of them preparing at Fair Hill and not ever being at a race course. It seems as though that being at a racetrack for the first time, they've gotten a little bit of the better of Kahulin in here, but he is on his toes. He does look sharp. He is very fit heading into this effort, and obviously looks as though he should handle the turf here. Greg?
Named after the Irish mythological demigod.
There you go.
Kahulin. Today's 2-year-old race of the day, it's brought to you by Spendthrift Farm, home of reigning champion General Sire. into mischief, and it should be a good one. We kick things off here with the two who will have the rail. Thin White Duke had a very troubled trip last start.
Has some tactical speed, was close up to a fast pace last time. I like him in this spot.
Manny Franco will be back aboard. The 4, Bustin Bieber for Amira Shashakli, turns back in distance.
I heard they named him this because he's got his hair over his eye. I'm just kidding. I made that up.
Very good.
I made that up. I thought you'd like it.
I'm a bit of a Biebs fan. Back to the 3, it's a gamble. First-timer, son of English Channel.
Kelly Breen has only run 7 two-year-old turf sprinters in 5 years. He's 1 for 7.
Tom's choice, the 5, Tom Morley, and a Lauban 2-year-old.
Yeah, he acted up a little bit before the gate last time. Let's see how he acts today. I like the rider, Ricardo Santana, in these turf sprints.
Strong Desire, 17-1, Jose Lezcano, Jimmy Ryerson.
This horse ran okay last time, considering first time out. He was beaten pretty poorly, but there was a pretty fast pace, and he was involved to a certain extent. Maybe he needed that one.
Brad Cox going to send out a first-timer by Ms. and Mass Daggerboard.
Brad Cox has great numbers with these types. He gets Javier Castellano. I think this horse is the interesting first-time starter.
I'm blaming you. The dam was a multiple winner sprinting on the turf, and the only other foal was 3 for 4 on the turf.
I'm blaming you. Was acting a little naughty in the paddock. I'm sure he's blaming Luis Saez.
Charge my dinner. Blinkers going on. Gary Gullo.
I don't like it when first-time starters take 0 money and then they come back and they're still not taking much money. Nothing to lean on here.
Cohullin. First time out, Graham Motion, son of Quintharos.
Graham Motion couldn't win first time out with Sharing, the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf champion last year. I'm not sure about this one.
Danzig with the Stars, first time out as well, son of War Dancer for Dominic Schettino.
It's a good name. Kendrick Carmouche going to sweep the 2-year-old races today with this horse. If he does, 40-1.
And we had a jump race early on this morning. Kendrick was out there at the wire rooting on the winner. I thought it was a little strange. Then he comes right back and wins the next race. Should have been a sign. Here's Thin White Duke. So this horse, start number 3, they switched to turf sprinting, 5.5 furlongs. It was at this meet. He was a favorite, and he was waiting and waiting finally to get some room to run here in the stretch.
Yeah, tough trip for this horse. But what I'll say is the horse was, the thing I like about this horse the most is that he was tactical early in the race. He got himself into position as a lightly raced 2-year-old. He's drawn down to the inside. Manny Franco learned what he had underneath him there. Maybe be a little bit more aggressive today to keep him out of his spot like that. And hopefully he won't have to avoid any traffic. He'll be able to just get out and run. Manny obviously riding with a ton of confidence after the win last week at the Run Happy Travers on Tis the Law. So always like to see Manny on horses like this.
And you like to see that burst late that Thin White Duke showed you.
Absolutely. Finished. These turf sprints are about getting position and then finishing, but they're more about getting position. Thin White Duke has enough tactical speed to be able to get that position you need.
Here's Daggerboard. First time out, son of Miz and Mass. The dam was run a dub, and as you might expect, yes, that one way back when first started running was owned by Michael Dubb, who's our leading owner at the meet right now.
I'd be disappointed if that wasn't the case.
No, that's why I had to make sure. 5-1 on the 7.
That reminds me, I have a rubber ducky shirt. I'm going to have to wear that when Michael Dubb has one in that's going to win. Brad Cox has great numbers with 2-year-olds turf sprinting. And why is that? You know, you can try to make reasons for all these situations, but for whatever it is, he identifies horses that are going to appreciate the grass going short, and he gets them going as young horses. So Daggerboard was one that I thought was interesting just off of his numbers, and he gets the Hall of Fame rider in Javier Castellano, who we've seen win a few turf sprints so far this meet. French Reef was one that really stands out to me.
Well, Gary, we got a 6-5 favorite, and then a whole lot of horses in here that could take a big move forward.
Look, and I love the favorite, Thin White Duke, the 2-horse, but I think we can throw a couple of horses in. I want to find out from Maggie if Tom's choice was Tom Morley's pick at a sale, if that's what his name came from. But I like that, he was 15-1 in his first out. He's getting some action right now off of that race. His young new sire, Leo Ben, had his first winner here a couple weeks ago. I think he's going to love the switch to turf in here. Love what I'm seeing out on the racetrack. Ricardo Santana kicking the feet out of the stirrups right now. He's happy with the way he's warmed up. He's going to kick back, let the colt kick back, and see what he can do here in his first effort on the turf. And then I also like the 10-horse. Maybe not for today, but for the future. You got to remember, like you guys were saying, Maggie was saying, he's done all of his training at Fairhill. He hasn't seen, I'm sure he's schooled since then, but his last work was at Fairhill, which tells me that he has just recently been there. So I think that he's going to get to the gate. He's going to say, this is what I'm here for. This is what I've been practicing for. This is game day. And I've had horses wake up where the light switch turns on after they leave the paddock. And I love that he's jogging out there on his own with Jose Ortiz. Maybe wants a little bit more ground than what he's going to get today, but I think he's going to come running. Maggie?
Yeah, well, I'm glad you brought up both of these horses, Gary. As you were talking about the Grand Motion trainee, boy, night and day difference from the paddock to the track. Just an ultimate professional once out there. And same thing can be said with number 7 as well, Daggerboard, who I wasn't thrilled with in the paddock, but really got his wits about him once he got out there. But to go back to number 5 in here, Tom's Choice, yes, he was my husband Tom Morley's choice at the Saratoga New York bred sale last year. He went through the ring without a bid. And Tom said to the co-signers that $5,000, and they took it. And since, you know, he's sold it to one of our clients in Rainbow's End, great group of people from Long Island, Jersey, Yonkers, so on and so forth. But I brought up the irony about Nutsy being a gelding last time in the first two-year-old race of the day. Well, now it's a little bit ironic that Tom's Choice comes back as a gelding as well, and boy, did he need it. In his debut, he was so badly behaved, and this is a horse that has hinted at some ability in the morning, but he completely lost his race prior to even going into the gate, and then when he got back to the barn, he thought he had gone for a breeding session rather than a race. So he was promptly gelded just a few days later, and it has changed his outlook a bit on life. You also see that he is wearing a hood over his ears. He also has cotton under that hood as well, so he can't hear anything. He's a very sensitive-minded horse, so we have to keep him quiet, and Ricardo's doing a great job. He stayed with the pony. His feet are kicked out of the irons, and as far as switching to the turf, as Gary pointed out, the Laubands have taken to it. He's 2 for 3. I mean, this is just his freshman crop, but he's had 2 winners out of the 3 to try it on the turf, and the dam one on the turf as well, though none of the siblings have liked it, but he does have a pretty flat foot to him. I think he should take to this surface here, and I like the way that he's behaving so much more, so much better than what he was upon debut here with the ultimate equipment change, Greg.
Maggie, thanks. That poor guy. Imagine thinking that, and something very different happens. He's getting a lot of money right now. 15-1 morning line, 7-1 right now.
Yeah, that's a tough day at the office. Yeah, you know, and the biggest issue, like Maggie mentioned, was his behavior prior, and that equipment change is meant to help with the behavior, and Maggie seemed to be pleased with how Ricardo was warming him up, or lack thereof warming him up, and we'll see how he goes into the gate here, and if he can stand in there comfortably, and see how if he can improve second time out. A lot of them do.
And I used to complain when I thought we were going for pizza and we had to stay in. I'm never going to say anything again. Even money on Thin White Duke, Manny Franco, Phil Gleaves, off that trip last time out. So you expect Manny to get this horse involved early on, right?
Absolutely. I mean, this horse is the most likely winner. Do not get me wrong. I mean, I obviously picked the 7 in Daggerboard because I thought there'd be some value there. Because with Thin White Duke, when horses get in trouble in the stretch, everyone sees it. Everyone takes their trip notes. Everyone puts it in their notes and their stable mail. They remember the race. They watch the replay. They saw it. Everyone remembers it, and horses get bet like he's being bet here. As a horse who's never won before, it's a very short price. So we'll see what happens.
A horse who was behind him that day as well, Martinez. Connections thought a lot of him that day, didn't they?
Martinez. There's like, we've seen like 185 races.
I want to say it was a West Point horse.
If the Connections liked Martinez, I had probably heard about it. I lost money on Martinez, and I blocked it out. I'll tell you, you have to turn the page.
It is a West Point horse trained by Shug McGahee.
They did like that horse. You're right.
Yeah.
I did lose money. You're right.
We're set. It's Thin White Duke. Has the rail, the favorite. Let's go to John Imbrial.
They're in the gate. And they're off. It was a slow start for number 3. It's a gamble. A good beginning for Thin White Duke from that inside post position. And Tom's Choice is up close along with Bustin Bieber. On the outside, it's Hulin, who is racing in 4th. And then we come back on the inside is Charge My Dinner, who has advanced from 5th. Danzig with the Stars is next in 6th. And Hulin is back running in 7th. Then it is Daggerboard at the back of the pack after that slow start. It's a gamble. Has 1 horse beaten, and that is I'm Blaming You. The quarter 21-3. Thin White Duke by a half length. Bustin Bieber's in between horses. Tom's Choice on the outside, and just in behind is Charge My Dinner in 4th, and Danzig with the Stars looking to come through down at the rail. It's a gamble. It's a gamble who's making a big run here. It is Thin White Duke. It's a gamble. Thin White Duke has gotten clear now. Thin White Duke by 2.5 lengths. It's a gamble. Still coming on. Thin White Duke trying to hold on. Thin White Duke, it's a gamble. It's a gamble. Got there at the end. It's a gamble with a huge effort in his debut to win narrowly over the favorite Thin White Duke.
Joel Rosario, Kelly Breen. It's a gamble. Wearing down Thin White Duke. Get to him with every stride.
Yeah, if you're new to our game, let me be very clear with you about something. That is very unlikely how late that horse found and beat Thin White Duke. I thought when they ran by us, right here behind us around the 16th pole, it was over. And even as they kept going, I just thought he's going to run out of ground, even though he's starting to pick up a little bit. He kept coming. Thin White Duke in that 3-horse kind of across the track early press situation took a toll on him right there in the last couple of jumps.
Manny Franco tried to do it all in the front end. Gary, in the end, Joel Rosario, masterful ride.
A little slow at the beginning. And another thing to tell you guys out there, if you are new to this sport, if you see Joel Rosario on a first-time starter on a horse that's been working pretty steadily for a guy named Kelly Breen or anybody else for that matter, that's 6 to 1 on a morning line and doesn't drift up too much, that horse is live for a reason. Ron Anderson, his agent, does a lot of homework. He knows when he's got a shot. Hey, and look, Joel, all you got to do is put him in the game, and he's going to get the best out of a horse they can get, and they're going to get a good schooling. He got a good schooling. He's going to wind up in the winner's circle as well. He's a nice colt right there, guys.
First time out, 8 to 1, and you think English Channel, I usually think a little more ground, but this horse wins at 5.5.
Absolutely, and like I had mentioned in the post parade, Kelly Breen's only started 7 2-year-olds turf sprinting in the last 5 years. 1 win. Now he started 8, and he's got 2 wins.
20 to 1, 8 to 1 start to this late pick 5. 3, 2, 8, 11 finish, and Joel Rosario picks up his 30th winner of the meet. We'll have the prices from this one when we come back. Set the stage for race number 8. Still ahead, undefeated in his 3-year-old campaign, a perfect 3 for 3. Decorated Invader taking on a fellow undefeated 3-year-old, his stablemate Gafo. That's coming up this Saturday in the Saratoga Derby. We'll talk all about it when we come back.
Undefeated Grade 1 winner Mastery won impressively in his 2-year-old debut at Santa Anita. From there, he captured the Grade 3 Bob Hope Stakes and completed his juvenile campaign with a dominant performance in the Grade 1 Los Alamitos Futurity. At 3, the top-rated son of Candy Ride sizzled in the San Felipe. Now, his much-anticipated first crop are bringing top dollar in the sales ring. Mastery, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Fitness is, was, and always will be about keeping a routine. And the best routines in life did, do, and always will make time for enjoying yourself.
You look like a flower, each and every way.
Adrenaline pumping, hearts racing, the thrill of winning. And it all happens right here. Twin Spires, from the team behind the Kentucky Derby and the destination for horse racing wagering from around the globe. From beginner to expert, Twin Spires is betting made fun and easy. And for new players, once you place your first $25 worth of bets, we'll match that in bonus bets. Twin Spires, racing into your home. Download the app now. See site for details. Void where prohibited. Please wager responsibly.
Back on Saratoga Live, we just saw our 2-year-old Spendthrift race of the day. And a first-time starter, impressive from off the pace. It's a Gamble runs down Thin White Duke, Joel Rosario, and Kelly Breen from Mr. Amore Stable.
Yeah, Joel just kept coming. Joel's dangerous in these turf sprints. He saved ground on the inside. Thin White Duke was almost home and just got a little bit late.
Let's go to Maggie Wolfendale.
I'm pleased to be joined by winning assistant trainer John Atfield here. And John, as you said off camera, there's nobody else I'd rather have on a turf horse than Joel Rosario. And he gave this guy a brilliant ride first time out, considering the start too.
Yes, I mean, he's possibly the greatest turf sprinting rider in the world. But before I go anywhere else, I just would like to thank Mr. Amore for allowing us to train this horse and train all the horses that we have for him. That's the most important thing to me right now.
Absolutely. And this horse, under your tutelage, it's a Gamble up here at Saratoga. You man the barn here for Kelly. And what had he shown you in the mornings, John, that gave you some confidence heading into this effort here?
I mean, every time we've breezed him, he's always breezed very well on the dirt. And Kelly said to me, he said, John, you know, this horse has got a little bit of turf pedigree by being by English Channel. He said, why don't we try him on the grass and see what happens? And I told Joel, I said, listen, he doesn't break very well. He's never broke very well, and he proved that again today. But Lord have mercy, did he come flying home.
Do you think that he will appreciate getting more ground, or is he more just that closing turf sprinter? Do you think he's a little bit more versatile?
I think he'll go a little further than this, for sure. I mean, the way he finished today, I mean, I think he will. I mean, if he breaks better, we can get him to break a little better. If I do my job a little better and get him to break better, we might be in good order.
I think you did a mighty fine job here to get it done at first asking with It's a Gamble. It truly was 8-1, and if you did gamble on him, you got rewarded, but a big congratulations to you as well.
Thank you very much, Maggie.
John Atfield, longtime assistant for Kelly Breen, does a great job with his string of horses here in New York, and he certainly had It's a Gamble ready to roll here at first asking in this Spendthrift 2-year-old race, Greg.
Nothing like having a 2-year-old winning first time out, and then it has potential, as he said, yeah, to stretch out and all kinds of things on the horizon. Look at the start of this late pick 5, $587,000 in the pool, $42 start, now an $18 horse in leg 2.
And this one's got a long way to go to get to the $47,000 of the early pick 5, but if RATAJKOWSKI gets beat, maybe he could start going in that direction.
8th race on the inner turf. We will stretch out to a mile and a 16th, a 50,000 starter allowance. Battalion, wow, opening up as a favorite right now. Todd Pletcher's going to send out Mandate. Won impressively last start.
Yeah, this is an interesting race. I thought there was 3 horses really that could probably get the job done, Mandate being one of them. We'll see what happens. It's the board is kind of in the middle with these. There's a couple 7-2 shots, a 3-1, 5-1, 2-1. They're all right there.
Alabama Day on Saturday afternoon, but 3-year-olds on the turf for the boys. Go at it in the Saratoga Derby. And we're going to take a look at the field. It looks like Christophe Clement has a strong hold with his duo of Decorated Invader and Guffaw in here.
He does. He's Decorated Invader, hasn't done anything wrong. And if you've watched our show, you've heard Johnny I's call. He's 3 for 3 as a 3-year-old, and he's done nothing wrong. And he's very unlucky to not win, the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf that day. No offense to our buddy Structor, but Decorated Invader's been good all year long, and they've been avoiding each other, him and Guffaw. And now they're going to lock up in the same gate together, and we'll see what happens.
Well, Decorated Invader, that was his win in the Hall of Fame. He was coming off a victory at the Pennine Ridge at Belmont. He's 2 for 3, it should be noted here at Saratoga as well. Joel Rosario will be aboard for Christophe Clement. They've done a lot of damage with stakes victories at this meeting. Meanwhile, Guffaw, Clement's talked about this horse, saying that he is probably going to love the extra ground, maybe even more the Decorated Invader.
Yeah, and sometimes that can be the thing that kind of sets it all apart. They're going to all be going a little bit longer than they have, and that can be the difference. Guffaw, obviously, in his own right, has been a nice horse, and he could have won the Hall of Fame if he was here running in it, right? But they've been trying to keep them separated. Decorated Invader has the longer list of accomplishments so far this year, and so they've been keeping them separate. And obviously, Decorated Invader's kind of been their one, and this is kind of their 1A. But like I said, the tables could turn.
Going to be fun to see those two do battle. You would think Decorated Invader probably is going to have first run of those two on each other, but who's going to last that mile and 3/16, I should say, in this Saratoga Derby? We will find out Saturday afternoon. $500,000 purse on the line. 3-year-old Colts and Gellies in that Saratoga Derby. We're going to step aside for a break. We have a lot more action coming up. Our feature still ahead as well. And, of course, Saturday, 3-year-old fillies go at it in the Alabama Songbird. That made it 10 for 10 in the Alabama back when she won under Mike Smith in 2016, and laid a tone for a narrow defeat to Abel Tasman and the coaching club American Oaks in her 5.5 length romp for Bill Mott. Who did it best? We ask you next.
Off for the 8 Challenge Derby presented by Run Happy. Running away in the Run Happy hopeful.
But Colleen wins the Run Happy that mile. Have won the Run Happy Grabbers.
Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
What if you could make a statement with the dairy products you buy? What if those products were sustainably sourced, 100% organic, and made by a company with the highest respect for their cows and the land they live on? Well, you can. Grab a computer, a tablet, or a smartphone and visit SpringHillCheese.com. Shop our delicious cheeses and butter, like our Saratoga bundle, for just $79 with free shipping anywhere in the U.S. using promo code Saratoga. Don't just buy your dairy. Make a statement with Spring Hill Cheese, because the best dairy products come from the happiest cows.
Eclipse champion Blame. Ranked among the top stallions of his crop, Blame has sired over 50 stakes horses. His recent top performers include Nadal, a $700,000 juvenile purchase and winner of the Grade 1 Arkansas Derby, and Shotsky, winner of the Grade 2 Remsen Stakes, plus recent Grade 1 performers Mississippi, Alandra, and Natalma Stakes winner Abscon. Outstanding value, outstanding results. Blame, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
It is Elite coming to the final furlong in the Alabama. Putting away It Is Well. Salty runs through an opening on the inside up into third. Lockdown is fourth. And then Actress on the outside, but Elite is clear. Elite has moved away to a 4-length lead in mid-stretch. It Is Well clings to second, and then it's Salty. Elite has won the Alabama.
That was a 2017 5.5 length score. Jose Ortiz aboard for that dominant win. She went off at 4-1 that day.
Yeah, I watching this replay, I remember people liked Salty a little bit in that spot who was way behind Elite. I will say this about Elite. When she ran in that race, I kept telling myself, and other people were saying the same thing, not just me, she's going to love 1.25 miles. I feel the same way about Spice is Nice on Saturday. She's going to love 1.25 miles.
That win from Elite made it back-to-back wins for Medaglia d'Oro as a sire. Both Songbird and Elite by Medaglia d'Oro. We asked you, poll time, Alabama. Highlight this week at Saratoga. Who's your favorite winner over the years? Heavenly Prize, Songbird, Elite, or someone else?
My other is Blind Luck. One of Tom Durkin's, just under the radar calls. It was awesome. I loved Blind Luck in there. She was such a cool filly, so small, and to the standards of horses like Elite, she wasn't very attractive, or Songbird. She was kind of a, smallish type, but she was really good.
It's going to be a lot of fun this Saturday afternoon. We hope you join us. We're going to have all the action for you right here on Saratoga Live. Right now, our 8th race coming up. 1.16 on the inner turf. This 50,000 starter allowance. Big scratch with the 2 turn of events here taken out of the mix. Here's the favorite, morning line favorite and current favorite. Mandate for Todd Pletcher, Jose Ortiz, 1 for 40,000, non-winners of 2 last time.
Yeah, this horse, both last 2 performances have been good for Mandate, and right here is in the race with Bray, who's the 6th in our race here today at Saratoga. Mandate ran well in this spot, grinded away, just kind of kept coming at him here, kept coming. I kind of liked Bray's race better in here, just was wide all the way around there. Bray's the one I want out of here, but by no means am I dismissing Mandate. I think both of them have a shot in this spot.
And look, Bray, Rudy Rodriguez now, he's had a very good Saratoga. He's a very good trainer on the circuit. Taking horses off of Christophe Clement, though, that doesn't concern you?
Well, it's interesting. That's a good point. Rudy, Mike Maker, those are the 2 guys I just kind of give a pass. If they claim off of someone, I don't care who it is. They can claim off of them, and I say, okay, maybe they'll change some things up. They give a lot of attention to this level of horse. And so I think that there's always an opportunity for Rudy to move one up off of Christophe. That's no disrespect to Christophe. I would probably throw out anyone else claiming off of Christophe, but I do think that Rudy's a guy that can get the job done.
Well, for more, let's check in with Acacia Courtney.
Hey, Greg, and we'll talk about a horse that actually finished second to Bray in Mandate. First for trainer Todd Pletcher, the number 3 in here, who did get a win last time out. So that certainly did flatter Bray's last win with previous connections. But Mandate, he's a fit type of horse. He's handled himself very well. He's always the one that's very laid back in the paddock. 2 starts back, when he did run second to Bray, I saw a big change in him mentally, too. He got a lot more sharp on the track. He really perked up quite a bit. He had a lot of good energy. So I'm going to be looking to see that from him again on the track coming off of that win. But coming off of the win, he's carrying really good weight. That's what you want to see as well. So the fact that he is pretty quiet, he's almost kind of falling asleep being saddled here. That's typical of Mandate, but a very, very attractive horse. We'll see if he could make it 2 in a row, getting that non-winners of 2 condition. The 5 Battalion coming off of a second. He's always been just a striking, I would certainly say, a type of horse. The thing with him is that he has a similar type of attitude to Mandate, is that he can be a little bit quiet back in the paddock. But when he does get on track, in fact, last time out, he almost kind of tried to run off in the warm-up. So that's something I'll be watching as well to see if he's able to conserve that energy earlier too, as he was going that 1.16 off of the mile win. He's very fit today. He's handled himself very nicely, as a typical Bill Mott style. He always saddles his horses in that last saddling stall away from the rest of the field, keeping them kind of separate, if you will. So he's handled himself well. My question is, can he improve off of that race last time out? Take a step forward in here today. We'll see. I'm going to be especially watching him once he gets out on track, the post-parade and the start of the warm-ups. Now, Bray, coming off of that win, as I did mention, he really struck me quite a bit as not liking getting a little sponge bath there. It is a warmer day, but off of the claim, first time for Rudy Rodriguez. He looks very much the same as he did last time out. He's very well muscled. He's solid behind. He's always a horse that's good in his coat. And you like to see a horse that's coming off of a win and with new connections, looking like they're just plain and simple, happy and healthy. He was actually a little bit more on edge today than I've seen him in the past. He can be a little bit of a tricky horse, but he's, again, just a little bit more on edge. But it's not just Rudy Rodriguez, it's also Rapoli Stable, sharp claiming outfit for sure. And he's one that, again, he can run, he can do it on the track, and did see Rudy Rodriguez himself was aboard working this horse in the morning, which I always love about looking at the clocker reports to see which ones Rudy R was up aboard working in the mornings. But we'll see if Bray can make it a winning one for his new connections, as he will be running late. Again, a little bit sharper today than I've seen in the past, though, Greg.
Keisha, thank you. Our post-parade here coming up momentarily. There again, Mandate, Son of Blame. Looking for 2 wins here at the meet. As you see Todd Pletcher talking strategy with Jose Ortiz. Meets leading rider and trainer. Potent here at 3-1. Get signed up, started, play along with Naira Bets. If you're a new member, take advantage of up to a $200 deposit match. Use the promo code SPA at sign up. All the details are at NairaBets.com, or you can download that Naira Bets app as well to get involved. That promo code is SPA to use at sign up. 5-2 favorite right now. It's still Battalion in here for Bill Mott with John Velasquez.
Yeah, I mean, I like the horse's last race, closing into a slow pace, and if you've watched this show, it's one of my favorite angles in turf races. I just feel like it's a trip people don't often see. We saw Thin White Duke in the last race get into some trouble in the stretch a couple races back, and everyone sees that. But not everyone sees horses closing into slow paces, and I like to bet horses out of those spots.
John Velasquez was aboard that day. Back aboard this afternoon. Broke his maiden at Gulfstream, this horse, for 40 maiden claiming. But few ways to go in here. And, you know, down on the inside, we haven't talked about Quiet Out East yet. We're going to see him in a moment. Bruce Brown claims this horse off of Brad Cox, but this horse, numbers-wise, stacks up against certainly the top 2 or 3 in this race.
Yeah, this is an interesting horse. Christoph had the horse. Linda Rice claimed off of Christoph. Brad Cox off of Linda Rice. And now Bruce Brown gets Joel Rosario. Brad Cox is one of those guys that I'm not crazy about them getting claimed off of him. Wins at a high percentage, does a great job at that level, that claiming level. Also at the highest level with Kentucky Oaks and Breeders' Cup champion Monomoy Girl and a ton of other ones. That's just one that popped in my head right away. So we'll see how Quiet Out East does out of Brad Cox's barn.
And Bruce Brown had a win earlier on today's card. Robin Sparkles. Can he pick up another here with Quiet Out East, with Rosario looking for back-to-back wins? This is a horse who should be coming, you would think, from least mid-pack. Didn't get out of the gate well last time out and was dead last early on.
We'll be able to save some ground from the inside. Has been single digits and 8 or 9 races.
Oh, we're going to see Quiet Out East first. 4-year-old by Broken Vow. 2-time winner on the turf, and here again, Rosario.
Taking some money, and you know what Joel Rosario can do. We just saw that in our last race.
Mandate. Todd Pletcher meets leading trainer with the meets leading jockey, Jose Ortiz, aboard Son of Blame.
Has run well in his last 2 starts. A little bit short on the board for me, though.
4 sent out by trainer Mark Hennig. Comes in off a maiden claiming win in career start number 7.
And this horse just got the win for maiden 40. A little bit deeper waters here. These horses have won races.
And the 5 Battalions running loose right behind us here. Dropped the rider, John Velasquez, so Battalion outrider going to try and catch up to this horse, but right now there's no one in the vicinity.
Yeah, I don't project to know exactly what they're going to do, but he was running pretty fast by us, and he's running pretty far, I would imagine.
There's Bray, Irad Ortiz Jr., Rudy Rodriguez off the claim.
First time for Rudy. This horse got a weird trip last time, extremely wide. I think this is the most likely winner.
Operative, huge long shot, David Donk, Manny Franco.
Ran for maiden 40 last time, got a good trip last time for the win for Jose, switches to Manny Franco.
The Sinner Is You, 15-1 on the morning line. 9-1 right now, Junior Alvarado, Jeremiah Engelhardt.
These horses are always sneaky for me. The horses that ran at 7 furlongs at Belmont, trying to understand how that figure is going to convert to the 2-turn races here.
That's our field. Our concern, obviously, right now with Bray, who we see him all the way on the other side of the dirt track. He's definitely slowed down. There's John Velasquez. These riders have to be on high alert at every single moment with all the running he did. Yeah, the Battalion, no-brainer coming out of this race.
If you're alive in the pick 5 and you're new to our sport, pick 4 as well, you will get the post-time favorite. So on the bottom of the screen right now, you see the 6 with the yellow circle and the yellow numbers. That is your horse that you will get in replacement for the 5. But keep an eye on the 1 or the 3. If they go in front and they go off favored, you'll get that horse instead.
All right, for more on what just took place, let's go to Acacia.
Yeah, he saw John Velasquez just come back into the winner's circle. He said he's totally fine. He walked off, so all good news there. But I had mentioned this back in the paddock that Battalion had tried to kind of run off in the warm-up out of the post parade last time, and Johnny said he did much of the same today, that he just kind of took off. And so he got about halfway around the track. So, of course, a late scratch in there, but glad to see John Velasquez doing okay. But something about when Battalion hits the track just kind of gets him a little bit more on edge. So he will not run today, but, of course, glad, Greg, to see John Velasquez walking back just fine.
Acacia, thanks. Great to hear everything okay with the Battalion. You ran a long way.
He did a great job by our outriders as well. Closest thing to cowboys out there, running around trying to catch loose horses, and they do a phenomenal job with that.
I saw a couple of the outriders having an old-fashioned little horse race here after the races. They were riding hard, having a little fun after the races all wrapped up, but they are some of the unsung heroes here at the racetrack. And nice job here to catch up with the Battalion. No worse for the wear. We'll head back to the barn, and we'll see him another day. So with him out, now we're left with 6. And a 9-5 favorite. It's shifted again. It's Mandate. I would think would go off favorite in here.
Yeah, according to the doubles, is a slight favorite, but it can get a little tricky though, because with the 5 Battalion being scratched, those doubles were set with people thinking that horse is going to run, so the race design could be different in certain people's minds. We'll see what happens here, but as of right now, the 3 Mandate, the most likely. I said that. Switch back to the 6. The 3 was the most likely to be the favorite here if you're involved with the 5 and the pick 5.
Yeah, favored one of the double and the pick 3. We'll see what happens as we get closer to post time here. 9-5 favorite. Bray, Rudy Rodriguez claiming off of Christophe Clement. Let's go to Acacia.
And I'm pleased to be joined here by Rudy Rodriguez ahead of the race. And Bray, Rudy, a horse that you claimed off of a win. What have you learned from him since he's joined your barn?
You know, since he come to the barn, he's been pretty straightforward horse, so it's nice to be around. He's trying very, very good, so we just gotta hope that he can improve a little bit to run his race. I'm very happy the way he's coming to the race, so hopefully we can get the job done.
Your barn's so sharp with claiming horses, finding ones that maybe have some form to go off, but what exactly do you look for when you're gonna claim a horse to add to your barn?
You know, we're looking for horses that got conditions and physical that look good. And this horse fit the profile, so it looks good and it's trained very good. So we just got to hope for the best.
And you claimed him with Mike Rapoli's stable, a guy we know loves to see his colors in the winner's circle as well. What's that relationship like as claiming horses for Mike?
He's very, very good owner to have. You know, he wants to be aggressive, he wants to win races, and I want to win races too, so hopefully we're in the same team.
I love it. Rudy, thanks so much. Good luck here with Bray.
Anytime, thank you.
Hey, they both want to win races, Greg, so it sounds like a match made in heaven, but Bray, now your favorite with that late scratch of the 5.
Now, Mike Rapoli, owner of Bray, he loves to win races here.
I don't think it's just races that Mike Rapoli likes to win. If
He
you've
likes to
ever
win
talked
titles here.
I think he likes to win anything that's a competition. Whatever it is, you get that vibe from him when you talk to him.
Yeah.
He seems like a very competitive man.
He's a lot of fun, too. He's been great for the game and teaming up here with Rudy Rodriguez. And now it's Bray, 8-5. So this horse coming off a win against 40 non-winners of 2. We'll see if this horse can hold that form from last time out, maybe even improve off that effort. This horse is pretty lightly raced.
Yeah, and like Rudy said, that he likes to claim horses with conditions, and what that means is that if you look at the top of the past performances, there's a bunch of words up there that tell you what horses qualify for this race, and Rudy's looking for horses. When he claimed this horse at Belmont, I can guarantee you that him and Mike Rapoli were thinking, what can I do? What can we claim here at Belmont to take up to Saratoga and try to win a race? So I can assure you that Bray, this was always the plan for Bray. Claim him for 40, take him to Saratoga, and try to get a win in that starter spot.
Beat Mandate in that race and did so with a troubled trip as well. As we look at Quiet Out East, 5-2. Rosario again looking to go back-to-back. And a horse who just ran for 35 non-winners of 3 last start, missed by a length.
Yeah, the biggest question about this horse is just the trainer change, which is the question about a couple of these, right? Bray as well, is you got to see what's going to happen. It's an important part of this game from a handicapping standpoint is evaluating how these horses are going to run when they switch barns. It's different feed, it's different training schedules, different equipment, different grooms. Their grooms are kind of like their partners in crime that make sure they're set and straight, baths and wrapping their feet, whatever it might be.
A horse could just be in a good rhythm with a certain barn. And
100%.
Yeah, that could switch it up and change things. Or it could make a difference and turn things the other way.
It can go either way. It can go either way. We've seen horses switch barns that were good with one barn and be great with another, and vice versa. There's no exact science to it.
In this race, look, the 2 was probably going to be in front. Is it the 4 now for Hennig? Who's the one who's going to be in front? There's not a lot of pace in this race.
There's not. And in situations like this where you don't see a lot of pace, a lot of early pace, when you look down at the past performances, my thing to do is always look to the inside, the outside, and then look at the riders. And in this situation, maybe with the trainer change, maybe Bruce Brown gets a little bit more aggressive with Joel. But I can't see this horse doesn't seem fast enough to be on the front end. Yeah, I mean, maybe the 4 with Eric Cancel. But that horse doesn't have a lot of speed either. Jose, maybe.
There's Cancel moving in. Mitzrayim, Cairo Prince, 3-year-old. 22-1.
Who do you got on the lead? Let's pick one quick. It'll be our competition. I'm going to take Manny, Operative, the 7. I think. I can't change it now, so.
25-1. Favorite for now, the 3 mandated 6-5. Here's the 8th from Saratoga, John Imbrial with the call.
They're in line. And they're off. From the inside, it's a Mandate and a Quiet Out East. Now moving up on the outside is Operative. Mitzrayim is in between horses. Now Mitzrayim takes the lead. Operative on the outside runs in second, and the even money favorite Mandate sits behind in third. And then we have the Sinner Is You next in fourth, a Quiet Out East, and a Bray at the back. Around the clubhouse turn, it's Mitzrayim in front by 2 lengths. Operative runs in second, and Mandate is next in third through a quarter in 24 and 2/5 seconds as the field reaches the back stretch. And it is Mitzrayim, the big long shot in here, in front by 1.5 lengths. Operative runs in second, another 1.5 lengths to Mandate in third. On the hedge is the Sinner Is You next in fourth. Alongside is Bray. Quiet Out East now trails in sixth. Half mile, 49 and 3/5 seconds. Mitzrayim in front by 1.5 lengths. Operative in second by 2. And then it is Mandate, Quiet Out East, down on the inside. In between horses there, the Sinner Is You, and Bray is the trailer in sixth. They go midway around the far turn. Operative and Mitzrayim, the 2 long shots, are heads apart, with Mandate now moving up on the outside in third. Then it is the Sinner Is You. Quiet Out East looks to rally at the rail. Bray is out in the middle of the course as they come down for the 8th pole. It is Mitzrayim, and it is Operative, and it is Mandate, and it is Bray on the outside. Now Mandate and Bray, the two of them will battle it out to the finish. Bray from last to first to win it by a head. Mandate was second, and Operative finished third.
From last to first, indeed, it is Bray. Rudy Rodriguez claiming off of Christophe Clement and Irad Ortiz Jr. back tied with his brother.
There's a handful of trainers that you can trust to claim off of someone like Christophe Clement. I think Rudy Rodriguez is one of them. Linda Rice, Mike Maker. Yeah, this horse overcame a tepid pace, but don't be fooled by that. The horses they were running down, the 4 and the 7, weren't exactly the cream of the crop here, and you can see that with the 3 Mandate and the 6 Bray running them down late. But an impressive performance for Bray and a good win for Rudy and also for Mike Rapoli.
Fist pumps all around. Well done, Rudy Rodriguez. His fantastic Saratoga continues. Great job to him and his staff. Let's go to Acacia Courtney.
Yeah, Rudy said to me a little bit earlier when I asked him to do an interview before the race, he goes, "Oh no, I'm nervous. You want to do it right now?" He goes, "He's doing well. I don't know what else to say." And as always, he's a real team player, happy to do the interview, and great in spotting horses that can be claimed, added to his barn to move into the right spot. And as JK was mentioning, I'm sure had this race circled from the start. And that 40,000 non-winners of 2 lifetime race at Belmont really held together with the top 2 finishers there finishing in the top 2 here. Both Bray and Mandate, not the easiest for them in a race where it looked like the pace setters were holding pretty well. They had to have a sustained drive, and this is where it's great seeing Irad and Jose Ortiz riding their hearts out down to the wire. I love when it's a photo finish between these 2 brothers, Greg, because you can really see them riding hard.
Yeah, they're 1-2 in here, and then this is a race that ties it back up again after Jose momentarily took the lead in the jockey standings, each of them with 33 victories here at the meets. They're so much fun to watch. They're as competitive with each other as they are with anybody else in that jockey's room. And they still have a long way to go until they're probably at their best.
I can't tell you how lucky we are to be able to watch this. It's just so much fun. It adds a whole nother dimension to Saratoga and the greatness that is Saratoga. One of their mentors, Angel Cordero, obviously Jose and Irad from Puerto Rico, Angel from Puerto Rico. Angel made it a thing to win this title. In fact, the title is named after Angel Cordero, and so to watch those guys fight it out, it's very fun. And I tell you what, we're going to keep fighting it out. I was close there getting the 4 to the lead, so we're going to have to go double or nothing in the next race.
All right. I'll do that. We'll go back to back. Rudy Rodriguez, well done. Bray, the victory. You're competitive, aren't you? RATAJKOWSKI, 2-time stakes winner, looking for back-to-back. Off the bench, wow, was she impressive and gutsy in that victory, the critical eye. Jose Ortiz will be aboard for Grand Motion as she looks to take the Union Avenue. Next, our feature coming up.
The Saratoga Derby Invitational features a talented field of 3-year-olds on the turf. Decorated Invader is the headliner. Trainer Christophe Clement has seen his talented 3-year-old win 3 straight stakes races.
Decorated Invader has taken the lead in deep stretch, and he's 3 for 3 as a 3-year-old.
Good as advertised in the Hall of Fame. Joel Rosario, thumbs up.
Watch the Saratoga Derby Invitational on Saratoga Live Saturday.
You're watching Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2 on this Thursday afternoon from Saratoga Springs. It's brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. It was Bray from last to first here in the 8th. Rudy Rodriguez off the claim. Rapoli stable. Congratulations to Mike Rapoli and Irad Ortiz Jr. $5.60 for the victory. Let's go to Acacia.
I'm pleased to be joined by that winning rider, Irad Ortiz. Bray didn't give him the easiest of starts here in this race coming out of the gate, Irad, but coming from last to first, tell me about your trip today. He was sharp coming off of that win, first out for Rudy.
I mean, the horse doing great. At the beginning, we got a slow break, hit the gate a little bit, brushed the gate. After that, I just rode it with patience, wait for my time to go, and when I decide to go, he responded really well.
I love seeing when it's you and Jose coming down to the wire. What's that like when it's the two of you and you've got the top 2 horses finishing up?
He made me ride harder, right? Honestly, I mean, when we both turned for home, I just want to beat him, and he want to beat me too, like anybody else. But it's something else because we are very competitive. So I mean, I just want to win like always. But sometimes we try, but we can't, you know.
He won the race earlier, was the leading rider for a short time, and I joked with him, and he said, oh, don't worry, Irad's going to come back for me. And that has to be fun, though, when you have that extra little competitive there.
Yeah, it's fun when you competitive against your brother, you know, you competitive against everyone in there, but right now we are very close in the standings, so it's a little fun, you know, I want to win, he wants to win, I wish the best for him, and just need the horses. I got the right support from the owners and trainer. I can't complain. My agent do a great job, so let's see what happens.
All right, thanks so much. Congratulations on the win here with Bray.
Thank you, Acacia.
Irad Ortiz and Jose Ortiz, so tough with the two of them, and Irad got pinched a little bit coming out of the gate there by Bray, but these guys are so tough. He's off the neck, so hopefully he's doing okay there with those toes, as it's not easy sometimes with bringing those horses out of the starting gate.
Acacia, thanks. Yeah, he looked a little gimpy right there. He mentioned close with him and his brother, so close, yes, that it is tied. That's got to sting. First of all, you take the lead in the stretch, you get beat, but to get beat by your brother like that, too, is really got to sting.
Yeah, you think they're competitive out on the racetrack. I hear it's even worse on the PlayStation.
Oh, I can imagine. Don't mess with people in PlayStation. It can get ugly. Our feature's next, the Union Avenue, 7/8 of a mile. Fillies and mares, 3 and up, and RATAJKOWSKI. Jose Ortiz looking to go back on top here. He'll team up with Graham Motion off a 6.5-month layoff. She battled on the front end, put away the even money favorite, more mischief in that race, and then held off Mrs. Orb late.
Yeah, you mentioned that 6.5-month layoff is why I didn't like RATAJKOWSKI that day, but she took my bad opinion, tossed it out the side and went on to win. I like her on the cutback, second off of a layoff. She's undefeated, second off a layoff. I think she's going to be tough if she can break away from the rail. You heard Jose say earlier, she's a big mare. Getting away from there is his only concern. If she breaks on top, which we'll talk about later, I think she'll get the job done.
Yeah, we're going to have a little bit more on that coming up. Of course, trained by Graham Motion. For Graham and Anita Motion, as gratifying as any victory for them is making sure that the horses under their care are cared for when their careers are over.
We just think it's our duty to take care of the horses. I mean, they live for 30 years or more, so, you know, we have a responsibility to take care of them and make sure that they're adequately cared for.
I think a lot of people don't realize how long horses can live. You know, we just feel like the horses have given us so much and that we owe it to them to take care of them the best we can.
I mean, it is very unique what Graham and Anita do. They want to win and they want the best from their horses, but they care about the whole horse. And as we know, racing is a sport mainly for younger, what I call younger horses, and so, you know, there's a lot of life left in these horses after that.
We had a horse, a lovely horse called Ichabod Crane, who actually ran third in the Preakness. He must have run till he was 6 or 7?
8, I think.
8, and he became very popular on the New York bred circuit. So he had a bit of a following, if you like.
We prepped him for the first America's Most Wanted, which was at Pimlico. And the time before that, at Pimlico, he was in the Preakness in 2008. Anyway, he won the first inaugural America's Most Wanted competition at Pimlico Race Course.
Ridden by Philip.
Ridden by Philip.
What really won us over was his attitude. Really loves to be trained and taught and enjoys life and has become a part of our family now. Well, the thoroughbred's very suited to eventing. Obviously, a big part of our sport is the cross-country, where you gallop at speed over, you know, natural obstacles, and so the thoroughbred takes to that very well. And the great thing about our sport is there's so many levels of it. There's nearly a place for every kind of horse in our sport.
Sue has worked for us for a long time, and her biggest thing is, you know, placing the horses. I mean, she absolutely loves the horses.
Well, I do like to place the horses. We get people calling up asking for if we have any retirees.
We put on every set of foal papers a sticker with a very bright color, green or orange, and it has our stable name.
The sticker we put in says this horse was not bred for slaughter. This is the number to call if you need to find it a home.
Like we mentioned already, you know, thoroughbreds can live up to 30 years old, so there's a lot of time after they frequently run till they're 4 or 5. There's a lot of time to fill in there and find other careers for them.
But the reason we're doing what we're doing is because we absolutely love the horses. I mean, they you know, burn into your soul. They look at you and you just, you know, you can vision their faces and you just know, you know, you're obligated to take care of them as much as you can for as long as you can.
No, they really practice what they preach, the Motions, taking care of all their horses that have been under their care. Great advocates for aftercare, and they're going to send out RATAJKOWSKI coming up. 4 to 5 current favorite, looking to go for back-to-back stakes wins.
Yeah, like I said last time, she was coming in off that long layoff. She's going to be a little bit more fit here, and only issue is the rail.
Well, this race named the Union Avenue. That's how you get to Saratoga. Historic track and so many historic sites on Union Avenue, the Hall of Fame, that statue of native dancer, and of course Saratoga, the main entrance, our feature, the Union Avenue, coming up next here on Saratoga Live. Stay with us.
You couldn't compose a better pedigree. A half-brother to Beholder. A half-brother to Into Mischief.
Into Mischief wins the Kef Call Futility.
The most versatile performer from this brilliant family.
Mendelssohn's going to do it. Mendelssohn has won it by a length.
What a win by Mendelssohn. Mendelssohn by a conservative 17 lengths.
Scat Daddy's best-bred son at stud. Mendelssohn.
For 3 generations, the Bond Racing Stable has held to a simple philosophy. If you take care of the horses, they will take care of you. That guiding principle drives every aspect of operations at the family's Songhill Farm and Racing Stables. From breeding to breaking, racing and retiring, our commitment to our horses is reflected in everything we do. Now you can join our Grade 1 winning team with racing partnerships starting as low as $3,000. Bond Racing Stables, 3 generations of thoroughbred excellence.
Nominate now for the Thoroughbred Industry Employee Award.
Nominate now.
Have you nominated?
Nominate now.
Nominate now.
Nominate now.
You should nominate now.
Nomina hoy para los premios de la industria.
Nominate today.
What are you waiting for? Why haven't you nominated yet?
Carrera Cat comes by the furlong pole in front. The one to catch a 2-length lead. JC Shooting Star closing on the outside, then Holiday Disguise and Fair Regis, but it's Carrera Cat. Carrera Cat takes the Union Avenue.
Well, let's talk about Ratajkowski and Mrs. Orb in the rematch. We have the defending champ who won this race last year, Carrera Cat, back in action. She'll make her 5-year-old debut in this race. She won this race at odds of 5.5 to 1 last year.
Yeah, with our guy Rajiv was up that day, and I remember he was happy after that win. Gets Kendrick Carmouche today. Kendrick's got a win on the card already. Won the 2-year-old race with Nutsy.
Let's go to Acacia.
Thanks, Greg. And looking towards the inside with the number 1, Ratajkowski, who had a very gutsy effort last time. As Jonathan mentioned, Jose Ortiz saying the rail draw means the break is going to be even more important than it already usually is, as she is a very, very big mare. She's a lot of leg to her. But with that being said, she does carry herself very nicely. She's not a big, solid, heavy horse. She's more of a lithe type. She's angularly built behind. She's just very long, but she's effective in her stride. Just looking at her physically, despite her size, how tall she is overall, I actually prefer her at the kind of 1-turn, 7-furlong, 1-turn mile type of races. Again, just physically with her overall build, I actually think that that's perhaps her best distances. I can certainly understand how she can go longer. You can just kind of see just how tall she is, I think is the best word for it. And being named Ratajkowski, I would assume with the long supermodel type of legs, maybe that was where the name came from. I remember hearing that towards the start of her career, but Jose Ortiz knows her very, very well. And I was encouraged by the fact that he said, if she's on the lead, great. If not, she has won stalking before, so that's not an issue. But I am a touch concerned with her overall size with that inside post, so I do like the distance. She will potentially have her hands full with the likes of the 6 newly minted towards the outside, who is tactical. She does have some tactical speed as well. And speaking to Linda Rice earlier after one of her winners on today's card, she's as a typical kind of trainer off of a layoff. She was joking. She said, of course, I would have loved to have another breeze into her coming back to here, but she felt that she, who had been very consistent before that layoff, benefited from having this outside post going the 7 furlongs. I will say, and we've often said it, especially here throughout Saratoga, that often you'd like to see maybe horses from this barn have a race, but the barn has been going very, very well, and she looks very fit. She's much more of a a smaller type of handy horse versus the size of RATAJKOWSKI, but she's well tucked up. She's well muscled behind the saddle. She's very forward. She's acting professional, things that you'd want for a horse coming off of the layoff. And again, she may get a very nice trip with that outside post. Now, the 3, Mrs. Orb, finished a gutsy second to RATAJKOWSKI last time. She's been very difficult here in the paddock. They had a tough time getting the tack on her, just keeping her walking around and around that number 3 tree with the pony there to get the tack on, and even now tossing her head a bit more. She's great in her coat. She's super fit off of that effort last time out. I think having that race really shows in her just overall muscle definition too. She's very chiseled, I would say. I hope that she's able to settle down a little bit more. She's got some nice horses to deal with today, but sticking with that pony heading out, you don't want to see her get herself into too much of a tizzy, if you will. But Dylan Davis riding aggressively as well, and he said in this kind of race, saving ground is going to be the most important. So I'll be keeping my eyes on Mrs. Orb to see if she settles down a bit more, and she can build off of that gutsy second place finish from last time out, as they'll try, Greg, to get Dylan Davis aboard now.
And there's the leg up. He does indeed get aboard. Thank you, Acacia. Mrs. Orb, 9-2 on the board. So this is the critical eye when Mrs. Orb and RATAJKOWSKI threw down in the stretch back on June the 18th, and Mrs. Orb gaining with every stride, but will come up just short.
Yeah, she was gaining, but what you missed starting at the top of the stretch was RATAJKOWSKI was involved early and had
with
to
the
work
money favorite.
Right, exactly. Had to work to get to that spot. And yes, 100% geography matters. Geography does matter too. Geometry matters in racing. Mrs. Orb lost ground, but she was closing into an honest pace, and they kind of just cancel each other out, in my opinion.
Well, as a result, even money, RATAJKOWSKI, and 9-2 right now on Mrs. Orb. As for newly minted Linda Rice, second last time out when we saw her, that was at Aqueduct in a stakes race against a horse who's a 6-time winner, won $476,000 in her career, but newly minted was 1-5 in this race.
Yeah, she was. She's drawn to the outside today. She's got some tactical speed, which should be able to help her from the outside, but I can't get past Linda's interview earlier, trying to read between the lines. You know, and a lot of trainers say, I wish I could get one more work, so I wouldn't say that there's anything to really, if you like newly minted, don't let that talk you off. But you know, it's been a long layoff. This is a tough field, going 7 furlongs. It's hard to come back off of a break like that and get a win.
Blurred lines?
I was going to sing, but I decided not to.
That's how we all came to learn about RATAJKOWSKI.
Oh, was it?
From the video, right?
Oh, you're right, with Robin Thicke and Pharrell.
Yes.
Yeah.
4-5 favorite. Here is RATAJKOWSKI. Graham Motion, 6-year-old mare. She got started late in her career, but it's been worth the wait.
I thought you were trying to get me to sing the song, Blurred Lines. I like the cutback for this filly, and I like her, or mare, excuse me, second off of a layoff.
Charlie Baker, he sends out the big long shot at 21-1 here. Forever Changed, Junior Alvarado.
I got this rule where I get nervous when I don't use Charlie Baker's horses. He'll jump up and bite you.
No question. Dylan Davis on Mrs. Orb. That was the best race she's ever run when she just missed against RATAJKOWSKI.
She was wide that day, but she did get a setup with RATAJKOWSKI setting honest fractions.
Collegeville girl, she's 9-1, and she is sneaky dangerous in here.
She is. Back-to-back dirt wins. You tossed that little turf race in the middle that didn't go so well. Interesting.
Carrera Cat, Kendrick Carmouche, John Morrison. She won this race last year.
That was the best race of her career in this race. The thing I do like about her is she can win off of a layoff. January to March of 19, or May of 19, she got a win.
And newly minted, 5-2, Jose Lezcano. Linda Rice, 5 for 10 lifetime. She's been first or second in 8 of 10.
Tactical mare from the outside, filly from the outside. I think she has a shot in here. I worry about the layoff.
Well, let's bring in Gary Stevens. Gary, we talked about at the beginning of the show how Jose Ortiz and RATAJKOWSKI have been a perfect fit for each other. Even money right now, trying to win back-to-back stakes races.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, I mean, I love RATAJKOWSKI, but newly minted, I love her draw on the outside in this race, and I think the keys to the race lay in Carrera Cat and Kendrick Carmouche. Kendrick Carmouche is on this horse for a reason, and that's to put her on the lead. So I think that we're going to see a horse on the outside get in a perfect trip, under Jose Lezcano, just stalking and being able to run him down late. I mean, that's what I'm seeing. That's what I'm seeing as the race setup, and now drop down to 5-2. But RATAJKOWSKI down in the one hole. Look, it's a 6-horse field, and you're going to say, oh, boring race. This is not a boring race. There's going to be a lot of things going on tactically throughout this race, and a lot of chess playing between a couple jocks, and mainly it's going to be Jose Ortiz, Kendrick Carmouche, and Jose Lezcano. And don't think that a guy like Dylan Davis, who won on a $42 horse earlier on, won't be sitting back there taking it all in and figuring out a way that he can sneak up and jump up again, and went on another horse that's a good price at 5-1 right now, and Miss Orb.
Well, Carrera Cat, Gary brings up this defending champ of this race and that rider change. It's been the same pilot on board throughout, and now Kendrick Carmouche gets aboard, who we know is, without question, the best at getting a horse out of the gate and using the speed of a horse on the front end to their advantage in here. Carrera Cat seems like she has to get to the front end. How's that going to hurt RATAJKOWSKI in this race if he's able to do that?
Well, I think it depends on how RATAJKOWSKI breaks. If she breaks running from there, she's big, she's fast, she can get the lead as well. Carrera Cat has the layoff, which kind of helps her get out of there to be fresh. And then I'm sure Kendrick knows her habits. Kendrick probably called Rajiv and was like, hey, Rajiv, what about, give me some advice here with this filly. So I'm sure Kendrick will be prepared to get her out of there.
Even money still on RATAJKOWSKI. Let's go back to Acacia.
I'm pleased to be joined by trainer Mike Maselli, who has the number 3 Mrs. Orb, trying to upset the apple cart. As she was, Micah, she was very close to RATAJKOWSKI last time out. What were your thoughts of that race off of the layoff for Mrs. Orb?
She ran a super race off the layoff. She had been off about 4 months, and she just fell a head short. She just couldn't run her down, and a jump or two past the wire, we were in front, but not where it counted.
Now she's been running some longer distances versus the 7 furlongs. What are your thoughts about the distance for her? She does have a nice closing kick.
She has run well at 7-8. She was second the one time. Her preference is, a mile to a mile and 8. That's her ball.
And now we were kind of joking about it as she, you said, has a little bit of a hot streak. She can be a little bit tricky. She's got some attitude in the paddock before the race, huh?
She has a lot of attitude. Today was a better day for her than usual. But she runs. She's one of those that'll run through being hot in the paddock.
All right, Mike. Thank you so much. Best of luck with Mrs. Orb here, second off the layoff.
Okay, Casey. Thank you.
Mike Maselli just a great job with his horses, and Mrs. Orb, as we mentioned, had that big race. And good to hear from Mike that though she was a little bit tricky and with the pony in the paddock, that this was a better day for her. So that's something to keep in count as she is staying with the pony on the track, warming up nicely, Greg.
Well, RATAJKOWSKI, we didn't see her debut until the middle of her 5-year-old campaign. Mrs. Orb, she didn't debut till late in her 3-year-old campaign. So a couple of late bloomers in this race that have been pretty nice horses.
Mrs. Orb's got a little bit in common with Andy Serling. Naughty in the paddock, a little bit misbehaved in the paddock from time to time. We've all seen that move.
You had mentioned to me you wanted to go double or nothing.
Yeah. I want RATAJKOWSKI from the rail.
Who's going to be on the lead?
Yeah, who's going to be on the lead? RATAJKOWSKI from the rail.
So you think it's RATAJKOWSKI. And I think it's going to be Kendrick on Carrera Cat because that's the only way they can do it. But for RATAJKOWSKI, talk about the position on the rail that you have to go from that point, basically,
yeah, you just don't want to get a big horse like that stuck in behind horses. It's uncomfortable for them. I think you just want to let her run, let her do her thing. They're going 7/8. Jose is familiar with her. Get her away from there running and see what happens.
It's our feature race, the Union Avenue RATAJKOWSKI from the rail. Trying to do it again to Mrs. Orb from post 3 in a rematch of the Critical Eye. Let's go to John Imbrial for the call.
And they're off. Bit of a hesitant start for the favorite, number 1, RATAJKOWSKI. She's at the back of the pack along with Mrs. Orb. Carrera Cat goes out for the early lead and is in front here by 3/4 of a length. Newly minted on the outside in second. After that hesitant start, RATAJKOWSKI has moved to the outside and is already up to third. Forever Change down on the inside runs in fourth, and Collegeville Girl and Mrs. Orb is the trailer. The opening quarter mile, 23 2/5 seconds. And the leader is Carrera Cat, who's in front by a little more than a length. Newly minted second by a head. RATAJKOWSKI ranges up on the outside in third. Then Forever Changed, Collegeville Girl, and Mrs. Orb as they race around the far turn. On the inside, Carrera Cat. Newly Minted's in between horses. RATAJKOWSKI's on the outside. Three of them across. Now Mrs. Orb gets involved on the extreme outside. And Collegeville Girl is just in behind horses. The half mile in 46 seconds. They come off the turn and enter the stretch. RATAJKOWSKI on the outside. Newly Minted closest to the rail. And on the extreme outside, it's Mrs. Orb. Collegeville Girl is there as they pass the 8th pole. Newly Minted down at the fence. RATAJKOWSKI is in second. Mrs. Orb. And here is Forever Changed on the extreme outside, but it is Newly Minted off the layoff to win the Union Avenue. Mrs. Orb was second, and it's a photo for third.
So much for needing a work. Newly Minted, Linda Rice, Jose Lezcano in the Union Avenue.
Yeah, I mean, trainers, they're perfectionists. And Linda, obviously, just, you get nervous on race day. I wish we had one. Coaches that say the same thing in football. I wish we had one more practice. I wish we had one more practice. And she didn't need one more practice. She was very impressive today. The race changed a little bit, I think, when RATAJKOWSKI kind of broke away from there slow. And Jose did everything he could to get RATAJKOWSKI out into the clear instead of keeping her in behind horses. But no match for Newly Minted today.
Yeah, Newly Minted, Jose Lezcano, Gary, gets the job done here in our featured. For RATAJKOWSKI, yeah, Jose Ortiz had to alter plans early on.
Yeah, I told you guys that a lot of things, short field, it looks simple on paper. These races are never simple. It seems like the shorter the field, the more things that happen in here. And there were a lot of things going on at the start of this race. And by the way, Wolfie, you won that side bet with Carrera Cat being on the lead. I just want to confirm that with JK here for the future. But, yeah, at the start of this race, RATAJKOWSKI, she didn't get away good at all. And the 3-horse, Miss Orb, she misfired a little bit at the start as well. Horse crossed over in front of her. So, yeah, Jose did what he had to do, get to the outside, keep her out of the dirt. But in the meantime, Carrera Cat was sitting the pace. Newly Minted was sitting just on the outside, stalking, got the perfect trip. Everybody wore themselves out trying to play catch-up. In the meantime, Newly Minted, great job by Linda Rice, Jose Lezcano off the layoff for her, Greg.
6 wins from 11 starts. That's my new best friend right there, too. You're 0 for 2, my man.
I know.
Newly Minted, though. I mean, how does she, if she was maybe a work short, and now we have an inquiry sign that's just been posted.
Yeah, I saw on the stretch a little bit, and I'm sure Gary can comment on it when he was watching the replay back, but it looked like Jose kind of stood up a little bit on RATAJKOWSKI right around the 16th pole, and I don't think there's anything there. We got the lanes here to tell us what's going on.
All right, let's take a look. Those blue and white cap, that's RATAJKOWSKI. And it's bringing Gary Stevens here as well. And Gary, we're still trying to figure out where this took place, and it looks like right there as Newly Minted comes out a little bit.
Yeah, there was a small shift out, but I think that the pan shot shows it even better. Just looking at it with my delay right now. Nah, Jose, come on, man. You've been watching too much Seabiscuit. That's a little bit of Hollywood there as far as I'm concerned. There's no change. No change here, guys. Just saying. That's my humble opinion.
All right, so from our Hall of Famer there, don't waste the steward's time. We'll take a look at it again. So white cap, that's Jose Lezcano. And he's going to a right-handed stick. It's still at that point now. To the hand right, it's going to veer out. Well, there's the left-handed stick and comes out a little bit. And Jose going to sell it maybe a little.
Yeah, I mean,
these animals, they're 1,200 pounds going 35 miles an hour.
Yeah, I mean, look, if Gary says he's acting, then I feel comfortable saying, okay, he was acting. But, you never know. There are horses running around. They're coming out at you. You got to stand up a little bit. Yeah, exactly. He's an actor as well. So.
And a Hall of Famer. All right, so they're going to make their case to the stewards in here. That is Jose Lezcano, who's now going to have to wait out this win. And we still need to figure out, I wonder if we could let him finish to the wire here. I mean, does it matter?
Well, here's the important thing to know.
In terms of how the horse finished.
If you're
didn't pass any of these horses. Does that play into it?
I think the question you have to ask yourself is, did it cost? If there was something,
Did it cost the horse a
I
placing?
think we're trying to decide if it was something. If there was interference, did it cost the horse a placing? And I think if you watch this through the wire, the answer there is no. I don't think it cost the horse a placing, but you know, Collegeville Girl and Forever Changed finish almost a length and a half ahead. I think they had the momentum. I think RATAJKOWSKI was stopping at that point of the race.
It appeared. Well, Gary, let's bring you back in here. I mean, Jose Ortiz, after that sort of mini check, whatever it was, happened, we didn't see RATAJKOWSKI kind of go on with it, but it didn't seem like Jose Ortiz was getting super aggressive to ask her for more.
Well, I just analyzed this again, guys, and I'm going to take something back just a tad. And that shot that I just saw of the slow motion, watch RATAJKOWSKI's left front foot up against newly minted's right hind foot. There is close contact. As you mentioned, when you're an 1,100-pound horse, it probably didn't change the outcome of the race, but I will say it will put something up in your throat that doesn't need to be there when you've hit the ground at 40 miles an hour and have one of those horses roll on you. They are in very close quarters right there, and actually RATAJKOWSKI was looking after herself, and I think Jose was like, really? Everything went wrong in this race. It didn't change the order of the finish, but Jose, I apologize, man. You were in tight quarters. I'd have done the same thing, buddy. That was not Hollywood, but at the time, at high speed, real time, it looked like it might have been a little bit. So just take another look at that. Thanks, guys.
Gary, great catch to find that. You could see it as we slowed it down. Yeah, newly minted. That hind leg hits one of the front legs of RATAJKOWSKI. That cannot help your momentum by any means. So easily to see why she checked out of the race right there.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, if I was the owner of RATAJKOWSKI, I would want Jose to do everything in his power to, if I was interfered with, take care of my horse. But exactly. So don't want to knock him for that.
No question. Newly minted, though, stewards say result stands. $6.20 for the win. And Linda Rice, Jose Lezcano, and Beach Haven Thoroughbreds, this daughter of Central Banker, with the win. The winner's circle lead-in brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton November sale, the world's premier breeding stock event. Nominate now. So maybe a work short heading into this. What can we expect from next time out from newly minted?
It's one of those situations where if a horse runs through my poor opinion or my poor decision making, I take a little mental note and give them an upgrade next time they show up. If she was short here, she's going to be even better next time.
Congratulations to Linda Rice with the win in our feature, and she's standing by with Acacia.
Yes, she is for her second win today, and Linda, newly minted, who you had told me was always been a pleasure to have in the barn. She ran a big race off of the layoff today. What were your thoughts of that performance coming back?
Yeah, the one horse, RATAJKOWSKI, she's a very good filly, and there's several very good fillies. Miss Orb, it was a nice field of fillies, and I was a little concerned about the layoff, that she'd be tight enough, but we had a nice post position. It didn't hurt that the filly on the inside broke awkwardly, so that certainly helped us out today. But she ran game. She looked tired on the end of it, but she got it done.
She certainly did. Didn't have to ask. There was that steward's inquiry there, but it did end up saying that it was no change there for newly minted. What were your thoughts on how the stretch played out?
When I initially saw the head-on view, I was a bit concerned because you could see the filly was getting tired. And when Jose switched his stick, she changed lanes because she was laboring at the end of the race. But Jose assured me that he was far enough in front of the second horse that he thought that there would be no change. So fortunately, there wasn't.
She keeps the win today. Where do you think we might see her next? It has to be so fun having a New York bred like this in your barn that she just really shows up every time.
She's been such a pleasure, and I mean, the New York bred program is tremendous. This stallion, Central Banker, that the McMahons have, he's a really good horse. And obviously, 'tis a law, the New York bred program is doing terrific, and more people need to get involved.
Well, congratulations on newly minted today. Linda, very impressive off the layoff to get the win in the Union Avenue. Thank you.
Thank you, Acacia.
Linda Rice speaking the praises of the New York bred program. She's absolutely right. We've seen some tremendous New York breds in big stages, not just in those New York bred races, but newly minted. Back to the winner's circle today.
Yeah, impressive performance. And I don't think Ratajkowski lost anything in defeat. Things just did not go her way right out of the gate. We've seen that a couple times this meet. It happened with Tom's D'Etat in the Whitney. And I think a horse that didn't lose anything in defeat in that performance because he stumbled out of the gate.
Right, Ratajkowski ran well, and, you know, she's run well going further, and maybe it was just that distance and missing the break. It was just a lot to make up.
Late pick 5 follow along, 587,000 in the pool. Down to one leg remaining. $42 horse, $18 horse to start it. We'll have the Will Pays coming up in a bit. We're going to close the card out with this. A mile on the inner turf. New York breds. And a maiden special weight that is a wide open group, Chocolate Cookie. Remember you talking about this horse earlier in the day?
I did, yeah, it's my best bet. So we'll see. 5-2, a little shorter than I was hoping for, but hopefully some people are alive in the pick 5.
You know who else has a best bet in that day, in that race? Andy Serling.
Does he?
We'll talk about it when we come back. We'll also show you our top performer from the afternoon. Got a lot of choices. We'll be back.
Features Santa Anita Oaks winner Swiss Skydiver.
Swiss Skydiver brings her skills to the West Coast, and she rocked, was much the best.
She took on the boys in the Bluegrass Stakes last time out.
What an effort from Swiss Skydiver to be second.
And Fairgrounds Oaks winner Bonnie South makes her Saratoga debut.
It's Bonnie South who bounced home by 2.5.
Don't miss the 140th running of the Alabama on Saratoga Live Saturday.
This September, Fasig-Tipton will host an unprecedented showcase, combining the best of our traditional selected yearling sales into one extraordinary catalog. 662 yearlings approved on pedigree and confirmation, with over 175 New York breds, from America's #1 auction company by percentage of Grade 1 winners and graded stakes winners sold. Selected sales, superior results. The Fasig-Tipton Selected Yearling Showcase, September 9th and 10th in Lexington, Kentucky.
If your run-happy 2-year-old wins a maiden special weight at Saratoga, Del Mar, or Kentucky Downs, you shall receive a $100,000 bonus. Remember, win an extra $100,000 in 2020 when your run-happy 2-year-old wins a maiden special weight at Saratoga, Del Mar, or Kentucky Downs. Be happy and run happy.
Back on Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2. Thanks for spending part of your Thursday afternoon with us. That was a look at the native dancer statue. Right as you make that turn onto Union Avenue, look at downtown there. And we have our nightcap coming up. 18 minutes to post. We're going to close out this card on the inner turf. We'll get to that field in a moment. It's time for our performance of the day, presented by Michelob Ultra, the superior light beer. And it comes in the 7th race with a first-time starter.
Yeah, we're not trying to punish those who had Thin White Duke here, but this was a phenomenal ride. a phenomenal job preparing this horse. First time as a 2-year-old with It's a Gamble for Kelly Breen. Joel Rosario saved a bunch of ground. Kept busy. Wire.
You are trying to punish people.
No, people, grab a Michelob Ultra.
You might need a case after that. Here's the Pick 5 Will Pays. They are large. The favorite right now is the 7, so $7,137 to that horse. I think you're in agreement. This race seemed wide open, didn't it? There were 4, 5, maybe 6 horses that could win here.
Yes.
Or did you think
the
7 was a standout?
Look, the last race at Saratoga is always wide open, at least most of the time. I thought the 7 and the 11 were the ones that made the most sense for me here.
Todd Pletcher trying to get number 18 at the meet. Wants to get a little cushion because Christophe Clement could have a big weekend coming up. We'll see if he can do it here in race 10. Stay with us. More Saratoga Live on the way here on Fox Sports 2, the nightcap to come.
DeMarshall offers breeders a rare opportunity. Out of a full sister to champions yesterday and Quarter Moon, his picture-perfect pedigree includes 8 Grade 1 winners under the first 3 dams. A winner in his 2-year-old debut at Aqueduct, he was named a TDN Rising Star. He captured a decisive victory at Keeneland and won the Grade 3 Pennine Ridge Stakes at Belmont. The only son of topsire Dubois standing in Kentucky. DeMarshall new for 2020 at Claiborne Farm.
What if you could make a statement with the dairy products you buy? What if those products were sustainably sourced, 100% organic, and made by a company with the highest respect for their cows and the land they live on? Well, you can. Grab a computer, a tablet, or a smartphone and visit SpringHillCheese.com. Shop our delicious cheeses and butter, like our Saratoga bundle, for just $79 with free shipping anywhere in the U.S. using promo code Saratoga. Don't just buy your dairy. Make a statement with Spring Hill Cheese, because the best dairy products come from the happiest cows.
They hit the wire, probably too close to call.
And they're off in the Run Happy Malibu.
Nucky has won the Run Happy Del Mar Futurity Clear.
Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Do you want to bet the next race and don't have a TVG account? Get the TVG mobile app and sign up. It's fun, easy, and it's TVG. I'll show you how it works. You have a jockey that rides a horse. When you bet the horse that wins, you win money too. With the TVG app, select your horse, bet type, and wager amount. Place your bet and watch the race live. Download the app and sign up now, or go to TVG.com. Get double your first deposit up to $100. TVG, your best bet.
We're back on Saratoga Live and the infield canoe in the colors of Saratoga Stable, maroon and silver diamonds. We want to hear from you, how you've been watching the races all summer long. Use the hashtag YourSummerPlace. We've got some great entries. Got a long way to go, though, so send them along on Twitter. We'll try and get them on the show.
Twitter's trying to get me, you, and Andy to get in the canoe. You saw that yesterday?
No.
They were trying to get us to do a show out there.
How are we supposed to get out there? Oh, I did see that. But how are we supposed to get out there?
I don't know, just float.
I didn't bring my swimming trunks. Jonathan, your best bet reminder, chocolate cake coming up. First-time starter Todd Pletcher.
Yeah, you know, I'm not crazy about the price at 5-2 in this wide open field with a first-time starter. Hopefully people are alive to this horse, but was working with a talented turf sprinter for Todd Pletcher named Freewheeler. Now, these workouts in the morning are shorter distances. So you take a long, rangy horse that's going to debut going 2 turns. You put him in a work with a talented turf sprinter. The turf sprinter is supposed to win that. Quicker horse, more agile horse. This horse held his own. I think that's why this horse is taking money. I'm looking forward to seeing this horse on the stretch out. And I'm sure Mike Rapoli wouldn't mind a 2-win day either.
No, not at all. Meanwhile, the 3, Vivazano, that is Andy's best bet of the afternoon. For Phil Gleaves, speedster who will be getting on the turf for the first time after 3 sprints on the main track.
Yeah, there was some pedigree there to suggest this one's going to like the turf, but I do want to make sure that we give a shout out to Steve Christ, the owner, owned in part by Steve Christ. there's a horse player's Mount Rushmore. Steve Christ is on it. An advocate for the horse player. Wrote a book that if you've never read it, you're going to play this game. You need to read Exotic Betting by Steve Christ, one of the greatest books ever written that teaches you how to make better ticket construction when you're making your wagers. So I've been the knee to Steve Christ, one of the greatest, and I'm very thankful for his work.
Well, he part owner of this one here. Daughter of Vivazano, 6-1. Let's go to Acacia Courtney.
Well, we're certainly cheering for Steve here, and we'll touch on both of the horse players' best bets here in the paddock, beginning with that number 3, Vivazano, as you get a little bit of some feelings of some of Phil Gleave's past stakes types of horses teaming up with John Velasquez, and I am so glad to see this filly trying the turf today. Yes, there's pedigree there, but my notes in all of her starts so far have been that I'd like to see her on the grass. So we finally get my wish to come true today. She has a flatter type of hoof to her. Her pasterns, that area between the foot and kind of the ankle bone, if you will, more angular, more kind of slack. That's what you look for typically. And there are always outliers, of course, but in horses that tend to prefer running on the grass, and it can be a more forgiving surface as well. But she's by Verrazano, who I actually like his offspring on the grass, and out of a mare who won a couple of times on the turf too. She's very fit. She's kept away from the rest of the field, and she's acted very professionally in here. So I really like her switching surfaces this afternoon. The number 7, Chocolate Cookie, first-time starter for Todd Pletcher. Another one with some pedigree to suggest that this is the right surface for her by declaration of war. And out of a multiple stakes place mare who did win on the grass, that's her first foal. She is a very solid type of filly. I think a mile's a good distance for her. I don't know about any longer than that. And I have seen some first-time starters be a little bit more tucked up. But the thing is that she's very well muscled. Her coat looks exceptional, as you would expect. And she's acted very, very well for a first-time starter, too. So you have her ears pricked. She's alert to what's going on, but she's not overexpending any too much energy here in the paddock. So she's acting very well here for her debut. Second-time starter, the number 10, Data Analytics, coming off of a big layoff, and she's by Into Mischief. And I know that he's primarily heralded as kind of those middle distance type of dirt horses, but I don't mind his offspring on the turf by any stretch. And in fact, this filly actually looks like the turf would suit her. She's another one with a flatter type of hoof. She's got a very lean build too, and sometimes those who are not so rounded, strong, muscular behind fare better on the turf, as it's easier to push off of in this kind of more forgiving surface. So I like her switching to the turf. She does have just a little bit of nervous energy off of the layoff. She could just be a little bit of fresh, not having run since October, but she's very fit for the return and the switch to the turf today as well. The number 11, Saint Mary Glace, this one My Noble Mission, and I had liked her a bit last time, as in her debut she was very rank, hard to handle. She closed really strongly. She really didn't grow much at all from that jump from 2 to 3. She's pretty small, in fact, but she's handy, and she didn't run as well as I would have liked, but she looks even more tucked up today, even more fit, having that race under her belt, and she's acted very, very well. Not that she wasn't acting well in her prior 2 starts, but given the fact that I'd seen her get a bit headstrong in her first start, the fact that she's being much more professional this afternoon, I think is a key for her. And the name, guys, is fun as well. It's in Normandy. It was the first French town liberated by the Allies in World War II. Greg?
Acacia, thanks for the history lesson as well. 13-1 on that Tom Bush runner. You can put your handicapping skills to the test every Sunday through Naira Bets. They're hosting a live money handicapping contest every Sunday during the meet. Each contest, $250 buy-in, all cash prize pool, seated with $2,500. You have to register, though, by Saturday, 5 p.m. Eastern Time to get in the competition. You do so at naira.com/challenge. That is where you register to play. Good luck, everybody. Post parade coming up here for our finale. And a first-time starter for Todd Pletcher, still favored on the board. We'll get to Chocolate Cookie coming up here in a moment. You got a Chad Brown runner moving to the turf, stretching out. Todd Pletcher runner taking a lot of money. And then Pure Bodie taking money on the outside for Mark Hennig as well. Half her morning line, I should say. We're going to kick things off, though. Dancing Kiki. Jimmy Ryerson ran at this same condition the last few starts. Last out was a mile and a 16.
It was in a good spot last time. This horse could get the job done here. Taking a little bit of money. Not quite sure.
6-1 with Dylan Davis. Lemonchella. Blinkers going on. Stretching out start number 2.
Yeah, it didn't break well last time. Not taking any money here today.
Vivazano had speed on the main track. Will that transfer to the turf here in the turf debut?
Something tells me Steve Chris used this one as an A horse.
Probably a very good guess. Dam actually won twice on turf routing. 2 Cent Tootsie, Tom Albertrani, Luis Saez.
Tom Albertrani got a long-time maiden home yesterday in Scano. See if he can do it here with 2 Cent Tootsie.
Master of the Tunes, 23-1, Joel Rosario.
Yeah, big price on the board, but does get Joel Rosario, which is interesting.
Yeah, turf debut for start number 2. I thought this horse interesting. Favorite Impulse, Bruce Grossman. The Dam also threw a horse named Factor This, who's won over 800K and is a multiple graded stakes winner.
Another big priced horse gets Travers winner, Manny Franco.
Chocolate Cookie, your best bet.
Yeah, this one I just think is interesting with those works in the morning. The team that brought you the Breeders' Cup champion last year in Vino Rosso, Irad, Todd, and Mike Rapoli.
Portofino, Kendrick Carmouche went to the lead last start at a mile and a 16th.
Kendrick looking for that second win on the card. Always gets these young ones out of the gate well.
Tabula Rasa debuting for Michelle Nevin.
Michelle's only 8% in her career with first-time starters. This one is 37-1 on the board.
Chad Brown, second start and gets to the turf for the first time.
There's a lot of trainers back there that would die to be 9-2 in a maiden race. That's a little bit cold for a Chad Brown runner.
He's 36% with his maidens on the turf for the first time at Saratoga. Samir Iglesias, Tom Bush, Ricardo Santana Jr.
I like this horse in here. I'm excited to see Ricardo ride this horse. A great price on the board, 12-1. I thought the horse ran well last time for Irad. Irad obviously on the favorite in this race.
Pure Bodie, Jose Lezcano for Mark Hennig.
Jose won the last race. Stretches out here. We'll see what happens with this one.
Our nightcap coming up. Favorite 5-2, Chocolate Cookie. Irad Ortiz Jr. and Todd Pletcher. Getting hungry. Take a break. There are going to be tremendous payoffs in this late pick 5. Whoever wins, 5 minutes to post.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit NairaBets.com.
I was born inside this delta.
When you win, has taken command close to home. Win, you win.
I was raising horses.
They come down to the wire, and Minute to Stardom upsets them at 20-1.
Let your light shine through. Gotta get in it to win it. All the world's been waiting on you.
You're watching Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2. Our program brought to you by the champion sprinter Run Happy, by the Kentucky Derby winner Super Saver, Eclipse Award winner, never lost while sprinting, and now standing in legendary stall number 1 at Claiborne Farm. We're taking a look at a huge long shot here on the board. This is 46-1 shot. Tabula Rasa debuting for Michelle Nevin. With more on this debuter, let's go to Gary Stevens.
Yeah, look, guys, we saw a bomb hit earlier today, and it's been one of those kind of days where favorites have won, but they've gotten beaten too. And Tabula Rasa, great connections here. Michelle Nevin, My Meadowview Farm, Junior Alvarado's had a decent meet so far. But if you look at this pedigree, Stefanazzi is by AP Indy. That shouts distance all day long. And then the mare by Unusual Heat. A lot of people don't know who Unusual Heat was. One of the best sires in California for years and years. So we got a little bit of California blood running into this. But when I watched her walk on the racetrack, she looked fast to me. She's got that distance to her. She's tilted downhill, so that tells me some speed there. Put her in the race. And I'm just looking at the workouts. They're very consistent at Belmont Park. Michelle can get one ready first time out. And Michelle, if you're listening, I hope you're not mad at me if you're betting your money right now at big price at 46-1.
I love it. Taking a huge price, 45-1 will also result in the Empire 6 getting hit.
$199,000. So if you're at home and you hit this, you got to send a private jet to go pick up Gary and bring him out here for Alabama Day.
So Gary, yeah, that sounds like a good deal. Gary likes the 9 at 44-1. I like the 6 at 45-1. And you're going to chalk out on us.
I saw where you were coming. Oh, well, yeah. But look, but I will say this. I like the 11 in here, St. Mary Glaze with Ricardo Santana. I think Ricardo's one of the best up-and-coming riders. I don't want to call him up-and-coming because he's already here. He won the race with Matoli. He wins feels like he wins a grade 1 every month. Volatile as well. So, but Ricardo spends a lot of time at Oaklawn in the winter riding on the dirt. So he doesn't have a lot of opportunities with grass horses because he's not around a lot of grass horses. He wins the meet feels like every meet he wins down at Oaklawn on the dirt. They do not have a grass course. So to see him on a grass horse like this, I think he's got a great shot with this horse.
Yeah, surprising to see those double-digit odds. Had to have needed that race coming back. You would think it's going to be better for it. Just finished behind Gala Gold, who was also eligible, might have been the favorite in this race had that horse drawn in.
This horse would be 6-1 if Irad was on.
Or lower.
Yeah, just would be cut in half if Irad stuck. But I think people think Irad got off, but Irad was riding Vino Rosso in the Breeders' Cup Classic. Obviously, his relationship with Todd is starting to grow quite a bit. He's gonna if he can get on that one, he's gonna get on that one.
No, Irad's going to be on for Todd Pletriak. Chocolate Cookie here, the favorite, 5-2. The 2, the 5, the 6, the 9 all result in the Empire 6 getting hit by one ticket today for $199,000.
There's nothing wrong with that on a Thursday.
Wow. There's Chad Brown's data analytics. Javier Castellano gave the 10 a huge warm-up as we look at the 6. Favorite Impulse, Manny Franco. Bruce Grossman. There's St. Mary Glaze. 10-1, Ricardo Santana Jr. And then Pure Bodie to the outside. Jonathan's best bet, the 7. Andy's best bet, the 3, Vivazano, who we would think is going to try and wire this field. Last one in will be Pure Bodie. There she is. We send it upstairs for the nightcap on this Thursday card. Here's John Imbrial.
Jose Lescano off number 12, Pure Bodie behind the gate. Pure Bodie has gone in riderless. Jockey Lascano will get back aboard, and we will be set for the 10th. They are all in line. And they're off. It's a data analytics on the extreme outside. It is a Pure Bodie now moving up. And Vivazano is right there, so it's 3 of them across the track for the early lead going into the clubhouse turn. Pure Bodie goes on with it. Data Analytics is down at the hedge. Now it's between those 2. And Vivazano is next in 3rd. Then it is 2 Cent Tootsie, who is running in 4th. On the inside is Dancing Kiki, who is next in 5th. Alongside is Lemoncella in 6th. And they are followed by Saint Mare Ingles in 7th. Then it's a length and a half to Chocolate Cookie, who runs in 8th, followed by Portofino in 9th. Master of the Tunes is racing in 10th. It's 3 lengths back to a Favorite Impulse and another 7 lengths back to Tabula Rasa, who trails the field in 12th. Opening half-mile win in 47-4. Data Analytics is the leader here by almost a length. Pure Bodie runs in 2nd. Vivazano sitting down on the inside in 3rd. Right alongside is 2 Cent Tootsie. As the field goes around the far turn, it's Data Analytics, Pure Bodie, 2 Cent Tootsie. Vivazano's had a good trip down towards the inside. In behind it is Dancing Kiki. On the outside is Saint Mare Ingles along with Portofino. As they come down for the 8th pole, it's still Data Analytics with the lead. Then Vivazano, Dancing Kiki, Master of the Tunes looking for a way through, and Pure Bodie is there, but Data Analytics is gone, and she has won the finale by 4. Close for second between Dancing Kiki, Vivazano, and Pure Bodie.
Data Analytics in the warm-ups, Javier Castellano, he was aggressive with his filly, and she was aggressive out of the gate.
Nothing makes you feel sillier than when a Chad Brown runner with a jockey with red and white silks on crosses the wire first at 9-2. Nothing makes you feel sillier. It's perfect. Got out to the front end. Obviously, the stretch out in the grass hit this one right between the eyes. And if you believed when others weren't, 9-2 is not bad on a Chad Brown runner.
Well, we talked about this maneuver, too, for Chad Brown. 36% maidens, first time on the turf at Saratoga. And, Gary, he does it again.
Yeah, and she was a little keen going into that first turn, but if you look back at her first race last year, she was heavily bet in that race. She went off favorite. You get 9-2 today in those red and white silks with Javier Castellano. It makes sense. I mean, she got beat 21 lengths that day and put away for a year, brought back, and gets the job done. Patient owners, patient trainer, patient rider. It all adds up. Greg?
Number 14 for Chad Brown at the meet, so within 3 of the lead. He's at 14 seconds as well, more than anybody.
This feels like the 7th time Javier has put him to sleep and wired him this meet. He's riding extremely well, not at the top with Irad and Jose, but he's taking advantage of the mounts he's getting.
9-2, Data Analytics to close it out. This late pick 5. We'll show you how big it was when we come back.
Run Happy is simply super. He polishes off an outstanding campaign with a dominant victory in the Malibu.
No medication, no problem. Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Nobody wants to fall into a safety net, but when adversity or hardship presents itself, it beats the alternative. Since 1943, the Jockey Club Safety Net Foundation has been serving those individuals and families in need across every facet of the thoroughbred industry. Help us continue to be the safety net and catch those most in need. Visit tjcfoundation.org to learn more.
An undefeated graded stakes winner on the track, Algorithms has sired over 70% winners from starters. His top runners include multiple stakes winner and Grade 3 victor Recruiting Ready, multiple stakes winner and graded stakes performer Taylor Spirit, and Juvenile Stakes winner South Bend. In the Pennsylvania Derby, Algorithms notched his first Grade 1 winner with a thrilling victory by Matt Wizard. In the ring, his juvenile sold up to $275,000. Algorithms, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
Watching Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2. It's brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Our finale in the books, and it was easy. It's Klorovich Stables, Chad Brown, and Javier Castellano.
Yeah, that's...
at 9-2.
Who would have thought those three guys would have won a race together at Saratoga?
With a maneuver that Chad Brown's close to 40% at. $11 for the win. The pick 5, $9,802. Oh, tasty.
Nothing wrong with that.
Let's take a look at the pick 5 follow along. The early pick 5 was pretty good as well. This not bad either. $42 horse with Miss Marissa to kick it off. Goes gate to wire, Dylan Davis, and then it's a gamble, $18.60.
Those last three horses are sneaky horses that people could have singled. You could have singled Bray.
Yep.
Someone could have singled Newly Minted trying to beat RATAJKOWSKI. And then, like we mentioned, Chad, Klorovich, Javier, first-time turf in the last. Somebody could have singled there as well.
Wow. Yeah, the opportunity was there. We'll give it a go again tomorrow. How's that sound?
Are they going to be here running in a circle? 2 pick 5s?
We're going to do it all over again. It's Alabama weekend. We're going to have that big one for you on Saturday afternoon. We hope you join us for the Grade 1 Alabama for 3-year-old fillies going 1.25 miles. We also have the Saratoga Derby. It was newly minted in the Union Avenue. Rough day for RATAJKOWSKI, but Linda Rice in newly minted. Big effort, and maybe bigger things ahead. We'll see you tomorrow. 1 Eastern time, our start time, and then 2 o'clock on Fox Sports 2.